Welcome back, everyone, to the Flesh and Blood World Tour Auckland. And today, we're going to be covering Day 2 of the Classic Constructed Calling. And I cannot be more excited. My name is Uhyoung, and I'm here with my co-caster, Kashan. Kashan, how are you feeling?
Cold. Very cold. It's very cold in Auckland today.
It is a bit nippy.
Almost as cold as some of those cold foils pulled in the Battle Hardened today.
Where they are opening, what is it, Arcane Rising First Edition?
Oh yeah. I've heard so far 2 cold foil Eye of Ophidias have been opened, as well as some quite interesting hits. Hulin-Bobart, famous for topping the top 8 Arcane Rising sealed calling back in the day with Induction Chamber Dash, has opened a second Induction Chamber in this. Will they run it back? Sam Sutherland, a mechanologist aficionado, opening an Induction Chamber as well. It's going to be really interesting to see how that all plays out.
Must be nice. It was just meant to be. But there was just something so electric about being in a room filled with hundreds of players opening Arcane Rising First Edition. And then the room is silent, packs are being opened, and then suddenly they'll be like, whoa, and then there'll be like a cold foil open. And I saw like an Arcanite Skullcap opened, an Arcanite Grasp opened, a foil CNC, a CNC. Oh my God. I mean, I was so jealous. So many little goodies being opened.
Yeah, honestly, I got to say, like, one of the things I really liked was seeing Logan Boyd, our fresh calling champion from day 1, shuffling up in the Battle Hardened. How cool is it that you can win a calling and then just play the Battle Hardened the next day?
Must be nice. I wish I could be playing out there, but instead, we are here having a blast casting at the very least. So let's bring it back to today. Let's see what exactly we are going over today. So today, we are covering Day 2 of the Classic Constructed Calling. What we're going to have for you is 4 rounds of CC. We're going straight into round 8 of this Day 2. And then afterwards, we're going to go into the top 8 where players will be battling it out for the win.
Absolutely. Super exciting. We're going to have a absolutely great show for you today. Lots of high octane games, Classic Constructed, my favorite way to play Flesh and Blood.
Exactly. But so let's see what these players will be fighting for, because there's a lot of stuff on the line for these players, right?
Yeah, absolutely. And it mostly comes down to lots and lots of money. You guessed it. We've got a great prize pool, 10k USD. You get your gold foil legendaries, you get your Pro Tour invites, and your Champions prize card, which is going to go to one person. And of course, this beautiful trophy, which you'll be able to put in your office and explain to your co-workers how you managed to get a trophy while working at Legend Story Studios? I'm not sure how this is working out, but anyway.
I do love how every time I mention Flesh and Blood, they'll be like, oh, what's that? And I'll be like, oh, it's like a card game, da-da-da. And then you explain what you do, and they'll be like, oh, so you play on the computer? And it's like, oh, no, we play it in the Flesh and Blood, which is why it's called Flesh and... Anyway, this is what the players will be fighting for, and it is so exciting. The trophy, the cold foil, the gold foil, the 16 World Tour points, and a Pro Tour invite, which is so exciting. Just a lot on the line.
And we've also got some Living Legend points up for contention today. So the winning hero will be awarded some points. Uhyoung, let's take a look at some of the heroes on our leaderboard here.
Yeah, so in first we have Kano, second 5 Bravo, and then 4th KO. It'll be interesting to note that these heroes aren't necessarily currently top of the metagame at the moment, and are almost sort of legacy heroes that used to be very dominant in the meta. And it will also be interesting to see if anyone brings these heroes and really pushes them to Living Legend. But at the moment, not necessarily the top heroes are represented in this Living Legend leaderboard.
I really like Kano being the sole survivor of Arcane Rising at the top of the leaderboard during a New Zealand World Tour weekend where Arcane Rising is featured. It works out so well.
Yeah, and in any metagame where Kano is not respected, Kano kind of just rocks up and goes, oh, you don't have any Arcane Barrier? Let me blow you up right now and punish you for not respecting my presence in the game of Flesh and Blood.
Now, let's keep in mind as well, this is only one of 3 weekends from the release of Mastery Pack Guardian, where we'll be taking a look at New Zealand, Kansas, and Copenhagen. A fresh metagame out of Mastery Pack Guardian, where we will be taking a look at how everything gets established.
So let's have a look at the upcoming events. So, as we've been setting it up, we have so much more flesh and blood coming. This weekend was a double calling weekend here in Auckland, and then very next weekend, we're going straight to Kansas City where we're having another calling. And then the week after that, we're going to Copenhagen for another calling. There is just so much flesh and blood happening, especially this month, and I cannot be excited to see how the meta begins to shape up, especially today, and how that gets influenced throughout this month.
And of course, lots of battle hardens, and I want to point out that World Premiere Montreal for Super Slam is going to be a big one. You really don't want to miss that.
Exactly. So much excitement that's going to be there as well. You know, we're opening fresh, old school Arcane Rising first edition packs, and then at the World Premiere, you'll be opening packs of the future, you know, seeing that new metagame begin to develop with all those exciting new Guardian and Brute cards. And not to mention World Championship Philadelphia coming up at some point. But, you know, let's bring it right back to what we have today. Day 2 of the Flesh and Blood Classic Constructed Calling, and having a look at the Day 1 metagame. 21 Arachne, followed by 15 Gravy, 12 Ira, and 9 Verdants. What do you think of this metagame?
It's quite diverse. Seeing Slippy at the front is something we quite expected, followed by Gravy as well. Ira has kind of overtaken Syndra as the sort of premier ninja to be taking into these tournaments.
Yeah.
And of course, I'm very excited to see some Arachne marionettes there. They're proving to be quite a good counter to Slippy, which is quite good. But look at the breadth of all these heroes. We've got, 3 Puffin, we've got Leviah, we've got Riptide, Bolton, Azuri, Kasai, Vincent, Volda, 2 Volda straight out the gate, fresh from Mastery Pack Guardian. Uhyoung, as a dev,
Yes.
which of these heroes do you think could take it home?
So I have somewhat of an internal bias for Gravy because I think Gravy is possibly the most powerful hero in Classic Constructed right now, and a lot of the metagame almost has to warp around him to accommodate for him. So early on in the meta, a lot of Arachne sort of came about because Gravy was dominating, and heroes like Syndra came out of the woodwork to really punish Gravy with those Mask of Momentum draws with that really aggressive playstyle that could blow Gravy out of the water. And then Arachne sort of came into the scene to say, hey, I can prey on the Syndras, and I've also got pretty good game with the Gravy. And that's why things like Ira is also now making an appearance, abusing that Mask of Momentum to draw cards on allies, especially with cards like Whirling Mist Blossom allows you to draw 2 as well. Very frightening to see. But it is interesting to hear what people think of the metagame down on the floor, because certain Gravy players are saying, no, Arachne doesn't actually beat me. I am actually favored into Arachne. Some Gravy players are also saying, I am favored into Syndra. So it's going to be very interesting to see how this metagame develops and how things really play out.
Especially as players continue to refine and learn Gravy, the deck just seems to get stronger and stronger.
Yeah.
But should we take a look at how these heroes have landed in Day 2?
Let's have a look. And, okay, Arachne, 38% conversion rate. Gravy, only 5 with a 33% conversion rate. But the thing to note is that Verdant's 67% conversion rate. What a powerful presence that has been so far.
Yes, Verdant's very good into a broad field, able to play her game plan into a lot of different heroes, but also a really good pick for a Slippy-dominated meta with the ability to just turbo out defense reactions and lots of ways to circumvent the flick knives plays and all that goodness. And just also, I mean, like let's be honest, Felling of the Crown, what a card. Having one in your graveyard, and then when the Slippy plays a Codex of Frailty, you just add back your Felling, and then you punish them for playing Codex. Just like absolute powerhouse of a card.
Yeah, and I just kind of want to point out some of these dark horses as well. 2 Oscilios have made Day 2. Just the ability to have your own game plan of just having explosive turns and just blowing up players. Very exciting to see. And 100% conversion rate on Kano as well.
Kano.
Which makes me kind of wonder, maybe this room wasn't respecting those wizards and that arcane damage that was coming through.
I think, yeah, that definitely could be why. And I also think another contributing factor is that when you play Classic Constructed and you don't have to include Draft in that, Kano players tend to do quite well. I also want to point out 1 solo Dorinthia that made it through to Day 2, and 1 solo Florian that made it to Day 2.
Yeah, and also we have to pay attention to this Ira, and especially Shoma's breakout performance with this hero and how it's sort of influencing the metagame. Ira is one to watch out for, especially with the upgrade she got in the latest Armory deck, but also because she has such good game plans into this metagame. She can absolutely abuse these gravy players that play allies because A, she has Mask of Momentum, and B, she has Whirling Mist Blossom. So in a single turn cycle, if she abuses allies, she can draw up to 3 cards, which is absolute insane card advantage. So I cannot wait to see how this metagame is going to play out.
Me neither. I'm just like, I'm chuffed to be here. I'm chuffed here to be with you. I'm so ready to jump into it. I want to sink my teeth into some classic constructed.
Yeah. If you had to pick a hero to win, who do you think it would be?
I think Gravy has a pretty good chance. I'd like to see Slippy win it because, you know, I'm an assassin gremlin myself.
Yeah.
But, you know, there was also one Puffin. I'd really like to see Puffin win and then just be like, oh, look, Puffin's a deck. Puffin's a deck. It's crazy.
My eye is on that single Dorinthia that made it through. I just want to see Dorinthia just swing that Dawnblade or Hatchets and see how she does. But anyway, don't go anywhere because not only do we have this exciting classic constructed coming up, we also have another spoiler for you later on in the day. So stick around, watch some CC, and don't go anywhere because we'll be right back after this.
Welcome back to World Tour Auckland, where we bring you all the action of the Classic Constructed Calling Day 2. So we're riding back into CC. We've got some gravies, some slippies, all the best decks in the meta, some top players. Yeah, very excited. Classic Constructed, my favorite format.
Yeah, that's why they call you Mr. Classic. I mean, it was nice to have that nostalgic kind of dive back into the past with Welcome to Wraith yesterday, but today we're straight into the present, straight into the premium constructed format.
Yeah, let's take a look at the standings and see how things are shaping up so far over the Swiss rounds.
Yeah.
And so right up at the top there, we see Max Middleton on Ira standing at 7-0.
Yeah.
Maybe a bit of inspiration from Shoma, taking down that calling.
It's true. Actually, I've heard from a lot of players they brought Ira because of Shoma's win in Singapore. So I wonder if the Ira is taking the place of Syndra in the classic constructed metagame.
One of these ninja, sort of anti-gravy ninja style heroes. And then having a look down, we got Xing Sang from Blue Pitch sitting there at 6-1 on Slippy. CYK Lionel, good friend of mine. Love that guy. 6-1 on Dash.io. He's loving Dash.io.
And Kano on 4th. Amelia bringing in the heat with the old school wizard here.
Yep, and we see our first gravy there at sitting at 6-1, Keegan Walls, a Kiwi player, one of the OGs from way back in the day. So.
Yeah, I remember Keegan in the very first classic constructed calling here in Auckland, and even then he was doing extremely well.
Rounding out the 6-1s, we got Fang. I love to see Fang up there as well. Fang, another hero that did quite well at one of the recent classic constructed callings. One of the decks that also is very good at clearing allies, I imagine. So, wants to give the gravies a run for their money.
Yeah.
Looking down at some of the 5-2s, a few more Slippies, and then we get to the Verdants and Oscilio. Alexander Vore and Oscilio. I mean, that guy's a bit of a wizard savant, so great to see him rocking the Oscilio.
Yeah, I really hope that we can get him on stream if he keeps on performing well.
Yep, so, and if we move on to the second page of the standings here, we see Hayden Dale, who is actually going to be our feature match coming up for this round.
Oh, nice.
So this is going to be a good one. And looking down, we've also got Michael Collins rocking the Prism.
Collins has been playing Prism for a long time. He's a local here in Auckland as well, and even with the OG Prism, he's been just kind of the illusionist main. So it's great to see him do well. Jerry James on Slippy. We have Brody Spurlock on Gravy and Quan Lee on Gravy as well. So we're seeing kind of a little bit more Slippies and Gravies on kind of lower down in the standings here as well.
Yeah,
Scott McKenzie on Verdants.
Yep, very cool. Playing a bit of a spicy build. I was having a chat to him. We have multi-time New Zealand national champion Ollie Berry at 5-2. Another Verdants down there at 5-2. And I would be remiss, Karol, if I did not shout out my boy, one of my favorite heroes in the game, Victor Goldmain, sitting there at 5-2, live for top 8, potentially going to take down the whole tournament.
Most likely, right? With the Mastery Pack Guardian, now he's got that test of Iron Grab. He's got so many new tools, so hopefully Anthony can convert.
Someone would say almost certainly. And speaking of Ollie Berry, it's going to be the second player in our feature matchup. So we have a multi-time New Zealand national champion. We got a bit of a Aussie versus Kiwi matchup going on. Slippy versus Gravy, two of the best decks in the format, played by two sort of big players. So that's going to be a good one.
I think I think actually Ollie Berry is New Zealand's finest. I believe he's the best player in New Zealand. Two-time national champion, made finals as well. So I can't wait to see this kind of New Zealand-Australia game coming up.
Yeah, I'm speaking of Hayden Dale, he's the host of a little-known podcast, a very well-known podcast, Arsenal Pass. So, in honor of him, I know he's a big fan of the old Session Blood, so I decided I had to rock the cap. Hopefully marketing won't get too mad at me.
Session Blood.
blood. All right, with that, let's just jump straight into the game, get into the action.
Yeah. See how this goes. So we have this is quite a popular matchup these days. Two most popular decks, I'd say, and Gravy Bones and Slippy. Run me a little bit through what you think, what you expect from this game. What are the kind of who do you feel is favored? I feel like this is a really contentious thing to many players. Some players, you talk to a lot of these Slippy mains and they're like, oh, Gravy's a buy. This is the easiest matchup ever. And then on the Gravy side, they're just like, oh yeah, we have a chance. This isn't actually that bad.
I feel this is one of those classic 60-60 matchups, It depends who you talk to. The Slippy's like, we got this. The Gravy's like, no, once I figure this out, I can do it quite fine. But so looking at, before we get into that, just looking at Hayden's run through the first day of Swiss. So taking down a Marionette, that's pretty impressive in the first round. That matchup can be pretty tricky. The Dash.io taking the loss to Verdants. Actually beat Lucas Oswald, a very accomplished player on Gravy.
Yeah, that's kind of like a sign that, Hayden is prepared for this matchup.
Yeah, and getting taken down by Fang in the final round. And if we move over and have a look at Ollie's record on day one, so it looks like he's beaten 2 Slippies already in day one, taking a draw against Verdants and a loss to Oscilio, which has kind of risen up as one of these, one of those anti-Gravy decks, and actually managed to take down Lucas Ward on Ira, a deck we mentioned that players were starting to bring to try and combat Slippy.
Yeah, and here we go straight into the game. We have that saltwater swell coming in for 1. Ollie managed to hit a blue off the top. Let's see what he can do with it.
Yep, and just taking a quick look at the equipment here. Over on Hayden's side, we got the Crown of Providence, pretty good against the Conqueror of the High Seas, the standard tunic, flick knives, those Black Deep Whisperers, which a lot of players are liking to use with Bonds of Agony to have those attack reactions on board. Over on Ollie's side, the Crown of Dominion, so choosing not to play the more defensive setup of the Crown of Providence, which some players do, and also the Mage Master's Boots, so not messing around with quick dodge flexes, just saying, I'm ready to get very aggressive here, establish my board, and really put the pressure on Hayden.
Yeah, I feel like those are kind of the two ways you can go as Gravy, right? You can just say, you know what, I'm just going to go super aggressive into you and try and race with the damage, or play some of those more defensive tools to combat things like Bonds of Agony, those kind of blowout turns. Ooh! Prismatic Leyline, that's another kind of signpost card that's telling me Ollie is ready to go aggressive.
Yep, and just pointing out, so Ollie's has cracked his first gold from Crown of Dominion already to pick up that yellow off the top, which you saw with the compass, in order to just get his engine going. You know, I want to get the golden tipple, I want to start establishing my gold, but importantly here, Karol, no allies in the graveyard.
Yeah, Ollie was trying to dig as much as he could on that first turn of the game, because getting an ally in the bin is just free. It's a virtual card advantage, right?
Yep, so Hayden just going to go ahead and he blocked that golden tip with the Save of Bloodshed and kicking things off with an Infiltrate coming through. Very good in the aggro mirrors, can actually be a bit of a brick sometimes depending on what you hit off the top against Gravy.
Yeah.
Do want to point out as well, Karol, that Ollie has actually looked like he arsenaled that Conqueror of the High Seas. So no blocks here from Ollie.
Yeah, and I do believe Ollie's not too threatened by this infiltrate on hit. I did notice that he does have a blood in the water.
Oh, that's an interesting one.
So here we go. Maybe a little bit punished for not making that call of checking the top cut of the compass, but you know what? Yeah, I think Hayden must be stoked with this pickup.
One thing I will say is the Slippy deck is a little bit light on blues, so it may be tricky to actually get the full value out of this card. Looking at Hayden's hand over here, 2 Leave No Witness is going to take up the mantle. A little bit of an awkward hand here for him. So it does have the option to hold on to that Conqueror for a little bit, but we may just see sort of a coming in with the Hunter's Clave and leading off with a Leave No Witnesses here.
Yeah. So I bet you there was a consideration going through Hayden's mind being like, you know what, maybe I can just send the Conqueror. It won't get the +1, it won't get the go again, but Ollie doesn't have that Crown of Providence, so he could be a little bit vulnerable. But instead making the call to just try and get Ollie marked and continue his turn.
Yeah, I'm just going to open up with some disruption here. So Ollie does have access to the gold-baited hook, but not that much on the defensive side on the equipment. So, can push a card in here and put the gold-baited hook in, but that's basically all your defensive blocks for most of the game outside of the dead threads, which you really want to hold on to.
Yeah, so we can see that Ollie does have that blood in the water. He does have his first ally in the form of Rigor Mortis and 2 blues. So pretty nice setup for the Conqueror or all kinds of plays that he can choose to do.
Yep, so, and Ollie here did have a look at the top card. It does have that blue Saltwater Swell as well. So it does have the option, if he hits off the Saltwater Swell, just go Swell for 1 into that Conqueror of the High Seas. That would be a little bit awkward. We may see a graveyard activation because he may want to try and get that Rigor Mortis into the graveyard as quickly as possible, because this could turn into quite an explosive turn.
Yeah. So I think this is definitely the window for Ollie to pressure, because he does not want to give Hayden the ability to attack with that Conqueror of the High Seas.
So, Karol, I want to say here, hitting that tip the barkeep up the top, 5 resources available, this could turn out very, very nicely. So on Ollie's side here, he's going to be able to follow up with the Conqueror of the High Seas, 1 resource remaining. If he activates Gravy, discards Rigor Mortis, that's actually going to leave him with 2 resources available off the chest to actually attack with Rigor. So 1 into 8 into 6. Pretty nice start here.
An output of 15 damage, plus you can keep an ally in play. Pretty sweet.
Okay, so we're going to see Gravy activation.
Ollie does not know what the top card is, but honestly, his setup is good enough already. Oh, it's in another Murderous Rabble.
Okay, so going to go ahead and discard that Rigor Mortis here. And we'll see if Hayden wants to get aggressive with the Crown of Providence and just say, look, this Conqueror of the High Seas, like, I don't want to get it stuck into this blocking pattern when I know you're going to establish a Rigor Mortis on the board as well. This is coming in for 8, go again, threatening a gold as well if it destroys the arsenal. And currently, do want to point out, Oliveberry on 0 gold.
Yeah, so he is leaving himself a little bit exposed, but honestly, getting this pressure early is, this is what his setup is showing that he's trying to do, just kind of play aggressively.
From Hayden's side as well, one Conqueror's already been banished. Hey, it's on your side of the board at this point.
Yeah,
this is the second
that
Conqueror.
is true.
So in terms of the Crown of Providence, you might just be saying, look, maybe this is my best spot to use it. There's probably only one Conqueror left in the deck. Maybe that will get banished as well at random. Is this the point where I push it in? I like this. Like, you don't want to fall behind on tempo early against Gravy Bones.
Yeah.
So just going to go ahead and block with that Crown of Providence and pick a card up off the top of the deck. And if we see what Hayden's
and
working
he
with...
did hit that Bonds of Agony. Now, this opens up Hayden's playlines quite a bit. He's taking 7. So, yeah, very threatening.
So taking 6 damage here, dropping down to 30.
Taking 6, yeah. And yeah, 5 cards to work with here, Kieran. But a lot of Hayden's hand is these stealth attacks. So he does have 1 Toxin in hand, which lets him react on some of these stealth attacks, but feels like there's a lot of these cards that can be defended with.
Yeah, we're going to get a bit of an insight into how Hayden wants to approach this game, because we have seen in the past some Slippies taking more of a fatigue angle as well, trying to grind them out of cards, keeping their life total high. There's others who just want to get aggressive early, get the disruption chain rolling. Hayden does have the option here, because he picked up that Bonds, he could lead with it. Does have the option as well just to pitch to Dagger, kill the Rigor Mortis, and then send some sort of disruption and keep a card in Arsenal.
Yeah, you're right. The Bonds of Agony is actually his only blue, and it's the easiest way to clear daggers to pitch a blue and attack it. He could sink one of the stealth attacks into it as well.
You know the other line here, which is kind of interesting, maybe Hayden eyeing that up, defending out the Rigor Mortis and actually just sending that Conqueror of the high season for 7. I mean, Ollie likely to end up with the card in Arsenal here anyway, so you are threatening something.
Yeah, you're right.
Ollie, interestingly as well, choosing to hold on to that Murderous Rebel, not to play it up.
Knowing that his opponent has 5 cards in hand and a Conqueror available.
Yeah, I understand why Murderous Rebel's like very nice just to chip some damage, get that blue into the graveyard to enable Watery Grave. So head and go for the 2-card block here. Maybe we will see the Conqueror. How many, tick that off your bingo card. How many Conquerors is the high seed we see from Slippy?
I love that. I wonder how much of a consideration that is for Hayden to see. You know, you've attacked me with a Conqueror. I stole one from you. There's only one left, so it does open up potentially a fatigue angle down the line.
Okay, so...
Oh, and we can see an Ollie Berry's hand, that beautiful new card in Guardian Mastery.
Fearless Confrontation.
Fearless Confrontation.
Yep, so it looks like he's working with the Golden Tipple, Fearless Confrontation, Saltwater Swell.
Yeah.
And... Golden Tipple there. So no yellow at the moment to discard to the Golden Tipple. Slightly awkward hand, I would say.
Yeah, so what Ollie is facing is actually a little bit of ally deficit, right? You want to see those allies early, you want to get them into your graveyard, and so far he hasn't been seeing that many other than this Rigor Mortis.
And a slightly difficult card a difficult turn to navigate here, because the Flick Knights of active being able to, I mean, actually Ollie's already marked, so this is just threatening the on-hit banish right away. 2 cards in hand representing attack reactions, and then also the potential follow-up with the Conqueror. And no blocks is the call, no reactions.
Yeah. So with 2 cards in hand, Hayden's range is so wide that even if Ollie committed a card, it possibly just gets blown out anyway and loses 1 card more.
Okay, and what's gonna be the banish here from Ollie's side? So, I mean, one thing here we have to keep in mind, Karol, is if he goes for the dagger on the Rigor Mortis, that Fearless Confrontation is going to be pretty brutal. So we'll see what Hayden's line is here.
Yeah, that's got to be one of Ollie's considerations, yeah.
So it does have the Tarantula Toxin, probably doesn't want to have to commit that.
There we go,
regular.
and here's the dagger.
1 card left in hand. Great.
Okay, 1 card left in hand. Ollie just double checking. I mean, this is a pretty nice spot for that Fearless.
1 card for 1 card to save his Rigor Mortis, but does it line up with his hand? He does have a red tipple to work with, so even playing out the red tipple into a Rigor Mortis is a 2-card 9, which is a pretty great rate.
Okay, and choosing actually just to give up that Rigor Mortis and not wanting to get rid of that Fearless Confrontation here.
Sure thing.
Yeah, and Ollie just has to work with attack action cards here. He doesn't have any allies available to him, but the Murderous Rebel's coming down. And he's got a blue Golden Tipple on top, so this is coming in for 3 go again.
I mean, we might even just see that Fearless Confrontation being played out for 5 damage here. Because, I mean, a loot the whole Fearless Golden Tipple in hand, you probably want to set up that Tipple in Arsenal, potentially, just come in for 5.
Yeah.
Okay, and Hayden just taking his time. You don't want to fall into the trap of taking too much damage against Gravy.
Ooh, and Justinic and Persuasive, that's a great... And there's a Blanche as well to work with. Lines up nicely with that blue.
Yeah, we'll see, because he has a few lines available to him here. Could go for the Blanche to try shut off all colors, which makes it very hard to get Water Grave online if you're going for that angle. Also has the Persuasive into multiple reactions. And we are just going to see the Fearless played out for 5.
Yeah, Ollie is happy to just present some damage, present some numbers, and hopefully draw some allies on the next turn.
Good old Raging Onslaught.
Yeah, good old Raging Onslaught. Exactly right, Ollie. So just coming for 5 here, I will say, a little bit of an awkward start for Ollie here. That's what can happen sometimes in these gravy decks. You don't see their allies early, just the Rigor Mortis. But he is setting himself up very nicely for the next turn. That red golden tipple available to discard the ally, generate the gold, and just keep things going.
But yeah, what a spicy hand for Hayden. I feel like you've got so many options here. The Persuasive Prognosis can be so strong, backed up by the Justinic. And he's picking up his card, so he is respecting just this damage.
Okay, might be pushing in that... Okay, so the Razor's Edge and the Persuasive. So he is going to go for that Blanche line here. Just going to decide to push 7 damage. I mean, we mentioned Water at Grave, but also, I mean, pretty nice against Golden Tipple if you're shutting off if cards lose all colors for the whole turn.
Definitely, and I think that was a huge factor in his decision here because not too many allies in the grave even stops those tipples from Ollie Berry's side. So
And Karol, this is very, very rough for Ollie here. 2 allies in hand, 2 blocks, and the Golden Tipple and the Quarter to Grave. We know he has a red tipple in Arsenal. You actually just can't defend this out.
Yep.
Like even with the gold-baited hook and the equipment, you just don't have the defense value to stop this. Your turn was relying on this golden tipple to start discarding these allies, start making gold. Yes, you can still discard the allies, but Watery Grave's going to be turned off for the turn. You're not going to be getting gold off these golden tipples. Really heads up play for Hayden, understanding that, look, I don't need to go for the disruption here and just pull a couple of cards. Keep the life total high and go for a different form of disruption, just offering more damage.
Yeah, and it really showcases the power of this particular on-hit on Blanche. And the breakpoint for 7, Ollie does have the gold-baited hook available to cover up a potential breakpoint, but it does require 2-3 blocks from hand, which he just does not have in this turn.
So Ollie going to take 5 damage here.
Yeah, this is a huge win for Hayden here.
Huge win for Hayden. So drops down. So 27 to plays 28. Does have the option to, you could start to set up a little bit. Maybe you just played an ally up from hand. You could golden tipple into an ally. But not what Ollie wanted to see on this turn, for sure.
Definitely, it's very true. I mean, and here we go. Call to Grave, the kind of tutor that lets Ollie pick whatever he wants from his deck to hit the bin.
Okay, so choosing to set up, Hayden just double-checking his Blanche, saying, okay, wait, this isn't going to turn on Water Grave, right? But I think what Ollie could be looking at here is like, look, I can actually play this Call to the Grave, just start establishing my allies for a future turn, and if I need to, I can just outright play an ally from hand.
Yep.
Does have access to the Anchor and the Rigor Mortis.
Yep. So yeah, this is one of the things that Gravies don't really like doing, is playing allies from hand, but it might be the only thing Ollie is able to do here.
Yeah, so very important turn coming up for Hayden. Let's have a look at what he's working with here. Another Blanche, okay.
But does he have
the resources to
Yeah.
make this work?
That's one of the things about these Slippy decks is they're usually quite tight on blues, but he manages to find one that out of body Desire, I believe.
That's actually
out of Desire Mind.
So that's actually a really nice turn here. So yep. So actually, Ollie deciding to get aggressive and pop the Mage Master boots, doesn't want to give it up tempo right away.
Wow.
So choosing to pitch the Anchor, pop the Mage Master boots, use the Dead Threads, and the spare resource to attack for 6 with Rigor Mortis.
And yeah, I mean, Ollie's saying, I just need to pressure. I need to make something happen here. So Mage Masters allows him to do that despite being hit by the Blanche.
So Hayden with a few options here. So could choose to defend this out, keep life total high. Yep, does go for this line to take 3 damage. So now he can choose, with the Infect, he could just lead off, he can go very aggressive, go Infect face into Blanche, or he could just choose to clear the ally here, like Infect straight into the Rigor Mortis. The alternate, more aggressive line is going no blocks and pitching off Tunic to... Okay, so just using to dagger into the Rigor Mortis.
Yeah.
I like this. It hides a little bit of information, still preserving 2 cards in hand.
Yeah, and wonder if Hayden just wants to save that Blanche for potentially the following turn.
Nah, just keeping it real.
Nice,
Blanche to the
keeping it
face.
real.
I mean, opponent still has no gold.
Yeah,
I mean,
no gold. No, I mean, there is one ally in the bin, and just shutting that out this early in the game, I feel like he's really putting the pressure on Ollie to make something happen.
So Ollie with a bit of a better defensive hand here has access to multiple 3 blocks, so could choose to actually utilize that gold-baited hooker if he wants. Again, these golden tipples, 1 in arsenal and 1 in hand, just not lining up that nicely. Maybe wanting to check the top of the deck if looking at this chart, the high seas.
Yeah, the awkward thing is the golden tipple does defend for 2, so you not really that able to keep 2 blues to play out that Sawbones from his graveyard that easily.
Yep. So with access to the Give No Quarter, I mean, it does have a few lines. Like he does have multiple ways to be able to defend this out and establish allies onto board.
Yeah.
But again, it's just slowing down his game plan significantly here.
Yeah, he has to keep on respecting this on hit.
Yep. So the two of the 3 blocks are going to go in with the gold-weighted hook to defend out this Blanche for 7. And I'm really liking the Blanche tech so far in Slippy.
Yeah.
Does some really good double duty as well against Prism.
Give no quarter.
Ooh, and this is so. Yes, Ollie's able to establish the Sawbones, but I just want to point out here, Hayden does pick up that Kiss of Death, and he's been sitting on a Tarantula Toxin in Arsenal for quite some time. So he has a line to potentially do a very explosive turn with that card combo.
Yep, access to take up the mantle as well. So Ollie just choosing to give no quarter, get this ally down on board, pitch away that golden tipple to clear it out the hand, and come in for 6. So I do want to say, Ollie doing a good job of working with like not the greatest early game gravy draw, but still just making it work in a way.
Yeah.
He's 4 points ahead in life. He still has that golden tipple set up in Arsenal for when he starts to draw the hands where he can utilize those, and establishing an ally on board.
Yeah, that's massive. Like, despite being so pressured and so disrupted in the back-to-back turns, has managed to find the line to drop an ally and attack and pressure Hayden Day's life total. And in the end, Ollie is 4 life ahead here.
Yep, so Hayden, again, access to a very aggressive hand, as you pointed out, has access to that Tarantula Toxin Arsenal. And I like this, just choosing, again, to preserve a little bit of life where he needs to. Not falling into the trap of saying, I'm just going to pure race you and then get blown out by one of these really explosive gravy turns.
Yeah. The slightly awkward thing for Hayden is he doesn't have that red stealth attack on top of the Kiss of Death, so he can't go Kiss of Death, Toxin, at Ollie Berry and then manage to clear the ally. So let's see if he wants to just go face or respect the Sawbones.
Yeah, because I mean, sure, you could go like Persuasive into the Sawbones and use the Mantle. That doesn't feel great necessarily. I mean, even the Kiss of Death to try clear the Sawbones.
Yeah.
We'll see if he's going to value sort of trying to present a little bit more disruption on this turn.
And here we go. Kiss of Death. Targeting the Sawbones, trying to clear this.
Yep, I think recognizing as well, like, look, Ollie still has no gold. Let's keep him off these allies for now. And if I can disrupt him, just even if I get 1 card out of his hand with this Persuasive, that's a bit of a big win for me. So again, has the ability to play out that Persuasive Prognosis, and if he wants to, he can go Flick Knives, take up the Mantle, pull up that Mark of the Black Widow that he had as well, to push some damage and start disrupting from the hand.
Yeah.
And Ollie, again, no ally in hand. Does have the yellow golden tipple.
Wow. And that's one of the kind of tension points of those gravy decks, right? Is when do you draw these allies? And one of the scary things is if you are in a situation where you draw a lot of non-allies, it means that potentially later on in the game you might just see them clumped down the line.
You know they're coming up.
And by that time, when you're kind of low in life, it can get very awkward.
Yeah, so Ollie definitely a tough defensive decision here, because if he pushes in 1 card, gets blown out by, say, like the take up the Mantle into Mark of the Black Widow, that makes his hand, again, just a little bit awkward. So, I mean, he is going to most likely be able to hold on to at least 1 card and that Prismatic Ley Line, maybe trying to get his engine going with that red golden tipple from Arsenal, but you really want to be discarding allies, like not your actual, like, cards.
For sure. I mean, yeah, the Persuasive, even with just 2 cards, the range. See, from Ollie's side, we do know Hayden's got that Take Up the Mantle and the Tarantula Toxin. But on Ollie's side, you just...
This could be a Justin Nick, could be anything.
Yeah, exactly.
I mean, even the Black Tech Whisperer's right is still an option. This could be a Black Tech into a Codex, you never know.
Okay,
and
choosing
to defend for 6
respecting this attack, I think Ollie's doing a great job at actually maintaining that life total. He's been defending, yes, he has been disrupted with the Blanche, etc., but he is maintaining that life lead, waiting for an opening and waiting for that turn where he can play out some allies and pressure Hayden.
So, Karol, I mean, Hayden's going to be able to get quite aggressive here. So he has that Tarantula Toxin available in Arsenal. So he is going to be able to get over the top of this. If he wants to go Flick Knives with a Hunter's Glaive, mark your opponent, and then go +3 from the Mantle, bring this up to 6, -3 on your Tarantula Toxin on one of your cards, you get this 3 damage over and still strip a card from Ollie's hand. And Ollie's hand does not work that well with just 1 card in hand, 1 card in Arsenal.
True. That is one of the kind of weaknesses of Gravies is the one card hands, right?
Yep.
It's so rare to be able to present anything with one cards, unless, of course, you have allies in play.
Yep, but Hayden taking his time on this one. He doesn't want to get blown up by a defense reaction. As well, when you use the Flick Dice here to mark your opponent, you're giving up the extra damage from the Kiss of Death, being able to flick that as well.
Yeah, it's got to be a consideration. Do I want to get the damage with the Kiss of Death? And he is going for it. He wants to mark his opponent.
I like this. Again, I mean, I've said it a million times, but no gold on Ollie's side to be able to fix his hand, to be able to just like dump those cards into the graveyard.
That red tipple's just waiting.
Yeah.
It's just waiting.
I think Hayden knows, like, look, I just want to keep pushing, keep pushing.
So now they're even. Whatever red stealth attack Hayden gets is going to be 6-on-6, so he will have to commit the Tarantula Toxin.
Yep, just taking his time. I feel like the mark of the Black Widow is going to be the pick here. But, yep, just weighing up all the options. Maybe another cheeky infiltrate, but no, the mark of the Black Widow coming down here.
Yep. And that just gives Hayden just another kind of turn cycle to work with once he strips that extra card from Ollie's hand.
Yep, so he does go for the Flick Knives into Mantle into Tarantula Toxin line. Going to be pushing 3 damage over the top here. And yeah, this is a little bit rough for Ollie. So if we look at the hand here again, it's the yellow Golden Tipple, the yellow Prismatic Leyline.
Yeah.
Yep, when you banish one of these cards from hand, like, what does your turn look like?
I mean, you can play out that Tipple, but
for 3
I
damage?
just better just pass with the card in hand, potentially. That's the thing. Even with these 2 cards that Ollie had, if he could keep these, he could generate a gold with the Tipple in his arsenal. But now,
yeah, I mean,
it's not looking great.
I do like the block from Ollie. It plays around something like that Justinic, and just saying, look, if I can keep these 2 cards in the Tipple, at least I can make something happen. This was just the worst case scenario where the Mantle comes down plus another react, and suddenly you're left with a pretty rough hand.
Yeah.
So Hayden's just thinking here, like, you know, don't drop like a Call to Grave and slam a big ally.
That's the thing.
Yep, and as you mentioned, Karol, Ollie just passes the turn here.
And I think it's fair enough because he has that option to play out that Prismatic Leyline just to dig a bit deeper, but it is a yellow that he knows he can potentially use the following, use to discard the following turn just to start generating that gold.
Okay, I mean, this hand isn't actually necessarily what Hayden wanted to see here. Like, he would have loved to go for, like, go again, threatening disruption, instead picking up 2 attack reactions, a Codex, and the Command and Conquer here.
So there's no stealth attack, 2 reactions that primarily want to line up with the stealth attack, and a Codex.
Yeah, I mean, does have some options here. He could just go for a bit of a like mid-rangey turn, pitch those 2 reds, drop the Command and Conquer, Arsenal that Codex, try set up for next turn. But he knows Ollie's been sitting on that Arsenal for a long time. Ollie at this point with a 3-point life lead. Let's have a look at this hand again.
He does have some blue 3 blocks, which is quite nice, but still, where are these allies,
where
Kieran?
are the
Where
allies?
are the allies?
Because, I mean, he does have that snag in hand, not that good on this turn. Does have the Fearless Confrontation and loot the hold. So if a Command and Conquer comes down here, probably going to be pretty happy just pushing in 2 of those 3 blocks and finally getting to clear that Tipple from Arsenal, get your first gold.
Yeah, most definitely. So yeah, I think it was quite a heads-up play from Ollie, keeping the Prismatic and giving himself that window of, you know, what if I don't draw another yellow? So yeah, keeping that, maybe we'll let him generate some gold the following turn, but that Command and Conquer, and it's really taken advantage of Ollie not having that Crown of Providence here.
Yep, so Ollie probably thinking this is maybe about as good as this turn could have gone for me at least. You know, it's not like multiple attacks into threatening reactions. It's just
and Ollie is eyeing up to actually defend with the Prismatic Leyline, and I have a feeling we might see a Raging Onslaught number 2 here.
Well, we did see Ollie take a look at the top card of the deck there off the compass. One thing, if that's not a card he actually wants to put in Arsenal or is not that high value, might just be thinking, look, I want to save this Tipple for like max value, like not discarding a Leyline. So I think he is tossing up between pushing in the 2 blues or just defending with this Prismatic Leyline, coming in for 5 more damage. Yep, so actually it's going to go with this line, defend for 5, present 5 damage back, and just wait for my turn.
The patience on this player. He is happy to present 5 damage and just wait. And Ollie knows that. I have a feeling, Kieran. I have a feeling that four allies might be waiting on the top of his deck at some point.
Okay, so from Hayden's side here, we see a pick up the pieces, double Odd Weaver Spinneret, and we can't quite make out that last card.
Odd Weaver Spinneret is a great timing for Hayden here because the Tunic is on 3. He will be able to, he has that slot available to him, so yeah.
Yep, this lines up really nice because it goes Odd Weaver Spinneret. You're actually able to come with the Hunter's Glaive, hopefully mark your opponent, then...
The perfect resources for that Codex play, right?
Yep. So actually, this just has natural go again from the Slippy Hero ability. So not choosing to come in with that Hunter's Glaive first.
Yeah.
This is actually much better than what I was saying. Because now you, which is a very common.
You don't need the opponent to be marked, right? When you're about to CNC them.
This is a very common theme for me in commentary. I go for one line and I'm like, wait, the player's made the right line. So you go for the 4 go again with this. Now you've got Codex CNC, just again presenting a bit more disruption.
And saving that Tunic for the following turn.
So Ollie finally picking up a hand that kind of works. So he's put his hand on the table, but I saw a couple of allies and a couple of blues. So you might be thinking, finally, I get to use my tipple.
Not
but
for long.
There might be some bad news for you.
Yeah. And still, despite feeling, like the feeling is right that Ollie is so on the back foot, but yeah. Life totals are quite easy.
Still got the 3-point life lead. I think it'll be a real consideration here for Ollie to say, like, look, do I just give up at this point? Do I give up my arsenal and just start trying to get allies? It looked like I saw a Quarter Grave in hand.
Yeah, I believe there was a Blood in the Water as well. So 2 allies, a Blood in the Water, and that Portside Exchange. So Ollie actually cannot cover up that Command and Conquer. This is not what you want to see right now.
Yeah, I think this might be the time where you just have to give up on that poor red tipple.
Hayden's actually considering Blanche as well. He does have the resources for it.
Okay, so the Blanche would actually be...
Ooh. So valuing the Blanche over the Command and Conquer, which is fair enough because obviously you don't know what your opponent has and that gold-baited hook has been committed already. So Hayden must be thinking, you know what, I think I'm better off with this 7 breakpoint to stop potential tipples, etc. But it actually gives Ollie a little bit of a window.
Although I like this, man, because I was thinking the CNC and hey, you brick that Blood in the Water. The Blood in the Water is good here, but it blocks for 6, not 7. So, I mean, you can play Blood in the Water, discard an ally, but are you giving up your Dead Threads there? Maybe. But if you decide to block with the other defensive card in your hand, which is that Portside Exchange, what does your turn look like? I mean, it's not looking like much.
Blanches actually have been putting in the work, haven't they?
Yeah, so I think Ollie's made the correct read here. Look, I can't just sit here and keep doing nothing for the rest of this game. Oh, and gets the ally off the top.
Ally off the top. That's actually massive for Ollie.
So a slight punish here going for the Blanche over the Command and Conquer. I understand why you only get really a bit juiced there by the Blood in the Water, and you have seen one already.
But that's the thing. In the game state that Hayden can see, it makes perfect sense. I think coming in for 7 is actually so strong.
And honestly, that Dead Threads is like, sure, it got to block for 1, but that's a big part of Gravy's resource curve, what makes the deck so efficient. Losing access to that when life is still 21 to 20.
And all of a sudden, that trump can be a little bit more awkward than it used to be.
Yep, so the Portside Exchange going to go ahead and discard the Soulbones here, picking up a gold, finally.
There is that gold for Ollie.
Okay, and now we can maybe start to get the ball rolling a little bit. So we've picked up the yellow golden tipple off the top. That could be used to play the red tipple, discard this other ally. You're starting to get the allies into the graveyard now. You're starting to establish more gold on board.
Yeah, but losing that Dead Threads is actually quite punishing. It makes those allies a little bit harder to play out.
Yeah, I mean, also an option here to just pitch both of these to lay down Chum, attack for 4. I think Ollie also considering that because, you know, you don't know the top card at this point. If you pitch away this tipple, play tipple and don't draw the right card.
And draw like a random ally or something.
Yeah, because as you mentioned, no access to the bailout from the threads here.
Yeah, I feel like Ollie's considering, does he have to get aggressive here? Does he have to try and attack with that golden tipple, maybe threaten a gold-baited hook? But no, he is Mr. Patient. Playing out that charm, attacking in for 4, threatening another gold.
Yeah, I like this. So you keep the red tipple as well to start pushing a little bit more damage. And your gold generation has been so light this game that you want to actually pick up a little bit more. Yeah. Oh, and this is a scary turn.
Just in a razor's edge. Wow. Now, it's the great thing about Slippy, right, is if you attack with that bonds, there's no priority window for Ollie to activate the trump. So if Hayden actually decides to go for this particular line, it can be extremely punishing.
I mean, also if he wants to deny Ollie gold here, could get a bit aggressive and say, I'm going to defend with Infect and my Black Tech Whisperers. Shut off your gold for the turn. There's always a pivot point in this game where you decide to go face or go allies. The Bonds is really, really scary and good, but back of Hayden's mind is going to be thinking, like, I have to deal with that Chum at some point in this game.
For sure. I mean, you're looking at presenting, 10 plus damage, but if Ollie manages to stick this Chum around and maintain that gold, even with losing his strongest card from hand, he can output quite a bit and try to just,
Yeah, so he didn't quite catch that card in Hayden's arsenal. Maybe he'll show us one more time. Come on, Hayden, I'm sending my Jedi mind tricks. No luck. Because a lot of this turn actually depends on what is in the arsenal. Because with the Black Tech Whisperers here, we see the Bonds with 2 attack reactions in hand. He can actually go to give it go again after Black Tech in order to activate that third attack reaction.
Yep.
He will also, and then potentially if the Chum isn't activated, could follow up from arsenal. Like, I mean, if he hit a Codex, so he gets back-to-back Codex here, that would be huge.
Yeah. So many lines. And
no blocks. Okay, no blocks. Hayden going to drop down to 17, give Ollie that second gold. I mean, also an attack reaction here, if you actually get to lead out with the Bonds, and then you can use Infect to clear the Chum afterwards if you need to.
Potentially. And there's a bit of a tell by Hayden not defending with the Black Tech Whisperers. Probably giving a little bit of information to Ollie potentially that he won't be looking to activate that piece of equipment.
Yeah, I mean, there are multiple lines for the Bonds here as well. You could just go Bonds, Justinic, Flick Knives, attack reaction from Arsenal. Then that opens up the Infect into Chum the following turn.
I like that how the players aren't going for these big kind of potentially risky plays. They're playing very considered. You want to clear the Chum. You want to maintain the lack of board state on your opponent's turn. And then, bam, that's the card he had. He had another command.
Okay, so picking up the CNC off the Codex was quite a nice pickup there. And I like this line again, just playing very patient. Clearing the Chum, I know that's going to be a huge issue at some point. I'm not going to go all in on this Bonds turn. Use all my equipment, potentially leave a Chum that's just going to get me later in the game here. Choosing to play slow and steady, clear your allies off the board, keep presenting disruption. And that Justinic, we know there's going to be targets to that later on.
And I actually wouldn't be surprised if Hayden is putting Ollie on the 3rd copy of Blood in the Water in Arsenal, because this card's been just sitting there for so long.
Yep, so we see a Chart the High Seas and a Murderous Rabble available. Can he hit the... Okay, so he hits the perfect ally plus
there comes
blue.
The Whaler. Whaler in the bin.
So he's gone up to 3 gold now, so finally getting his resource engine going with that 3 gold.
Yeah, and all of the sudden, right, his options are starting to open up. The play lines are starting to get a bit deeper, and yeah, the Murderous Rabble is going to come in for 3. Great way for Ollie to gain a little bit of information on the top of his deck as well while presenting damage.
Yep, so the Murderous Rabble comes down. Now Hayden is going to check what allies are available for Ollie to play on this turn.
So there is that Whaler, there's that Sawbones.
So it looks very likely to be the Sawbones here. No resources available for that Whaler, so it seems pretty clean to come in with Murderous Rabble, then follow up with the Sawbones attack for 6, establishing an ally, presenting 9 points of damage on this turn. And
Hayden has a pain in the backside, take up the mantle, Double Trouble. So Double Trouble is a great target for that Justinic potentially.
Ooh, this could actually be a huge turn, Karol. So, I mean, Hayden has the pain in the backside to clear that Sawbones if he wants to.
Yeah.
And then Double Trouble plus Justinic plus Mantle, you could actually pick up the Bonds off that as well.
Yeah.
Okay, so quite likely here to see the Sawbones chuck down.
So yeah, one of the risks in that play, Kieran, is that if, let's say Hayden does commit a dagger, his last Hunter's Clave for this play, if Ollie somehow stops that and with no way to mark his opponent, things late game can start to get a little bit dicey.
Yep, so instead Hayden choosing to defend with that Double Trouble. So it does have the pain in the backside to clear the Sawbones if he wants.
And I have to say, from Ollie's side, this game has not been going that smooth, right? You draw a bunch of allies, you don't draw any allies for the longest time, but he's maintaining that life lead so well.
And now he's very much got his game plan online. He has 4 gold available, a very awkward defending hand, I will say.
Yeah. Out of Desire Body here. So the on-hit might not be as relevant, but I think Hayden is is willing to lose that Hunter's Clave to potentially mark his opponent and make a big play happen here.
Yep, does have that access to take up the mantle. Over on Ollie's side, I mean, one thing is, oh, and there's the ally clump. 3 allies and an Ivor
He
Fidia.
cannot defend this at all. So if Hayden just presents all his cards, manages to take up the mantle, get Ollie marked, and play the bonds, follow up with just a Nick, that could be pretty insane.
And one thing is, we talked about the Murderous Rebel giving Ollie information, also gave Hayden information that there is a Ivor Fidia, a no-block card in this hand.
You're right. Oh, there is no bonds in the graveyard just yet.
Ah, yeah, 'cause it was switched away.
Persuasive Prognosis, just as strong of a target here. Yeah, one of those great Justinic targets.
So maybe actually just wanting to hold on to that Justinic. So that's just coming in for 4 here. So an interesting interaction coming up with the Compass, able to actually see what that top card of deck is, and then maybe manipulate it with Gravy Bones. Because if Ollie sees a yellow on top, thinking, wait, do I really want to get one of these allies banished? But honestly, I mean, this is a nice turn for Hayden, but it's not fantastic.
Yeah.
And like Ollie is finally going to be able to use that tipple if he needs to.
Oh, no. So this is coming in still. You've resolved this.
Oh, so
Turned
sorry,
it into-
okay, so
I'm just thinking if I want to...
so you've passed priority on the mantle?
On the mantle.
Okay, sure.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, if you pass priority.
Okay, so players just
Sure thing.
working out the
Sorry, I thought you were-
stack, what has result, what hasn't, and Ollie was just saying, you know what, he just passed on that, take up the mantle. Now Justinic bringing it up to 9.
The 9?
And this is going to banish a lot of cards now.
Yeah.
Resolve the Justinic trigger first.
So resolving the Justinic trigger first, and Hayden with the ability to gain a little bit of life here, which is actually really important. Oh, and
Oh, banishing that chum.
banishes a chum.
Okay,
Oh,
so
and
it is
Rigger.
an ally, so he will be able to banish another ally from Ollie's hand.
So actually going to go ahead and gain 3 points of life off this Persuasive Prognosis.
That's pretty nice, and this is how Hayden gets ahead on the life race.
So this game is actually starting to get very close, because Ollie with access to all this gold, he has the Ivor Fidia here, which is going to be able to pitch to the golden tipple, so he knows what he's going to what he will draw as well, discarding an ally and going to be able to establish an ally on board.
You were watching the game.
Also has the ability just to start drawing through multiple cards, actually utilizing this gold for a big push turn if he wants to.
That's true. I mean, yeah, it's nice for Ollie, I have to say, to be able to keep that eye over Fidia. And yeah, just leaving Ollie with the swabbies, not giving him too many options on decisions on what to discard.
Yep, so we may see a bit of digging with the gold here, because this is the point where your opponent's on 14, no arsenal, it's going to have 4 cards in hand
Open things up with this.
with the golden tipple.
Oh yeah, oh yeah.
And let's see if we can spot the cards off the top of the deck here.
Do anything else.
Chart the high seas and an anchor. So I mean, chart the high seas could be pretty nice here. No Mage Master boots though, so may want to actually find something a bit more aggressive.
Yeah, 2 allies in the bin. I mean, he does have to find a blue to play out.
Yeah, we'll chuck them on top in this order.
Okay, gonna leave them both on top. So he draws the chart the high seas.
To discard first.
That's fine. It didn't touch.
Yep, okay, yep. So it does need to discard first, generating that 5th gold. Gonna draw the chart the high seas. Now he knows there's that ally on top as well, so he could chart to get rid of that ally, pick up more gold, and then start digging with the gold if he wants to.
Yeah.
So Hayden gonna go ahead and say no blocks here.
11.
Okay, no attack reactions
Yeah.
in this hand.
And that is part of the variance on the Slippy side, right? Sometimes you can get all reactions, sometimes you can get all attack actions, so it's one of those turns.
Another goal.
Okay, so 5 resources available, 6 gold now. Yeah, and joking about the dead threads, but not too impactful with all these resources on board. And you did mention earlier, Cal, the issue with giving up that Hunter's Clave, not being able to mark your opponent. I mean, that Mark of the Black Widow is looking pretty weak in Hayden's hand right now.
Yeah, exactly.
And here's a bit of the ally clump you mentioned. 2 allies banished already. There was another ally on top previously. It's going to crack. Okay, draws the blue golden tipple. That's a really nice bailout. Just lets you continue the turn. You can tipple, discard one of these allies, and just keep drawing, keep making that gold.
Now the decision is, what ally do you want to establish here? Is Chum something that does Ollie want to go more defensive, trying to establish that Chum, put Hayden in a position where like he has to start respecting the allies still, Or does he want to just pressure the life total with something like a Swabby?
So discards the Chum there. Picking up that Sea Legs off the top is quite a nice pickup because with no Mage Master boots at this point, action points are a bit of a restriction for Ollie. Does have the option to actually Golden Tipple, get rid of that Sea Legs in order to get that Gold Kiss run down. Probably
Could
wants
be a
to...
little bit risky because I think this is the perfect time to activate the Compass. He needs to check if it's a red because he needs to get resources to continue his turn if he does decide to commit to the Golden Tipple.
Yeah, because it actually looks like just the Chum in the bin at the moment. Multiple allies were banished, so you're actually right.
He does have a Whaler there in there as well, but I don't think that would be a pretty loose goal.
Oh, and there actually is an Anchor sitting some... and
some Swabbies as well.
can you... Can we have the allies cleanly put off to one side for us? Yeah. I think I'm too used to players splitting them up a bit more separately, but I think there are actually multiple allies when we have a look through. We see a Swabby, we see a Chum. There's plenty of allies to go around.
So I like this. Ollie's going for quite an aggressive line. He's going to gold baited hug the Swabby and really put Hayden in a position where he has to start presenting a lot of damage here.
So we'll see. Hayden, this does give Hayden...
I do feel like it actually lines up. Hayden must be loving this because this is the perfect hand where he can defend a little bit, clear the Swabby, and reset.
A chance to deny 1 gold if he wants to with the Black Tip Whisperers. So a pretty clean line here is you block this for 6 or 7. You clear that ally with the Infiltrate. Yeah, and actually it's going to deny the gold. I like this because you might want that for something like a Loot the Hold later on, but shutting off the gold is nice.
And that is actually kind of more threatening once it has that counter on because it's kind of sending a signal to Ollie being like, I can use this at any time.
So over on Ollie's side, what's he going to pick up here? Okay, so he's got the Loot, the Hold, the Port Side Exchange, a handful of blues, which is actually totally fine with number of gold you have.
Yeah.
Now Hayden putting that Bonds Wagoning into Arsenal, and I think this is his win condition at this stage of the game.
Yeah.
Like, things are starting to get a little bit scary. Ollie's going to offer Disruption on this turn with that Loot the Hold. Has to tip the Barkeep in order to establish multiple allies if he wants to. It's going to be able to chip a little bit of damage, establish multiple allies potentially, and offer Disruption. Very strong turn coming up for Ollie here. Does Hayden have something?
Yeah, so 4 blues, and this is exactly where you want to be in the gravy seat. You have the gold, you have the allies now, and you have that blue off the top. So, honestly, this is kind of crazy, but Ollie could potentially go for a Whaler attack.
He could. That's actually an open line to him. If he cracks some golds, he can get the resources.
He would need to hit a blue off the top. And is he going for it? Is it a blue?
Yeah, it's a blue. That's a blue.
He does hit that blue. So now he's got the 12 resources in total that you need to play out a Whaler and attack with it.
Okay, so the Whaler does come down, and that's going to attack in, representing lethal damage here and a gold on hit. Now, does Hayden have some way to be able to pressure back on this turn?
Oh, wow.
So he does have the Kiss of Death, the Tarantula Toxin, the Save of Bloodshed.
I actually believe that this could be a play where Hayden's actually considering, you know what, I've got the hand, the Toxin, the Save of Bloodshed, and the Kiss of Death, and those 3 cards can deal so much damage that maybe he might go face and just say, you know what, I'm gonna defend the Whaler with 1 card, drop down quite low, but present so much damage with the 3 cards remaining that it can be enough to close the game.
Perhaps even considering just pushing in the Tunic, go down to the Tunic and the Flick Knives. It would take both. That's a bit much.
It's actually a little bit awkward. I wonder if Hayden would have gone for that play if he was on 11 here.
Yep. So does have some options here. Could choose to defend with that Art of Desire. Now, the Tarantula Toxin, the problem is going for the bonds line here is it actually requires your opponent to defend. So I
would love for Hayden to attack with the bonds, hopefully get Ollie to commit quite a few cards, and potentially then play the Kiss of Death.
Yeah, so
go for the sidestep.
It looks like he's, having looked through the graveyard here, does have the ability to, if he wants to, defend this with a couple of cards. Also, that deck's starting to get a little bit thin. So he can clear this Whaler with something like the Save of Bloodshed plus Kiss of Death.
Honestly, Kieran, I know that it might be the right play to clear the Whaler and play it safe, but I just want Hayden to just go all in. I want to see them bonds. I want to see that Kiss of Death in action.
I don't hate going face here because it feels like this game is very much starting to get away from you. There's a Whaler on board. Your opponent has 3 gold. They've got a card in Arsenal. Maybe you just say, okay, Save a bloodshed, going to come in.
So he is going to clear the Whaler. All right. That's how you want to roll Hayden. I respect it. I respect it. I would have straight up gone face.
Yep, so maybe the Bonds does go face now, but there's no way to get this online if your opponent doesn't block.
You can. You've got the 2 equipment and...
But the Tarantula Toxin gives -3 to a card defending.
Oh, yeah. So you're basically relying on Ollie to defend here.
Yeah.
Which, honestly, he might just say no blocks.
Because, I mean...
That is one of those things...
I mean, I guess the issue with going no blocks here is you're dead to Justinic.
Yeah.
So... I mean... So, I mean, it is a scary... It certainly is a scary no blocks.
Yeah. We have seen quite a few Justinics already. Maybe...
Which is 2, putting me to 8.
Oh, yeah. So...
Because flicking the Kids of Death drops you down by 2.
Yeah.
I think he's maybe thinking, like, look, do I die to a +3 or am I just dead to Justinic?
Mm-hmm. Hayden's been disrupting Ollie so well this whole game, and I can't believe that, you know...
Oh, will I?
That is...
Okay, so
there is actually a line that could work.
It's a little bit unconventional. There's a little bit... Actually, there is a bit of an unconventional line.
The chain is open. You have a Kiss of Death on the previous chain link, which is a dagger, so you could potentially pump that with that Tarantula Toxin.
Oh, it doesn't feel great, but it is a line. It is a line.
Mm-hmm. Now that line doesn't...
I think he really wants Ollie to defend with at least 1 card here.
Okay, so Ollie's considering his options. He's activating Gravy's hero ability, digging for something, potentially that 3rd blood in the water if he is playing one of those.
Yeah, because the problem here for Hayden is Ollie just has so much damage coming down on this follow-up turn. He's got the Conqueror of the High Seas, Tipples, multiple allies to play with.
I think Ollie might be considering, you know, I can not go... No, basically throw 1 card down, and no matter what you play with the Bonds, I can still do something with my hand. So,
a big. So is he going to get 2 cards here?
Yeah, that would be huge.
Because this Bonds is going to get up to 7.
Yeah.
Okay, so Hayden's going to be pretty happy with this.
Mm-hmm. He managed to clear the Whaler and then play out the Bonds and still just present so much threat.
Yep, so the Flick Knife's going to push 2 damage here from the Kiss of Death and flicking that.
Mm-hmm.
We're going to see the Black Tech Whisperers used. And the Tarantula Toxin giving the -3. And he's like, yeah.
Yeah, there it is.
So the thing is, this is, this is a win for Hayden. He gets to connect with the Bonds of Agony, but because Ollie has access to 2 gold and Hayden's so low on life, I think Ollie's still going to be able to navigate this turn okay.
Yeah.
Okay,
so
but I mean,
here's
actually...
an interesting decision point as well. Which card do you leave Ollie Berry with? Call to Grave.
I like taking the Call to Grave here. Like, just try shut off. Hopefully his arsenal's a bit of a brick. Leave him with just a golden tipple and say, like, your Gravy's tapped already. Maybe I make you pitch this tipple to draw a gold.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. It really puts Ollie in a tricky position. If that's not a blue in an arsenal, then...
Yeah, so
it really shuts down his turn. Yeah, and here we see Hayden eyeing up that Call to Grave.
Yep, just wants to take a look through. I mean, obviously there's going to be, well, most likely there'll be more tipples left in the deck than there are Call to Graves, but at this point, you're not so much worried about fatiguing your opponent. It's like, how do I survive and actually kill you? I'm on 2 life, you're on 7. I think it has to be the Call to Grave here.
Yeah. And that's another thing that Hayden gets is all this information, right? Like, what does Ollie have left?
Okay, so still a lot of allies left. I mean, not a whole lot of allies, but he's probably not going to need all of them to close out this game. So Hayden probably just thinking, okay, now I'm actually back in the game. Like, depending on what Ollie presents on this follow-up turn here, down to 2 gold, so hopefully I can start to run him a little bit lower on gold. And if I can draw an actual Disrupt Defend, if I can get away with defending with, like, say, 1 card here, like, maybe unlikely, but if I can do that, then I'm actually right back in this thing.
Yeah.
A very back-and-forth game. A lot of patience displayed from both sides here as well.
For sure. I love how a lot of these play lines...
Oh, no. And that's actually a golden tipple in Arsenal from Ollie. I think we did see that from last turn. So, I mean, getting stranded with a tipple in hand, tipple in Arsenal, considering if he wants to maybe crack a gold here, or even the ability to, because I think he might have saved that blue tipple from a previous turn.
I see. And, you know, Hayden's hand, he's got that Justin, he's got that spike, no stealth attack. So a lot of power cards, but they are a little bit awkward together. Oh. And Ollie decided to dig with that gold. He cracked 1 gold. Golden tipple coming down for 1. And now he's asking Hayden, do you respect the on-hit of the gold-baited hook? Are you willing to give me another gold to work with?
Take 1? Yeah.
Yeah.
So down to 1 life.
Okay, so Hayden did have the option to throw in one of his equipment pieces, but he's saying, you know what, I think I want this tunic
I'll
counter.
play out. I think I don't have any sawbones left.
Okay, so let's have a look at what allies he's got to work with here.
Anchor.
Anchor, Sawbones,
Am I going to
So-
grab
Scuba.
scuba?
Ken's Scuba might be hitting the board.
I'll grab a scuba. Swing.
Yeah.
Put back.
So coming in for 4, still quite threatening. It's going to demand an card and equipment at least here.
Another goal.
And yeah, maybe
Yep, so that Justin not going to be pushed
saving that
in.
prismatic ley line for later.
Yep, and the spike with Blood Rod, I mean, when you're going to block with Tunic with an on 3, that spike with Blood Rod gets a lot worse. But now, I mean, Hayden's hand here, so he has the Codex available. So potentially this is one of those ones where you get an inefficient Codex, where you have the Codex discard a card from hand, and then play something, and then try follow up. Like, drop your Codex, discard your hand, then follow up with that Leave No Witnesses.
Yeah, he does have a Just a Nick in his hand, but he is going for that Kiss of Death. So the great thing about the keeping a card in hand as Slippy is that even if when you attack with that Kiss of Death and hold a card in your hand, and you know he did discard a an attack reaction in the form of Just a Nick, it can tell Ollie, you know, you might have to respect this.
And
this
also
could be an attack reaction.
So, Karol, one thing I haven't pointed out, but looking down at the round timer here, it's actually getting very close to the end of this game in terms of time.
You're right.
And I feel like we are going to get a result, but it's going to be very close. So the Kiss of Death gun, this is very scary, right? I mean, if this comes in with a Razor's Edge, that's just lethal. So this is probably going to demand a card from Ollie. Checking the graveyard, seeing what attack reactions he has access to. But that follow-up to the Leave No Witnesses is also looking pretty damn good here.
Yeah, for sure.
And that's actually going to get 2 cards.
Yeah. Ollie's thinking, you know what, I might have to play around a potential
toxin?
reaction, and this is a total blowout, Kieran.
Okay, so Leave No Witnesses coming down for 4. That's going to pick up that card from Arsenal. Ollie's just going to have to take this so he can swing back with the Scuba.
Yeah.
The
So
flick of death is...
trying not to miss that reaction window where Hayden's able to deal an extra 2 damage thanks to the Flicker Knives.
So now all of a sudden, Ollie all the way down to 1. Flick Knife still available. Still a dagger attack up here. All he's got left in his hand is the blue to attack with Scuba. Hayden is just very much taking control of this game. All he needs to do is keep a card so he can Flick of Death the Calypsorite, and that's lethal.
Yeah, for sure. This is not a spot you want to be at against any assassin, right? 1 life, your opponent has a dagger and a Flick Knives, and you're just like, no.
Okay, so we do have gold
digging.
ability. Oh, and that picks up a tipple off the top, but I mean, the tipple's not great here.
Yeah, so it was a blue tipple. It allows him to dig a little bit further.
So potentially looking for that last
There's
copy
another
of...
tipple.
Maybe looking for that last copy of Sawbones if there's one left to try and prevent that Flick Knives damage.
And it is a red tipple.
But this
So
is...
yeah, swinging in with Scuba.
That's just-
Hayden happy to just defend this out, knowing that he's got enough attacks to...
Yep,
flick
and that's a
the
Kiss
lethal.
of Death. So Kiss of Death into pitch attack with Calypso, flick the Kiss of Death, and that's going to be all she wrote.
I get a gold.
Okay, so we have gone to time, so Hayden has a turn, but he's going to pick up this game just in time, it looks like, by the skin of his teeth. The Kiss of Death comes down. I think Ollie sees the writing on the wall, and that gets the fist bump. And
There
wow,
we go.
I mean,
Hayden Dale taking out the win on this one.
we talked about the Slippy Gravy matchup being pretty close to being considered a bit of a 60-60 on both sides, and we saw that it was a bit of a weird start to the game. We saw Slippy playing out like 3 cost 7 power of attacks, like dropping multiple blanches to try turn off the colors for those golden tipples, actually being very effective, making Ollie IP on sort of multiple turns in that game. shutting off the Water Grave. A bit of an awkward start for Ollie, not finding those allies. Once he got the ball rolling, he got up to 4 gold. He established that Whaler on board. It looked like he was starting to be able to run away with it.
Yeah.
But Hayden just playing very patiently, reminding me of you. You always play patiently. It really pisses me off, you know. But being very patient, clearing the allies where he needed to, waiting for a spot, offering the disruption, and then he found that window towards the end where he said, look, I can defend with 1 card, keep a 3-card hand here, and just offer the disruption, offer the damage, get you down to 1, and finish you off with Flick Knives in the nick of time.
Yeah,
just
the nick of time. I have to say, I was very impressed with those Blanches as well. Very cool tech card, as you mentioned, can be used against Prism as well. But I think Hayden made the right call of finding the moment when Ollie just didn't have that gold, and that card just turns off all that gold generation in form of those golden tipples, etc. And once that gold-baited hook was down, that attack for 7 was just so annoying.
Yeah,
and
managing to pick up the dead threads, just making those resources a little bit awkward like you talked about. So a lot of back and forth, a lot of jockeying for position, a lot of patient, disciplined play from both sides.
The discipline, I feel like that would summarize that whole game was discipline from both sides. I was very impressed with Ollie keeping composed and maintaining, still finding ways, using the Mage Master boots, etc., to still drop an ally and pressure Hayden's life total.
Yeah, it reminds me of all those games I lose to you internally where you're just a little bit more disciplined than me.
I don't know, Kieran. A lot of those turn cycles, I was like, yeah, you just go face, ignore the Ouellet, like why not, right? But yeah.
So another fantastic game of Classic Constructed, and I'm quite excited by this meta, but I'm actually going to be really excited to see the shake-up that comes with Super Slam, with some of the expansion. We have a whole lot of expansion style cards of stuff coming in as well.
Yeah.
But also, make sure you get out to the pre-release on September 19th at World Premiere Montreal. Man, the energy of the World Premiere events is just unbelievable.
Yeah. So Montreal, I don't know, not much of a wrestling fan, but I've heard from the Grapevine that is a home to a lot of like the wrestling kind of stuff. So
the Montreal Screwjob, bit of history.
Yeah, there you go. So yeah, make sure to get through to Montreal for the world premiere, and get to the pre-release and also pick up some packs on the release day.
Let's take a look at some of the heroes that you'll be playing during this world premiere, and starting off with a bit of Tough Nut, a bit of a crowd favorite internally. Tough Nut, the bumbling holster, a 3 intellect brute with 40 life, and like you look at the hero ability, you kind of know this pairs up nicely with rock.
Yeah, honestly, sometimes there's nothing better than just sit there and throw a rock at your opponent. Moving on, we have Pleiades, Superstar, and Confidence. She is a master of generating these confidence tokens, which are just so good at pushing damage. So if you like to play with a little bit of evasion, if you like to play auras and your Guardians, definitely check out Pleiades.
Also very good at manipulating suspense counters. And I also want to point out, wait, is that a Guardian instant that defends for 3 within the palm of their hands? That's pretty damn exciting for all the Guardian players out there.
Yeah.
But moving on to one of your favorite heroes.
Yeah. Cheeto, KO, the underhanded cheat. This might actually be my favorite hero right now. I just love the ability to make some vigors, kind of like a grind value. Outside interference opens up your whole game plans, and yeah. But next up,
the Guardian, Lyeth, Goldmane, the Vile Savant.
Yeah.
So this is our first 5 intellect hero as well. I love the unique downside paired with a unique upside. Really interesting hero. A lot of ways to build this, and then we see the bully tactics as well. 0 cost, being able to pay 3 to intimidate up to 3 cards out of your hand.
Yeah, and this is a Guardian that we have never seen before. It completely opens up the play patterns for those people who haven't enjoyed Guardians before, but you have to check out Lyeth.
And I think some of our OGs who played back in the day with things like Crucible of War are going to appreciate this. For one night only, Super Rares are back for a special guest appearance.
Yeah, exactly. And that completely opens up the limited environment. I mean, like, you see a Super Rare and you can build your whole deck around it. So one of my favorite things about Super Slam Limited is, a lot of the time you just see every card in your deck in Flesh and Blood limited formats, and this can literally let you build a whole deck around it, which adds so much variance and variability to deck construction.
And I want to say as well, if you're not necessarily a Brute or Guardian main player, we kind of are, but if you're someone who enjoys all the different things that Flesh and Blood has to offer, then have we got something for you? 31 expansion slot cards. And also, I've heard that there may be a chance that one of these expansion slot cards might get spoiled a little bit later on. And I'm just going to say it is a banger.
Honestly, the card that we're about to reveal today is honestly probably one of my favorite cards in the set. So stay tuned, stay with the stream. We will reveal it at some point.
Yep, and yeah, we're going to reveal that one before the final, so stick with us all the way through. It's going to be beautiful. And also, just going to remind everyone, get your tickets now. Going to remind you of the dates. World Premiere Montreal, September 12th to September 14th, coming up very shortly.
Yeah.
We got the pre-release, over 1,600 pre-releases around the world, September 19th, and then release day, September 26th. And I'm hyped. I'm going to be there at pre-release. It's going to be a great time.
It's going to shake things up.
Okay, so that's all from us for now, but don't go anywhere. We'll be back very shortly with some more classic constructed flesh and blood action here from World Tour Auckland. Can't wait.
Yeah.
Welcome back, everyone, to the Flesh and Blood World Tour, where we are following the classic constructed Calling. And what a game we just witnessed.
Absolute slog fest featuring local heartthrob Ollie Berry. Nearly had it there, that scuba, but Hayden Dale just like dutifully holding on to that dagger, just ready to go boink.
Yeah, really pushing it through with that sort of grind out mentality and just clearing the allies when he needed to and then pushing for lethal when they needed. But now we are ready to push to round 9 of this classic constructed Calling. And I believe it is a win and in here. So a lot on the line for these players. So Ira, played by Max, and Dash.io by CYK Lionel.
Uhyoung, who do you think is favored in this matchup between these two heroes?
Man, if Dash.io can hit the gas and keep going, there is a chance that Dash.io can just blow up Ira. But Ira has a lot of efficient 2-card hands lots of defense reactions, lots of disruption. So it's going to be close and it's going to be fierce.
Now we've got CYK Lionel here piloting Dash.io, and we're about to see why he's at the top tables. We've got a lot of wins here against quite a broad range of heroes, and you can see that he's had a 50-50 into Slippy there. It looks like this is his first ninja of the day. However, you know, I was talking to CYK earlier, and, you know, he was pretty confident into Gravy. Doesn't look like he's seen any Gravy, but, you know, boom grenades kill everyone.
And here is Max on Ira, just dominating this competition so far. Not a loss under his belt. Beating the disruption in Slippy, beating the board control in Gravy, beating that solo Dorinthia that I was really excited about. And then, man, Ira is going to be the one to watch because Ira just brings so much into this metagame with lots of disruption, with lots of defensive abilities, lots of efficient turn cycles. So I am excited to see how this game begins, and we're straight into the action. Ira on first turn, swinging that Kodachi, and coming in with Pain in the backside for 3, go again.
We can see here that CYK has also managed to develop a Teklo core and a Teklo pounder, allowing free resources and free damage to erase this Ira. What do we think the Dash.io's game plan is here? Just to completely go aggressive?
Yeah, so Ira wants this game to grind out as long as possible, and CYK Lionel wants to push through as fast as he can. And that is some very good setup on turn 0. Just being able to establish 2 items like that will give him the punch he needs to really push through Ira's defenses.
I really like this Cogwix Tinkerings here. That's new from High Seas, and has like a little bit of cool play in Dash.io, being able to make a golden cog. It might not do anything here, but there's actually a few things you can do with this item, such as we just see, putting a counter onto the gun.
Yeah, and here comes a CNC for 6. That is a lot of disruption here.
Especially, I mean, CYK committing this equipment like extremely early.
Yeah, it's because he has the setup he wants, and he must lock his hand, so he just wants to keep as much of it as possible to just push back, because when Dash.io has bigger hands, the more explosive the turns can be. But this CNC definitely pressuring him a little bit here.
Bro is ready to go.
Yeah, knocks it out. All right, let's see what he can do. Items popping here. 2 free resources generated. All right, coming in with a T-bone boost for 3, going up to 5 thanks to that pounder, and it's going to demand an equipment block here.
This is a mech classic into Ninja, because a lot of Ninja's equipment is Blade Break, and a lot of Ninja's equipment is stuff they really need for the long term, such as Mask of Momentum and Fendal's Spring Tunic. So the T-bone allows, especially in multiples, can really force the Ninja to give up that precious equipment early. But, you know, there's the quick dodge flexes that Max could throw there in a pinch, and there's also the Tiger Stripe Shuko, which Max is probably not unhappy to let go.
Yeah, but it is very powerful. It's just going to get rid of this arm piece just straight off the bat and push 5 damage here.
Max might be okay with this because, you know, CYK has also committed his equipment early, so...
Yeah, a block for 5 on 5. Here comes the next attack.
Outpace.
For 4, go again. Equipment cannot be put onto as defending here.
This is going to be exceptionally hard to block if there's a boom grenade coming off the top of the deck. However, we know that Ira traditionally plays a lot of 0 for 4 defense reactions, so don't count your chickens till they've hatched and exploded in your face.
Exactly. So these annoying breakpoints of 4, and it's important to note that Max doesn't necessarily have much tempo or that many blocks left on his equipment here, but there is a flick black red from Arsenal blocking for 4, very clean, and here's a gun for 2. So
not a bad start from CYK.
Not bad indeed. Just lots of breakpoints, just lots of damage. And he will continue to sort of set up and make sure he can have that explosive turn. We just need to watch out for all these breakpoints that are going to be coming through, because any of these attacks can just have a boom grenade on top and just push through so much more damage than you're expecting.
3 cards in Max's hand as well. Ira's very comfortable playing 2-card hands. Yep, blocks for 2.
Yeah. Happy to block out, keep up that life total buffer. Ira, 2 cards in the grid.
The pressure really is on CYK to be able to continue the pressure turn after turn.
Exactly.
I really like that golden cog there, because you could also potentially throw an adaptive plating with it. So it's kind of free without having to sacrifice one of your other items.
Exactly. That galvanize very powerful on the defense, but here is Kodachi for 1, go again. A classic Ira play.
Kodachi for 1. Kodachi for 2. Broken.
That's bigger than the last one.
2 is bigger than 1.
It sure is.
We are learning how maths works here in real time at World Tour Auckland.
And here comes Gravekeeping. Just simple 1 for 5 here.
Ooh, but it could
With-
trigger Mask.
Indeed. So Mask is just going to be very powerful, just adding to that sort of level of disruption or demanding blocks in this matchup, where Dash doesn't necessarily want to block, but everything's going to be so threatening, especially when they start to have on-hit draw effects. So very good use of this Mask here.
CYK committing the rest of his equipment here, confident that his full grip is going to be an absolute banger of a hand. And I think just like trying to stop Max getting that free card draw, just to be able to take control of the game with these massive turns, especially being able to utilize that last turn of Teklo Core, the second to last turn of that Teklo Pounder, and just trying to throw as much damage as humanly possible while he's got the chance and before he has to start committing blocks from hand.
Yeah, and CYK Lionel is pretty much out of equipment blocks now, so this turn needs to be explosive, otherwise he's going to become very, very vulnerable to some of this disruption Ira will be able to throw out later.
Quick dodge flexes is a real interesting piece of equipment, especially when you can add it multiple times during a turn. So I'm pretty confident we'll see that one come up. Pitch a blue, bring it in, block a couple of times.
Exactly. And here comes 5, boost, go again. Let's see what he is going very fast here. Just not wanting to give up many cards in the hand, just throwing all of his equipment early and just hitting that gas.
CYK on the road to getting a parking fine.
And
Sorry,
here,
speeding fine. Speeding ticket.
and here comes quick dodge flexes right onto the combat chain. This is going to be a big turn, so committing that equipment to make sure to block out all these breakpoints. Here comes 4, go again. And this flex is just going to do a lot of work, just getting all that value he wants.
Yeah,
Blocking two.
especially seeing like CYK like committing all their equipment, going in on the whole hand. Really want to soak that up with quick dodge. Like when your opponent goes in, you know it's time to block them out as much as possible.
Yeah. So let's see what the follow-up is here. It is going to need to do so much more than what he has done right now. 29 to 38.
That is true. You only have a finite number of you have a finite amount of gas in the deck, and when you run out of gas, I mean, you can't really do much.
Yeah, and we also have to be careful about CYK Lionel here. He is boosting a lot, which is Dash Hour's game plan. So he is also susceptible to fatigue, but here comes Null Time Zone.
Calling Command and Conquer.
Yes, so that's just another way to sort of keep his game plan safe.
Good on you. Great record keeping from CYK Lionel. The C stands for clean.
So now, Command and Conquers won't be able to be played by Max, so giving him a little bit of defense here. Here comes Fast and Furious.
It's all about family, you know.
Yes.
I like your yes. Moving on.
Here comes 4, boost, because he has cranked this turn.
Oh, it looks like I might be thinking about the boost.
Oh. Oh yeah, just thinking on
The other thing is he might not necessarily have to boost it because if he uses Dash.io's ability to flip an item off the top of his deck and crank it, he might be able to regain his action point.
That's true, and just helps him save 1 extra card in the deck.
Flexes has gotten so much value.
Yeah, 6 points of defense off that leg piece so far, and he is just going to Arsenal and pass the turn. So he didn't even want to come with the gun on this turn.
Man,
he wants to save those cards.
How are you feeling as CYK in this seat? Like you've only pushed Ira to 36.
He may be somewhat comfortable. He still has 2 items developed on the board, and the card that he saw on top, he clearly didn't want to boost away. He needed that card in his hand. So he must have some kind of powerful piece in his hand that he wants to keep, and maybe the next turn will be rewarded for that.
But it's going to be rough if he keeps facing these, 2-card hands from Ira, especially with those 6 powers getting a break point. We could see something like an erase face or like a weakest link come down and just like
Really ruin the day.
ruin the day.
But at least it won't be a CNC, thanks to this null time zone. But here is Kadachi for 1, go again.
Oh yeah.
And classic, Kadachi for 2. If he takes this, the next attack will threaten Mask here. Let's see what the play is.
And there's a 3 counters and tunic as well, so it could be a 6. It could be a 2 for 6. Oh, okay.
And here comes
All right.
a pain in the backside. Just 3, go again, but it is threatening Mask, and on hit, also deal additional damage.
Especially with that 1 floating, the 3 counters on tunic, drawing into a 2 cost here is just going to get out of control.
Yeah. This should demand a block here. This is a lot.
No, yes. Yeah, you have to do it. You got to.
Unless he's a madman. CYK could just be like, nah, I haven't been issued a speeding ticket yet, so I'm just going to keep my foot on the pedal.
Exactly. Just never break, never stop, and just keep going. And that may be the correct game plan here. Sometimes you just need to take the damage, give your opponent that card because your hand is gas enough to push damage.
We see here in CYK's hand, he's got a maximum velocity. Now, this is one of the powerhouses in the deck that you can use to take back the game by just absolutely ganking them.
Yeah. Will need to boost 3 times before that maximum velocity can be played. So he will need his full grip. So he just says no blocks. Take 3, take an additional 1, let your opponent draw a card. I mean, his hand must be better.
0 for 1.
It is a blue, not necessarily a card he wants to Arsenal, and he will consider it here.
I mean, to be honest, if he drew CNC here, it'd be not great either. But
No.
I'm sure there's a bunch of other 2-cost 6 powers that would be pretty nice in this situation.
Yeah. It will be interesting to see how much Disruption Max has boarded into his deck for this matchup. But here comes Dasho's ability.
CYK doesn't even know that he's gotten away with that. Ooh, boom
And
grenade.
Here comes a red boom grenade off the top. So any damage that is leaked this turn from an attack action card will leak this boom grenade and explode for 4 damage. And he decides not to crank. He does not want that extra action point. So even if this boom grenade does not trigger on this turn, he will have it around for next turn. That is a lot of pressure.
Oh, love it. 5.
Here comes a Zipper hit. 1 for 5 boost.
Ooh,
Very
there's
efficient
another boom
numbers.
grenade off the top.
And it's going to be +2 thanks to those Tekla Pounders. So coming in for 7. What a break point.
Uhyoung, how important do you think these red boom grenades are in this matchup, considering CYK's just banished one off the top of the deck?
Yeah, throughout this matchup, he will need to land some of these boom grenades to really push his deck's damage over the top to get over Ira's defenses. So these boom grenades are key to making sure you are actually dealing enough. Otherwise, if you miss on all your boom grenades, you may just run out of damage before your deck fatigues to actually end Ira.
CYK comfortable to let that red boom grenade go, though.
Yeah. Comes 7. Block for 3. Screams a D reaction. Red flick flack here. Very powerful card. Will give his next combo card additional defenses +2. So we will see.
Really, really, really nice to play that this turn.
Yeah, a very powerful. Essentially becomes a 0 for 6 D react, which is a lot of value here. Here comes Heist.
Oh, this is threatening. So if this hits, this could put the red boom grenade that was banished back into the arena.
Exactly, but because of that red flick flack's effect, if he has a combo card in hand, this will block 5, which will be so clean. But I believe he does not have a combo card.
Doesn't have a combo
follow-up,
card.
so he will not be able to get that flick flack value. And
And he's stuck with the CNC. Oh no, which is still under null time zone.
Yes. So here comes
Yep.
a block for 5. Yeah,
He's got to look.
All right.
And he'll be putting that maximum velocity in his arsenal. Now he's got the backup to get back a red attack. He's got the boom grenade for next turn. He's got the max velocity in arsenal. It's all coming up CYK. He has the ability to pull off a monster turn here, and he's not facing any pressure from Max on this turn.
Yeah, and he didn't manage to push that much damage, but he has set up 3 items and arsenal, and he's going to get full tempo with a 4-card grip. So let's see what he can do. And he's got that maximum velocity in his arsenal. So here comes the Kadachi for 1, just using that tunic, just sort of being efficient with the resources, pushing damage where you can. And Max will pass, draw up to 4. The null time zone is now gone. Boom grenade will need to hit this turn, or else it will be wasted. Cutting through his deck, it is very important to just keep track of what is left in your deck and how much damage your deck has, because depending on what you boost, depending on what you block with, you may just run out of gas really fast. All right, red backup protocol being activated. Pitching 2 will be able to grab an attack action card from the grave to just sort of carry on this turn.
Yeah, he's probably trying to line up his triple boost this turn, especially with the boom grenade, because if Max blocks it out and then you get hit with the maximum velocity and then the boom grenade triggers, I mean, then all of that life that's been carefully conserved could just all disappear in a matter of seconds.
Yeah, here comes 0 to 60 for go again. A very annoying breakpoint.
Looks like Max has got a 0 for 4 defense reaction here to cover that pretty cleanly, but I don't know if the rest of his hand is going to be able to block out what CYK is packing.
Yeah, definitely, especially with that maximum velocity in the arsenal if you can get it off. Let's see how he decides to block here.
Oh,
Block 3. And he's going to elect to
he's gonna discard the
ability.
shelter.
So his hope is that there's going to be a lot of 4-attack breakpoints, and this shelter will help him cover up 4/4/4 using one single card on each of those chain links. Let's see if this gamble pays off. And it does. Here is a T-bone for 1, which the shelter will just cleanly clean up.
But Max is going to have to still commit a Tunic to this because it's a T-bone, so it's going to... Wait, is this equal to the number of boost cards?
No. It's just one piece of equipment here. But there is a banish of Fast and Furious off the top, so CYK Lionel will be able to put a steam counter on a piece of crank equipment that he has. Yeah, the 2 players are just clarifying the board state that they have.
Keeping that backup protocol is insane because if you don't play out the maximum velocity here, you can get back a 0 to 60 for next turn. If you play out the max velocity, you can get it back and play it in a future turn as well.
Yep, so
oh, Pulse Wave Harpoon.
yep, so it's going to demand 3 cards to be shown here, and he can pull out any card with 3 or less defense. And just important to note that he layered that Fast and Furious trigger so that he could play the red backup protocol off the top of the deck and put the steam counter on the backup protocol instead of the boom grenade because he is confident that he's able to push through that boom grenade damage this turn, and he'd rather keep that red backup protocol alive. And here is a Cerebellum processor from the deck. Tap, just activate to just draw a card, which is very, very powerful to extend these turns, especially when Dash has access to multiple action points thanks to her ability.
And he's going to be able to draw a card from Spark of Genius because he has boosted this turn.
Indeed.
And he's got the action points floating from Dash. Like, I'm pretty confident that we're going to see this maximum velocity come down.
Yeah, this is one huge turn here. He's just going to need the resources to be able to send that max velocity through.
Enjoy that juicy 36 life while you can, Max, because it is going down the drain.
Oh, but it is a red. So here is a red T-bone, but it's going to get the last piece of equipment from Max as well.
That's the last shelter.
Yes. What a turn. Now, Ira looking very vulnerable here. No more equipment left. CYK Lionel has managed to destroy all of it. Now, every breakpoint that's going to come through is going to look very frightening.
Down to 1 action point. Now, even if it's a red, yep, see, he can activate the Teklo Foundry Heart to get 2 more resources.
Yep. And just 2 resources.
Wham!
And here comes maximum velocity, threatening the red boom grenade, essentially threatening 14 damage with this attack. And Max has no way to stop this.
We've gone beyond speeding tickets. CYK needs to be in jail for this.
Yeah. He is about to go straight back to the future. Yes. Let's say I made that reference very smoothly.
I liked it. I
Thank you,
liked
thank
it.
you.
I think that was a good one.
There was an attempt. There was an attempt there. Max is just looking through the grave, just trying to figure out how much more damage is left from the cards that have been used and from the cards that have been banished. You'll be able to get a very accurate and decent idea of what is left in the deck.
If you're Max, you're really hoping that after this turn, maybe, just maybe, CYK won't have enough gas to be able to pull off another one, especially with one of those other boom grenades being banished off the top, and maybe he'll just try and eke it out. But, I mean, this is a lot of damage to be taking.
Yeah, damage comes through. Boom grenade is triggered.
And backup protocol to get back maximum velocity, Cerebellum processor to draw cards. Like, one more big turn like this, and it's over.
Yeah. CYK Lionel looking very comfortable in this matchup so far. Keeping the full tempo, still has 2 items on the board. Let's see if we can keep this up. 21 plays 25. Here comes red zipper hit for 5 boost. Go again. Very, very efficient numbers here.
I think that's a yellow. It looks like it's coming in for 4. Still a good break point, especially with no equipment left on board. But, you know, a defense reaction here would cover that quite nicely.
Yeah.
However, looks like Max does have one.
Yeah.
And those erase faces coming up, I bet you he's wishing he saw that maybe just a little bit earlier.
Indeed. Here comes that New Zealand promo sing below. Beautiful. Blocks that breakpoint.
Jinx.
Plays around a potential boom grenade. He will elect to sing, and here comes Throttle 6 boost.
Huge even.
One important thing to note, that is a maximum velocity just got boosted, so he will be down one of those. So the peaks of the deck being removed, a lot of the damage is now beginning to be used up, so CYK Lionel will have to be very careful here.
On the other hand as well, you don't want to draw the maximum velocity on a turn where you're going to get it back from the graveyard as well. So maybe he's okay with that. Maybe he's like, yeah, sure.
Exactly, that red backup protocol, just giving him a lot of flexibility with his draws here.
I'll break the chain.
Breaks the chain.
Now Foundry.
Go Foundry, pitching blue.
Bink.
Goes 2 cards.
Oh, there's the
Gets-
third maximum velocity in
There's
the
a
banish.
third maximum velocity. So that is all the maximum velocities, and CYK Lionel only has access to one more maximum velocity, which is in the graveyard. And the only way he's going to be able to do it again is if he gets it back with red backup protocol. Let's see what he decides to do here.
Worth noting that even though with Dash.io, oh, null time zone.
And he's going to crank out a null time zone. Oh, let's see what he calls here. Electing to not crank at the moment, considering. This is a very difficult decision here. He needs to call the right card to make sure he can keep his hands and continue this aggression.
How many times do I have? Sorry. Okay.
With-
Oh, okay. Thanks. I would crank it. Sorry, did I put a counter? I haven't put it yet, right? Just want confirming. Instead of doing, I did put a counter? No. Okay.
Just making sure he's got the right
Think about
number.
crank. Let me check your. I want to check your graveyard so I can choose the name. Yeah.
Yes, 100% should see what is left of the deck. How many CNCs have come out? How many erase faces has come out?
Oh, sorry.
What is the disruption he needs to play around here?
I will crank it first, and then I will name same thing.
He names the CNC again, a very powerful disruptive ability. Now, again, not available to Max if he has it.
I will then draw.
And CYK has also cranked, so he has 2 action points. So you'll be able to activate Cerebellum Processor and draw an additional card.
Can I put a counter? I forgot to put a counter.
Just remembering to get the right number of counters on the gun. Sometimes if it's a mistrigger, it's a mistrigger, but, you know,
Or the judges
working it out.
Because I haven't done it.
Worth noting with Dash.io as well, with these Teklo Foundry banishes, you can look at the top card of your deck at any time, but you know you can't look at the second card. So when
That's
you
correct.
Foundry Heart, you are banishing one blind card. So there's no way for CYK to know that there's a maximum velocity flipping off the top there. So that backup protocol is probably his last opportunity to get one back.
Yeah.
And then after that, oh, I mean, you're just raw dog in the mech class.
Yeah. Man. Dash.io does have just a lot of triggers just happening at instant speed, the way that you can layer it. Definitely at a high stakes game like this, very easy to sort of miss a trigger at this point.
Lots of game actions to take. I mean, Ira is easy. It's just 1, 2, 5, 1, 7, 1, 2, 4, 7.
No, just confirm. Because I
So
haven't done it.
21 plays 22 here. Who do you think is kind of in favor at the moment in this current board state?
I would have said CYK, but after seeing the other max velocity go, he's gonna. I think he's gonna need a little bit of luck on his side in order to pull off one more big turn. Because 22 life, like that's still quite a bit, and Max is very comfortable throwing these 2-card hands, blocking efficiently, and like we saw, like with those erase faces, like erase face will just completely turn off the mech class typing, which will mean that CYK won't be able to boost. So that's something you have to block. CYK obviously has that 1 counter left on his Foundry Heart to be able to cover that with 2 cards, but it's still 2 cards.
Yeah. And here comes 0 to 60 yellow. 3. Go again. Max, thinking about blocks. The thing is, defending is good, but he also needs to try keep cards to be able to disrupt CYK, unless CYK just will have all the agency to do whatever he wants. So Max deciding how much does he need to block, how much life does he need, how much can he rely on fatigue to win the matchup. Will Lionel draw gas again, or can he sort of take a turn off? Decides to take it, keep his 2 cards in the grip and his 1 card in arsenal.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah, threatening that erase face is the most important thing he can do here.
Yeah.
Take
Activation.
3 damage, and then you send back the erase face for 7. That could potentially like stop another 20 damage coming back.
Yeah. Activates the red backup protocol, deciding on what to grab. So he either grabs the final max velocity he has access to in that graveyard or gets a very powerful, efficient boost card. A very difficult decision here.
It's also worth noting, like, that max velocity, it's when your opponent knows about it, they can, I mean, there's not really much you can do about if they actually play it, but it's something you can keep in mind. And I think a surprise max velocity is always so much more devastating than one that you're anticipating.
Yeah, exactly. Sometimes you think you can, for example, block out a boom grenade activation by blocking clean on all the breakpoints and committing your cards, and then a max velocity comes out and you go, oh, I could never have blocked this turn out anyway. And you sort of begin to regret that maybe you should have kept some of that cards to disrupt the next turn cycle.
You know, he could go for zipper hit here, go in for 5 boost, and then come in with the pistol, just do another 7 damage because he knows Max isn't blocking, and just really trying to eke him down as close to single digits as possible. That's a much easier goal to finish things out.
Yeah, instead of sort of relying on making sure you get 3 boosts later on. And this just sort of guarantees all that damage, especially because Max was so willing to hold on to his cards here and taking that 3 go again before. This might be the right time to just push that additional damage and punish him, but great. This 5 just pulls out the cards, and here comes a gun for 2.
Max deciding it's not worth taking all that damage to send back the disruption.
Exactly. No point disrupting a future turn if you're just going to eat so much damage this turn anyway.
And I think he knows that without another backup getting back that maximum velocity, being at 17 is very safe.
Yeah, it definitely is safe, but things can again turn on a dime. There is still a lot of gas left in Lionel's deck, a lot of efficient boost cards, and Max, again, just has no equipment to block any breakpoints. So let's see if Lionel can push through more boom grenades and keep up this pace.
Do you know what Max does have, though? He's got that blue crane dance in Arsenal. Oh, what a spicy Arsenal card.
Yeah.
You know, it could come up. Sometimes you go Kodachi 1, Kodachi 2, attack for 1, like that. If it gets low enough.
Exactly. And here is another boom grenade off the top. Lionel deciding on the crank. Cranking will give him a second action point if he wants to. He does have a lot of counters on his gun, deciding not to crank.
Oh, setting up.
And electing to not crank this item either. He is doing a full setup turn. I like this a lot.
Yeah.
Lionel has been pressuring Max's hand this whole time, trying to pull that disruption out of his hand. And then when he sees the setup turn, he sets up and goes, you better disrupt me right now. You better have the right cards in your hand to disrupt me. Otherwise, I'm going to blow you up next turn.
And he's safe from Command and Conquer still on this turn as well, so that's one less thing that could go wrong.
Exactly. Feeling quite safe here. Here comes one Kodachi, go again. Max needs to do something here to make sure he can pull some cards out of Lionel.
Yeah, I mean, you really can't like risk just playing mid-turns as -IO. You really sometimes take the turn off to be like, okay, well, you know, if I attack a couple of times and you block a couple of times, I'm just going to run out of cards. But if I just take a turn off, get ready, and just go wham, then you can close it out.
Yeah, here comes Bittering Thorns for 5. Again, no blocks. And because there is no mask, the next attack won't be threatening that draw effect.
Dual threat.
Here comes dual threat. So Max saying, I've actually got a lot of damage myself, so let's see if I can actually race you out here with this hand. He is converting his hand very well.
Max having already attacked with a dagger, attacked with an attack action, so dual threat is ready to give +3 to his next dagger and also +3 to his next attack action.
Yeah, so here comes a Kodachi for 4.
You know, that crane dance for 4 could be actually kind of nice now.
5 thanks to the Bittering Thorns that also hit as well. So,
Oh, as well, yes.
I mean, that's a huge Kodachi.
But no disruption, though.
And that
It's
crane
only-
dance coming into effect here because it is an action that he can throw out and gets a +3 bump. So here is crane dance for 4. That Arsenal actually paying off here. Max gets to keep his last card and make sure he gets all the value out of that dual threat. I mean, that Arsenal paying off.
It's build your own wounding blow at home.
Yeah. All right. Let's see what Lionel can do. He kept all of his cards and he had a huge setup turn. This turn needs to pay off.
There was no disruption as well, so he's like free to just send it all at the face.
Yeah. Here comes Expedite for 5. On hit, Lionel will be able to put an item from his hand into the arena for free, and that will allow him to get more action points and sort of shoot that gun more. So let's see if Max decides to block this.
Yeah, putting an item from your hand into the arena without using an action point, then cranking it to generate your go again, generate an extra action point.
Yeah.
If you don't use it on other items or other boost attacks, you can certainly use it with the gun.
Yeah, exactly.
Those
And-
6 counters looking fresh.
And a reminder that Boom Grenade is still on the board, so there's these breakpoints becoming very annoying. There's just a lot of damage that's going to come through if this hits. And Max on 17 seems like a lot, but not when there's a Boom Grenade on the board, not when there's Tickler Pounder on the board, not when CYK Lionel kept all 5 of his cards.
my hand, bro.
I like my hand, says this turn has to go hard because it's single digits, no armor block into Ira.
Yeah,
You don't want to be just locked into blocking.
exactly. Max likes his hand, but does he like it more than 8 life that is being threatened on this first attack of the turn?
You're an Ira player. You like your hand because it blocks. No, sometimes it's great to attack with, as we saw in that last turn with that absolutely filthy dual threat turn.
Yeah, exactly. Ira, not to be pushed around and meddled with, she can throw out some devastating numbers when given the opportunity.
Yeah, I wouldn't expect anything less from Flesh and Blood's poster child.
Yes, one of the first heroes ever created in Flesh and Blood. An iconic, iconic hero.
CYK just looking through, checking his options, having a look. He had a look at what Max might be holding by checking his graveyard as well.
Yeah, Max just trying to figure out how much his life is, how important his life is, because Lionel getting quite close to that full fatigue state. Max is just trying to calculate, can he defend out all the remaining attacks in Lionel's deck and fatigue him? Or does he have to try keep cards to push disruption? It's a very difficult sort of math equation that he needs to solve. Not straightforward, but now he's just checking how many cards left in the deck.
And these games against Dash.io, they often hinge on whether the opponent decides to try and pivot to fatiguing or where they try and pressure the life total.
Exactly.
And just picking the right pathway at the right time is how you can sort of push them into a bad position.
Yeah, and this decision is so hard because Lionel is on 7. Lionel is actually so close to death here. But Max electing to block. He needs that life buffer. He is saying, I may be able to block enough of this out and make sure you don't have enough damage. But here comes a Cerebellum Processor off the top, getting him an extra action point. Will allow him to draw an extra card using that additional action point and extend his turn even further. Frightening. Draws a card. 1 action point left.
And this momentum is going to carry over to the next turn as well, because you're going to have that Cerebellum Processor, you're going to have that Teklo Pounder. So, like, there's a chance that CYK can push another big turn next turn as well.
Yeah. Item has been cranked, so here is 4 boost, go again. Another annoying breakpoint threatening that Boom Grenade. So,
That Banish Zone of Mechanologist cards starting to look a little bit taller than CYK Lionel's deck.
yeah, Lionel does not have many turns and attacks left in his deck. He needs to try push through and end this now. Max blocks 3.
Oh, he's taken the boom.
He concedes that he won't be able to block out the Boom Grenade, so he's just going to get an efficient 3 block and just take the damage and maximize his block values on the following attacks.
Yeah, I mean, you try to stop it as much as you can, and if you can't, you just accept
Yeah,
that
the
it's...
mistake would be overcommitting blocks on this attack, even though you can't stop Boom Grenade anyway, and just losing out on that block value. So making the correct call here, blocks 3, takes the 1, takes the Boom Grenade for 3, and here is 3, go again.
Speaking of T-Bones, they've done a lot of heavy lifting in this game, especially off that Shelter discard, Max hoping to block some breakpoints, and then the T-Bones just coming in and being like, well, you have to block with equipment as well.
Yeah.
Sorry, dude.
Yeah, just a lot of Blade Break equipment on Ira's side, and just being absolutely abused by this.
Get run over.
Yep,
Get T-boned.
Okay.
some nice equipment you have there. You know? It would be a shame if T-boned it. There was a black block for 2, taking 1.
Max very comfortable in his decision to try and fatigue CYK now, thinking that, you know, maybe these turns might not be able to go over the top of 12 life and full defense.
Yeah. No cards left in Max's hand. Here comes a 4 boost.
CYK is very thin on deck. He does still have the Cerebellum Processor. He does still have the Pounder.
Yeah.
He could close it out.
No blocks, going down to 9. Here comes a gun for 2. So now we will be at life parity. 7 for 7. Max, no cards in hand, will simply have to pass back. And can Lionel close out this last 7 damage before he runs out of gas in his deck? Max pretty much committed to the full fatigue now. It is his 1 out of this game.
Seven's looking a lot more realistic to push through a big turn, especially with a draw and a +2 and a boost.
Yeah.
All he needs is just one mega turn.
Yeah. If Lionel pushes through, for example, one more boom grenade, or just these breakpoints on these attacks just leaking damage, it might be over for Max.
All it's going to take is one small turn, though, and then Max will just be able to flip it back with the Kadachis and the breakpoints, and it's just going to be a horrible day for CYK. Hey, that rhymed.
All right, here comes a boom grenade from the hand, cranked, and here comes a throttle for 8 go again. Bringing that boom grenade on it.
Big if true. And it is.
That is just so much damage being presented on that first attack.
It's more than his whole life.
Yeah. Frightening here. It will just immediately get 3 cards. There is a Sirens in there, so when this combat chain closes, he will gain 1 life. Here comes another T-Bone for 1.
You got to block this one.
An extremely annoying breakpoint. Max does not want to give up the card in his hand for 1 attack, but there is a boom grenade following it. So it's a bit of a disguised 0 for 4 here if he doesn't block.
If he can get 1 more boost attack off, and Max doesn't have a defense reaction in Arsenal, then that boom grenade will go off. It's
Yep. So Max now has to decide if he blocks this 1 to make sure the boom grenade doesn't hit, and gamble that the card in Lionel's arsenal isn't another boost attack that he can get out to make that boom grenade connect.
What would you do here, Uhyoung? What would you do?
It's very difficult here. If he thinks the arsenal card is not an attack, that means blocking this attack is correct because then he stops the boom grenade. But the thing is, if that arsenal card is another boost attack, he can't stop the boom grenade anyway, so he shouldn't be wasting his card on a 1 attack here. He wants to maximize his life as much as possible. So a very big gamble depending on what he thinks in his arsenal. And he says, it's probably an attack in the arsenal. I'm going to say no blocks and just take this 4, and I'm going to get the maximum value out of the block in my hand. And he was correct. He was very correct with that decision. Here comes a 4 boost, demanding this card from the hand.
He's got to sink below to cover it.
I'll declare no blocks, move to reaction.
Yeah. And here comes the defense reaction for 4. Very heads-up play there to make sure he maximizes the value out of that sink below. If he had thrown in a T-bone, this would have been lights out.
He would have been dead. He would have been
Exactly.
just straight up dead.
Yeah. Here comes the gun for 2.
It's putting him down to 1.
Yeah.
Now, 1 is an extremely realistic goal, especially with that Teklo pounder.
Yeah, but look at how thin CYK Lionel's deck is right now. He has 4 cards in the grip, and I believe I saw 3 cards left in the deck. So this might just be the final turn Lionel has to push through that remaining 2 damage. Can Max do it? Has he calculated the block values correctly?
There's also that Siren's Call, which is why he's at 2.
Yes.
And Siren's Call, like, if we see another one here, ooh, blocking a pistol shot with Siren's Call to completely stop the damage and gain a life.
Yeah. Here comes a blue zipper hit for 5. Go again. Boosting a red throttle. Not necessarily what you want to be boosting, but here is 5.
He's got 2 cards left to be able to boost this turn, or 1 Foundry Heart activation. 1 card in hand. He has to kill him this turn or it is over.
Yeah.
2 cards.
Let's see if he can do this. Max trying to figure out what remaining attacks are
2
in
life.
Lionel's deck.
Right down to the wire.
Yeah, can he do it? Oh, this is so very close.
Dash IO games are always so interesting because you always look back and you look back at all the different branching pathways and the one that took you to this very, very specific game state.
Yeah, and Lionel has made very specific decisions to get here. Choosing his setup turns correctly, choosing his offensive turns correctly, and giving Max full tempo when he thought he couldn't push enough. So all these micro decisions leading up to this potential final turn here. Can Max block out this turn and secure the game?
It's
No
going to
blocks.
reactions.
He's going to block for 4, leaking 1 damage,
Going to 1.
putting Max down to 1. Can Max do it? Here comes
4.
a zipper hit yellow for 4.
I bet
Another.
Max is hoping he double blocked that first attack and kept that 4 defense for this card now.
Yeah. Can Max efficiently block this 4 here? It will have to be covered up as the on hit is death.
No, on hit is death. Best on hit in the game.
1 card left in Max's hand, and here is
2 into 2?
Yeah,
He's got it.
Boost for 2, and
He's
the
got
gun
it.
is going to be
He's
enough to
got
push
it.
through.
Just
Exactly.
no cards left in deck. Completely empty deck. CYK saying, see you later.
What an amazing performance from Dash.io. Just that precision to calculate every card in his deck to make sure he had just enough to push it through. I mean, what a game.
What a game.
This is kind of that Dash.io, life, You boost through your entire deck. You have to get the maximum value out of all your cards to have enough gas to end the game. And he did. Just enough.
Just enough. Right down to the wire, right down to the last pitch card. No cards in deck, no equipment, and just gets that exact. And also, it was exact.
Yeah.
It was exact damage.
Yeah, it is fascinating how close to the, how down to the wire the game got. So many micro decisions that happened throughout the game that could have swung that game in any direction.
And if you want to see more fantastic games like that, you can catch them in Japan.
Yeah. So we have some more exciting World Tour events. Shizuoka coming in September 26th to the 28th. So, only the beginning of this amazing flesh and blood competitive sequence.
And you can pick up this beautiful Fabled package with your Revered pack, your Reviled pack, and that gorgeous playmat.
Yeah, I wonder what that card is.
Oh, stop it, Uhyoung.
That's an
Stop
interesting piece
it.
of art.
It's such a nice piece of art.
Is that a card in the game yet? Because I've definitely played with that card, but do you know what that card is?
Well, I'm not a dev, so of course I don't. No, I'm kidding. I do.
Do you? Oh yes. Oh yeah.
I know everything. I'm like I'm like a little gremlin with eyes everywhere.
For a moment, I forgot.
There's a reason my swipe card doesn't work on the dev room anymore.
For a moment, I forgot you're an LSS employee.
What do you mean you forgot I'm an LSS employee? I thought I was taking your job after the Crack Shuffle play game yesterday.
Sometimes I go to work and I just enter the dev room and I go, yes, this dev room is the whole of LSS, and I forget that LSS is also a real company.
I mean it's actually I mean that's great because I think it shows that you are invested and you're fully immersed in the games, and I think that's what you want from a dev, is just people who are just like, I want to get in there and just play some flesh and blood.
Yeah, I just go to work and I just go, I'm playing cards today, and then I go home and I go, I'm playing more cards tomorrow. But anyway, what an amazing game we just saw. Many more games coming up in this calling event, and I believe the next match will be featuring an Oscilio piloted by Alex. I mean,
Alexander Vore, the Wizard Master.
Yeah, so I cannot wait to see how this sort of dark horse of the tournament, this wizard, Oscilio, what is he bringing to the metagame that's pushed them to this point? So don't go anywhere. We've got some exciting games coming up. We'll be right back after this.
Welcome back to the World Tour Auckland, where we bring you all the coverage from the classic constructed calling going down today on day 2. And man, we've had some thrillers so far. So we had that the Gravy Slippy game, and we saw Dash.io win with no cards left in deck.
That was amazing.
Really, really cool. So let's check out the standings and see how we're looking so far.
Yeah, so at the top, CYK Lionel taking it out with no cards in deck to secure his spot in number 1. Kano. Amelia managed to win, coming second. Max Middleton dropping a little bit now after his loss to Dash.io on the third. But Kieran, I have to say, I'm loving the spread of different heroes, right? We have the such a...
Looks like we have basically 8 different heroes taking up the eight top slots at the moment.
Yeah.
So obviously, some of those 7-2s is going to be a few things shaken out there.
Still in the running to have one of each heroes there.
As you mentioned, Amelia managing to burn her way through the field up there at 8-1. Keegan Wallace down at 4th seed at 7-2. Actually going to be one of our feature match players this time. Playing against Alexander Vore on Oscilio, sitting at 7-2 as well. So I'm pretty hyped for this matchup.
Yeah.
So moving on to the second page. Shout out to Michael Collins, sitting there on Prism.
Oh, look, all the Slippies. Yeah, so we have the Slippies and lots of Slippies and a few gravies here as well. Xing Sang kind of topping us off here on 11th. We have Brody. Some big names trying to fight for their win. Probably needs 2 wins at this point to get into top 8.
So I think if you're sitting at 6-3, probably a few things, it seems very likely you're going to have to win out. A few things are going to have to go your way in order to make the top 8, as opposed to some of those players on the first page of standings. But as you mentioned, some big names, Xing Sang, Brody Spurlock, Quan Lee, a lot of really good players in this. Dominated by Slippies on this page, but we see a Syndra there, Ryan Williams, see some Verdants playing. But yeah, it's going to be an exciting into the end of Swiss. But let's just jump. Should we jump pretty much into the action?
Yeah.
Get this game started. Alexander Vore, Keegan Wallace, Oscilio versus Gravy Bones. Let's get to it. And it looks like Alexander Vore is going to be on the play here. A bit of a Wizard Master for a long time.
I feel like if you think of Oscilio, whenever I hear the name of that hero, I think of Alexander Vore. He's been a trailblazing Wizards from way back. I remember he made, on the very first Pro Tour, making that top 8 on Kano. Very accomplished player, especially in the Wizard class.
Yeah, he was just blowing people up all weekend on that one, back when it was sort of the Starvo chain meta and people were just playing AB1. Let's have a look at what he's played against so far in Swiss today. So only taking a loss there to Damian Moss on Slippy, and then CYK Lionel, one of our top-ranked players on Dash.io, winning the...
Yeah, I do want to point out round 1 into Naive, one of his countrymen there on the first round. What a way to start the day. You know, you fly over all the way to New Zealand to verse.
Just want to point out as well, he's won 2 Wizard Mirrors, beating an Oscilio in a Wizard Mirror and beating Verdants as well. Also looks like he beat Ollie Berry on Gravy yesterday as well, so maybe a bit of experience into this Gravy Bones matchup.
And here Keegan Walls, so this is a player that's been there since day dot. I remember Keegan in the Classic Constructed calling in Auckland, and managed to win a bunch of games against like majority of the field, losing to the Kano last round here against Amelia.
Yeah, and let's just jump right into the action. It looks like Alexander's going to kick things off with a sigil.
Sigil of conductivity there. What a great way to set up. I think, these sigils are something that you want to see on the very first hand that you see, especially when going first.
Yep, so that sigil of conductivity, just going to sit there.
Reading the null shock here. So the way you can stack in something like a null shock, if you're going for the shock, is you play the card, wait for the Volza to get an extra amp, and then activate the Volza before the shock resolves.
Yep. Also, there's the ability with that sigil of conductivity as well, if you want to. Not necessarily going to do it here, but you can actually ping yourself at times with some of these cards, shock yourself in order to set up that embodiment lightning.
Yeah.
But instead choosing, if we look over at Keegan's side, notably no Arcane Barrier on his side.
So Alexander, I mean, this is a sign that you just want to push as much arcane damage on that first turn as possible and set some stuff up.
Yeah, and over on Alexander's side, I'm just going to point out those Lightning Greaves, one of the big combo things, and the Old Knocker, a piece of equipment from the new set.
Yeah.
To go with those Aether Bindings and the Flash of Brilliance.
Okay, so Golden Tipple, red, coming from Keegan, setting up that Rigor Mortis in the grave and getting his first piece of gold.
Yep, so just some of these bread and butter plays from the gravy side. You want to push a little bit of chip damage, pitching a blue, start with that gold, get your ally established into the graveyard.
Yeah, and I do want to point out Keegan's equipment suite. So he did go for the Balance of Justice, great against Alexander, Auxilio specifically because they draw so many cards, but also a Quick Dodge Flex Source. So this is a card that could be good against that big Gone in a Flash Lightning Grief's turn to kind of cushion a lot of that damage.
Yep, so Keegan actually picking up the Conqueror of the High Seas off the top there. So could choose to establish this.
And that is one of the things that Auxilios do not like is disruption. These decks do amazing amounts of damage if you're able to maintain quite, your full grip and an arsenal. It's kind of where you want to be.
So Keegan needing to crack the gold there because that last card in hand was actually a red golden tipple.
Yeah, so another tipple coming down.
So
from
really
Keegan.
wants to find a blue off the top here to get that max power on that Conqueror of the High Seas.
Yeah. And he finds his sea legs.
So he finds the sea legs. That's actually not ideal here. A little bit light on resources.
Yeah, so on Keegan's side, he actually hasn't been able to play out a blue this turn, so cannot develop an ally from Grave. But he is going for that Gravy Bones activation, managed to find that blue, and is able to discard something like the Sea Legs to potentially play out the Call to Grave and set up for next turn.
Yeah, resources still looking a little bit awkward here. I mean, sure, you can call to Grave, but where are the resources going to come from to actually play those allies on this turn?
Yeah,
so maybe
you're
he just
right.
wants to set up, like you mentioned, just get some more allies into the graveyard for now.
Yeah.
One thing to keep an eye on as well, Karol, we saw Rigor Mortis discarded. That actually has 1 health. So you can get yourself in trouble if you're trying to rely on, say, Go again on that Rigor Mortis. Your opponent shocks it. That's the end of your turn.
You're right. And I guess Chum is an ally that is potentially... Oh, so he's going for the Oyston. Great. A lot of these gravy decks like to run one of Oystons because you are able to set it up with no resources. So you're able to play it out and attack with it. And it's just a threat that just stays there. So, yeah, pretty heads-up play from Keegan here.
Some nice, solid chip damage from Keegan on this turn. He's going to go ahead and use that gold-baited hook. Has made multiple gold this turn already. So he's managed to go red tipple, red tipple. Alexander Vore just saying no blocks at all. So I feel like if let's see what he's working with.
He
Ooh.
has that Gone in a Flash. What a card. One of those key pieces of the combo when you pair it up with a lot of these instants, like Sigil of Brilliance, which honestly is probably... Wait, is that 2? Do I see 2 Sigils of Brilliance?
2 Sigil of Brilliance in
Yeah,
hand.
and Alex Vore's hands. That's
So-
amazing.
This is shaping up to be a very scary turn here. So the Old Knocker is available to get that resource for Lightning Greaves if needed.
Yeah.
We've Gone in a Flash available. Multiple instants on hand.
Yeah. Yeah, and I think that is a scary prospect if Alex committed that Lightning Greaves block. You know that fireworks are about to happen.
I'm good this time, but just so you know.
Yep. So Alexander Vore just pointing out, just remember to give me a priority window because I might want to use my Oscilio hero ability on your turn. It is
Yeah.
once per turn. You can use it both on your opponent's turn and your turn, discarding an instant in order to draw a card.
Flittering Charge coming from Arsenal. This gets Go again with as soon as you play an instant card, this chain link.
Lightning Press.
Oh, Lightning Press.
So we might actually see a setup turn here.
Yep.
Slam
Yep.
double Sigil of Brilliance, Arsenal that Gone in a Flash, and then just absolutely go for it on your follow-up turn.
I love this play because you're getting the full value from your Lightning Press on this, Flittering Charge. And you are able to play both those sigils and set up a turn next turn. Oh, might as well get some value here as well. Attacking with the Gone in a Flash, you still can bounce it and arsenal it.
Yeah, true. May as well get your 4 damage in. You're able to just play the Sigil of Brilliance to get it back in.
Yeah.
Lurking over there on Keegan's side, I saw, okay, we couldn't quite see his hand, but a Conqueror of the High Seas.
So he
Sigil,
does have one in the arsenal. So he is looking to disrupt Alex as much as possible. And one of the things that Keegan now has information is that there is that Gone in a Flash in Alexander's arsenal. So he will be trying to find ways to disrupt that, especially knowing that Alexander has 2 Sigils of Brilliance in play.
and you know what's better than 1 Conqueror of the High Seas? How about 2 Conqueror of the High Seas? 1 in Arsenal, 1 in hand here. 2
Yeah.
blues available in hand. We could see a double Conqueror of the High Seas turn. And Keegan knows that Gone in a Flash is one of, that's the pop-off card. That is
Yeah.
what you want to combo everything with. Particularly if you're going up to a 6-card hand off the Sigil of Brilliances here.
Yeah, absolutely. And this is something that Keegan's going to hope for, to strip as many cards potentially on that first Conqueror attack Let's see how Alexander approaches this one.
Yeah, and one thing about Oscilio as well, plays a lot of instants that actually do not defend at all. And if we look over here, yep, that's at least one sigil in hand.
Yeah.
High voltage.
High voltage does not defend. So yeah, Alexander a little bit limited on his defensive options here.
And the resources on board are just going to enable Conqueror into Oyster, and that's a very, very big turn. So going to go ahead and use that Oscilio hero ability, get rid of one of these instants, see if he can pick up some blocking cards here. Just want to note that Flash of Brilliance as well, the interaction with Sigil of Brilliance, being able to basically bounce that Sigil back to your hand and draw a card. But yeah, I mean, Conquer the High Seas, that's just the card you didn't want to see. Like, on Alexander's side, he's saying, Keegan, just throw some tipples at me, attack me with allies, don't disrupt me.
Yeah, and Alexander still has the option to activate his hero ability, discard one of those instants and possibly pick up a defensive card. But you know what? Alexander's saying, you know, I'm happy to just throw in my headpiece. And as he said, maybe bouncing one of these sigils to either draw a card or create an embodiment of lightning.
Yeah, so he can discard one of those instants that he couldn't defend with anyway, bounce the Sigil of Brilliance back to hand, draw a card, and just sort of reassess where he wants to go. I think he probably understands at this point, look, like, I just don't think I'm going to be able to protect this Gone in a Flash.
Yeah.
I still have 2 more copies in the deck. I don't need to overcommit to it at this point.
Okay, so discarding the Null Shock, bouncing back that Sigil of Brilliance, drawing the first card.
So picks up a Fry off the top there.
Yeah, something to be cognizant of is with another card draw this turn, Keegan is able to activate his Balance of Justice.
May have played into the decision not to immediately activate the hero ability as well. And actually staggering the Sigil of Brilliance like this as well, it means if you do want to deal a bit of damage next turn, it's not necessarily always going to draw the 2 cards to that Balance of Justice. So a very strong start for Keegan here. Alexander down to 20 life already. Keegan's still sitting on a pretty healthy at 28. He's got 1 ally on board, and he's just going to go for it. I like this. Just, yeah, another Conquer of the High Seas. How about 8 more damage?
Yeah. Interesting choice, just choosing to push the damage. I mean, fair enough. When your opponent's at 20 and you know that, but they still have 5 cards to work with, I think you just want to pressure them as much as possible. And he's still able to attack with an Oyster, potentially activate his gold-baited hook because he created gold thanks to the first Conqueror connecting.
Yep, so Alexander Vore actually choosing to use the Oscilio hero ability, so Balance of Justice is online here. And one thing I want to point out, Karol, Keegan playing a little bit conservatively here, actually not choosing to use that gold-baited hook, it looks like, so far.
Mm-hmm. And there it is.
So it looks like he's going to
activate on the Oyster.
Yeah, so maybe he's just saying, look, I made a gold off this. I just want to connect with the damage on this Conqueror. If you don't block, I'm happy with that decision. So now I'm going to say, if you want to give me a card on this sort of measly 3 attack, then go for it. And Alexander's hand still looking very instant or no block heavy. Fry, Sigil of Brilliance, Electrostatic Discharge.
Yeah.
I mean, where's the defense value on these cards?
Yeah, I think he's pot committing here, Mr. Classic.
Yep,
He's
so
got the Fry to combine with that Electrostatic Discharge. He does have Comet Storm, I believe, which is a source of arcane damage that he can leverage that Volzer onto.
And Alexander's just saying, look, I'm just going to get my value from these equipments while I can. Getting actually very aggressive with it here. Defending with both of them. Still going to take the 1 damage. Still going to give the gold to Keegan. Keegan's electing not to use a Balance of Justice here. To maybe didn't want to have a look with the Compass and activate it right away.
Yep. Yeah, that Compass was activated, so...
Okay, I think we're going to need to see a little bit of Oscilio magic because this game already feels like it's starting to get a little bit away, but you never count out an Oscilio with those Lightning Greaves available.
For sure, and that Sigil of Brilliance will pop. Can Alexander find something like that Gone in a Flash to just combine with all the cards in his hand?
I mean, a Gone in a Flash would be pretty massive on this turn. Also might want to look to try and pick up another burn spell. So
that is that Comet Storm, and I believe this is something that you can combine with the blue to just get that full value of Old Knocker as well. Okay, so this is where we see a little bit of fireworks pop off.
Okay,
we
so
have the Aether Bindings of the Third Age is going to start amping things up.
And that was a big pickup, picking up that Blast of Oblivion off the top there as well. No access to go again currently on that, but I mean, if he's able to set this up in such a way, maybe with the Lightning Greaves, or he could bounce at Sigil of Conduct activity. Also might be going for a bit of an in-between here. Just push a bit of damage with that Fry, get a few Lightning cards played out, activate that Evolves off with a Comet Storm, then maybe look to set up that Blast of Oblivion, for the really big turn the following turn.
For sure. It just works so well, that Sigil of Conductivity. Able to just bounce it back, create those embodiments of lightning, and continue the turn.
Yeah, because I mean, it looks like Sigil of Brilliance still available on hand, so you are able to push a significant amount of damage on this turn.
Mm-hmm. And I feel like this is where these Wizard players shine, right? Like, with 6 cards, you have so many possibilities to play out this turn. There's so many lines of play. Maximizing this is how you kind of separate the good from the great.
Yeah, and the hero ability available as well, seeing if he wants to maybe take a look at another card.
Mm-hmm. Okay, the Sigil...
I'm going to...
Okay. So Alex is saying, you know what, I will activate that Lightning Greaves on this turn.
Okay, so choosing not to save it for like a giant pop-off gone to flash turn, probably a pretty good identification of the board state, saying, look, I'm going to live in life. You could be presenting lethal next turn. I don't want to set up for a turn that's never going to get here. I need to make something happen right here, right now.
Yeah.
So Lightning Greaves used, it means every time an instant is played, it's going to gain an action point. So now up to 2 action points after playing the Sigil of Brilliance. And this is going to get pretty nice with that Blast to Oblivion.
Blast to Oblivion. This interaction is insane.
So Blast to Oblivion, when an instant is played, you're going to be able to return an aura permanent with cost 1 or less to hand. And so that Sigil of Brilliance is going to be coming back to hand, drawing a card.
So, yeah, amping 1 thanks to the Volza, and then bouncing the Sigil of Brilliance is going to amp 1 thanks to the Aether Bindings of the Third Age as well. So really finding, just eking the value on every card played here.
Sigil of Brilliance, bounce back to hand, being able to draw up a card. So Balance of Justice is available. That's something we want to keep an eye on.
Yeah. Oh, another Blast to Oblivion. This is an insane pickup for Alexander Vore. This is exactly what he wanted to see.
And Keegan here saying, okay, now things are getting scary. Now I'm going to pop this Balance of Justice. I want the cards on this turn. And really good decision by Alexander, saying, look, this is the turn I need to pop off. And getting rewarded by picking up that second Blast. That Sigil's probably going to get bounced again. That's going to be another card coming into hand. So Keegan is saying, no blocks on this. That next Blast is going to be coming in for 7 off that Electrostatic Discharge. Still 2 action points available.
Yeah. And playing those instants is just going to keep on refueling these action points, pumping the Volza, bouncing the Sigils, gaining that extra amp thanks to the Aether Bindings. This is going to be a huge Comet Storm.
Yeah, this is going to be big. So the Blast of Oblivion is like... Okay, so maybe tricky to pick up another card off that Blast of Oblivion at the moment if he wants to do with the Sigil, because he's running a little on instance at the moment, but we're still sitting up for a gigantic Comet Storm coming in.
Yeah, he's still able to bounce the Sigil of Conductivity and pick up an embodiment of Lightning, which can be, I guess, if he does end up playing that Fry, it might not be as useful, but it's something.
Yeah, let's keep an eye on the sequencing here, because choosing not to lead with the Fry, perhaps holding back a little bit of information here, because... yeah, but if he is looking to create that embodiment of Lightning, like you mentioned, it would get burned if he decided to use it on the Fry.
Yeah. And yeah, Alexander's still having the option to use Oscilio's hero ability.
Okay, so this Blast of Oblivion coming in for 7. Looking over, what does Keegan have to work with on this hand?
Okay, so a lot of blues, quite a few block 3s. I mean... there was a bit of a towel from Keegan not using the quick dodge flexors just yet. Maybe he felt safe enough to just kind of save it for gone in a flash turn. But yeah, here we see that Sigil of Conductivity potentially.
Okay, so no blocks declared on this. 7 damage, looking like it's going to come across.
So this Sigil bounce should have amped 1 thanks to the Aether Bindings, but we'll see if the players pick up on that.
Yep, so quick dodge flexes has now been added.
I feel like it's a spot where Keegan was like, you know what, the first Blast to Oblivion wasn't too worried about those physical attacks, but now with the second one, you must be thinking, I just need to save some life here.
Yeah, especially with the possibility of a Gone in a Flash maybe coming down. Like, I mean, a number of instances have already been deployed. But still, currently taking 5 damage from this Blast of Oblivion.
And currently we're sitting on amp 8. So yeah, Alexander considering his options here.
We'll see if he's able to punish this kind of late use of the quick dodge flexes by not attacking additional time.
Okay, so he plays down that Sigil of Conductivity, gaining that extra action point and amp 1. And
Yeah.
okay.
Really nice sequencing here.
Yeah.
So the Comet Storm coming in, getting amp 6 from the Volza, amp 3 from the Aether Bindings. Also being able to, in the turn with that Fry, set up an Arsenal. Embodiment of Lightning is still live. So if he draws an attack action next turn, he can lead off with that to utilize the go again. Also, those Quick Dodge Fletchers, a full card, a full blue has been pitched away for only 2 points of value on this turn. So, I mean, yes, some of it, I mean, actually, no, I was going to say some can be used to prevent the damage, but there's no AB on that side either.
Yeah, for sure. Very heads-up play from Alexander Vore here.
So this is an absolutely massive Comet Storm coming down.
14? Yeah, that's some insane arcane damage. And like, I mean, at this, something like this, Keegan with no AB just has to say, I'm just going to take it all.
Yep, all the way down to 5 life now. Your opponent still has that Sigil of Brilliance available. There's no backup with the Balance of Justice. Okay, so the gold-baited hook is going to be activated right away. I'm going to come in with a blue golden tipple, discarding a chum.
Yeah, let's just have a quick look at what Alexander's working with. And he does have that zero-cost truck there, beautiful. Electrostatic Discharge, perfect with that Fry that he kept for the following turn. Astral Etchings as well. Yeah.
I mean, Keegan's going to have to find something here to survive this turn. That is so much
For
damage on
sure.
board already. Electrostatic Discharge, Fry. That's 2 lightning cards already. Another card's going to be picked up off the Sigil of Brilliance. We have 2 shocks as well, which are also going to start amping each other off the back of the Volza.
And so Keegan activated the gold-baited hook, and Alexander's saying, you know what, I'm not going to give you more gold from this, so I'm going to throw in that old knocker. I don't need it for the following turn, so maybe just stopping that extra gold as a way to actually survive this turn here and not give Keegan that many options.
Yep, and Keegan sees that Diamond Amulet off the top, but that's not really what he's looking for at this point. I mean, yes, it gets 3 damage off this. Yes, it will activate the Swell, but I mean, Alexander's just saying, hey, if you don't kill me, I'm taking everything. Like,
one of the kind of Hail Mary plays that Keegan has available is potentially try and set up that chum on the board and hope that Alex is playing towards these physical attacks rather than a big burn spell.
Okay, so it's going to be able to present some damage here. And actually, one thing to keep an eye on, this Saltwater Swell is actually pretty good. So it's going to hit this Diamond Amulet, go up to 4 resources. Gravy Bones is not tapped. That Gold Kiss Rum is available. If he can find a way to get 2 ally attacks in here, he can actually pull a card away from Alexander, which is quite big.
I wonder if pulling 1 card is enough, though.
Might not quite be enough, but I feel you've got to do something here. Like, you've got to try and put the pressure on your opponent a little bit.
Yeah, so Alex does see that charm.
I'll say no blocks on the 3.
Okay, no blocks. Goes down to 5. Are we going to see the Gold Kiss Run committed here?
So there's a chum in hand as well for Keegan. Okay, he's just popping.
Okay, Alexander holding priority.
You would pay the cost, I think, but it's on the stack, yeah.
Yeah, because one risk for here is what you don't want to do is Gold Kiss Rum attack with Oyston and then get that shocked and end your turn. I mean, you're still pulling a card in that, but you're not really established. You're not advancing your board state.
For sure. I love this classic player from Wizard Plays. Like, hold priority. I'm just going to pause you right here. I'm going to hold priority. No, it's okay.
Okay, nice pick up off the top there in the form of that chart, the high season. Yeah,
Oh.
why not?
Yeah, let's dig a little bit deeper, see what Keegan can find. He really needs some offensive output here. Okay, 2 blues. So, you know, net pos that doesn't really gain anything.
Yep, up to 5 resources now. Still has that Gold Kiss Rum available. Still has the charm, access to that chum in the graveyard.
Okay.
So Keegan just trying to work through this here. I mean, one option, as we mentioned, you could play chum from graveyard, activate the Gold Kiss Rum, come in for 4, follow that up with an Oyston for 3. Just saying, I'm going to take 1 card away from you to counteract that Sigil of Brilliance. But I think Keegan knows he's in a difficult spot this turn. Would have loved to find something like a Loot the Hole to actually demand additional cards.
Yeah. Any form that actually disrupts Alex here. Yeah, a Loot the Hold on Chum would be pretty sweet. I mean, you're taking a card either way or forcing a 2-card block.
I mean, I can see Keegan's thinking, like, where did this all go wrong? Like, I dropped that double Conqueror, I got the Garnet Flash, and then that Lightning Groove's pop-off turn, all of a sudden, just drops him all the way down to 5 off the back of those Blast Oblivions and the Comet Storm.
So there's still that Rigor Mortis. So he could strip 2 cards with a Rigor attack and an Oyston, potentially.
Yeah, but again, you're a little bit vulnerable to those instant siege shocks with this.
You're right.
And maybe that's something he's just tossing up in his mind.
Okay, so he's digging. Keegan's saying, you know what? I'll just keep going.
Okay, really wants to find a blue here. Okay.
Okay.
Considering a response.
Oh no. Okay, it resolves at once. Okay.
Okay.
Let me just think. Yeah.
Okay, so notably, I mean, a lot of the burns damage in Alexander's hand is instant speed.
Yeah. Yeah.
So maybe like one thing is
access to shock. Yeah.
one thing he might be thinking about, Karol, is that some tech cards like Throw Caution to the Wind. These cards that can prevent like multiple like types of damage, both arcane and physical. Just thinking like, wait, do I have a chance to just lethal you right now?
Yeah.
In case you're running like one or two of these cards.
Oh, he might be going for it. There's that double shock.
Yep. So
Yeah,
Electrostatic
consign
Discharge.
to Cosmog. There's 2 copies of that. So we have 2 pings for 1, potentially playing out some instants to pump up that Volzar. This could be lethal right here.
Okay, so he's going for it. This is going to amp the Volzar up.
I'm gonna.
Okay, he's going to shock for 1.
You for 1.
Yeah.
This is going to bring Keegan down to 4 life.
And here we go.
And then
Keegan needs for it to be Throw Caution to the Wind, I believe.
Play another shock.
Yeah. You know, Alex is saying, you know what, I'm not waiting till my turn to do this. I'm just going to present lethal right here, right now, on your turn.
Yeah.
Yep, and
Yeah.
this is also a win and in. This is a huge deal. Like, this is to lock your position for top 8. And Keegan
Yeah.
just trying to do the math saying, what can I find here? So
Yes, you know what? I'm going to activate Gravy. Hope to draw something. What is it?
discards
Oh.
a chump.
Yeah,
I know, and that's game.
Alexander Vore secures his spot in the top 8. Oscilio, love to see it, Kieran.
Yeah, and that's why you can get a little bit punished on these gravy decks where you say, like, I'm just going to be the aggressive deck. I'm not going to present any Arcane Barrier, even though I have access to all these blues.
Yeah.
I'm just going to rely on racing you. And that game plan actually looked like it was going to go very well initially for Keegan. Pushing those double Conqueror of the High Seas, threatening the Arsenal, getting rid of that Gone Flash, getting down the ally as well. But then after that, it was just all Alexander Vore.
Yeah.
I mean, choosing to pop off in the Lightning Greaves and not getting greedy,
Yeah.
I think was really, really smart. So, I mean, a little bit fortunate, you know, finding that second Blast of Oblivion to
that
really
was
amp that
a
turn.
huge draw for sure.
A massive draw finding those, but just recognizing, like, look, this is a game state where if I say, I don't, you know, instead of going for like the 80% of the max, I'm going to try get the 100%, go for the ceiling.
For sure.
You get mega punished. You end up having to defend out with your cards from hand, and you never actually get anywhere. Instead, he actually commits, pushes something absurd, like 23 damage on that turn,
Yeah.
and then just saying, you have no Arcane Barrier. Like, I'm going to draw into my Arcane Burn spells and kill you, and actually also identifying that, look, I can wait for my turn and go for it, but now I'm letting you draw into your outs. I'm not going to let you draw into your outs. I'm going to hold priority on this gold draw, and then I'm going to give you one more shot to draw off Gravy, and now I'm going to kill you right now.
Yeah.
And obviously just paying off. Alexander Vore taking down another Gravy Bones and securing his position in the top 8.
What a master of the hero for sure.
Yeah, that was really, really cool to see. And also,
Next,
I
yeah.
mean, should we take a look at some of the Armory decks coming up this
Okay.
year? Because, I mean, we're at a calling right now, and I'm thinking back to Shoma's win at the
Yeah,
calling earlier. And on the Armory deck Ira. So I think Shoma just really showing that Ira is one of these heroes that can, you know, play with the big dogs.
Honestly, I love this as a starting entry point. If you have any friends that want to get into the game, this is the deck to buy. Honestly, the Edge of Autumn, the flavor on it is amazing. And the cards that are brought to Ira and the Ninja class in general are amazing. The whole Vengeance combo lines are so cool.
And I enjoy the alternate play pass for ninjas with that Edge of Autumn focused cards. You know, I've seen some Katsus doing it as well, and just this as a standalone deck, being able to get into it, it's great.
Yeah.
But I mean, Ira's one of the OGs in Flesh and Blood. But let's take a look at one of the new heroes coming up shortly with another Armory deck.
Yeah.
Actually, sorry, just before, let's have a look at a couple of cards. The Enact Vengeance, the Arcana Skull Wraps, playing into that Edge of Autumn game plan that we talked about, and having this Vengeance theme, having these onboard attack reactions, being able to throw away your Edge of Autumn and then equip it right back.
Yeah, so threatening.
But looking ahead to some of our new heroes coming up shortly, in Pleiades, one of the, you know, the superstar, one of the Guardians coming up from the latest set. She's getting an Armory deck coming. It's going to be in store September 19th, very shortly, right after the pre-release of Super Slam. And there's some very, very cool cards that you have access to
already,
in this.
you know, one of the first cards that we've seen for Pleiades, and it's already such a banger. This ability is so unique, being able to take an extra turn is, you know, what do card players want to do the most?
Take an extra turn of Flesh
It's
and Blood.
nice to draw cards, but taking extra turns, like, that's next
And
level.
if you just look at that stat line as well, it's a blue 3D, 6 cost, 8 power. You know, traditionally Guardians have been pretty happy with things like those Thunderquakes, those Cranial
for
Crushers,
sure,
cards
yeah.
like that. So I think that's a card that these Pleiades players are really going to have a bit of fun with. And going back to some of the OGs, one of your favorite heroes, Karol, and a deck you worked on as well, the Armory deck Reiner. They're going to be out in stores November 14th, coming up, you know, a few months into the future.
Yeah, it's one of those heroes that, with Super Slam and this is going to get juiced significantly.
Exactly. You get access to a whole lot of new Brute cards from Super Slam, and you get to pair those, a few months later down the track with some of these Armory Deck cards.
Yeah.
And I think one of the centerpieces is, Karol, what have Brute's been crying out for years and years and years?
Give me that blue 6 power, baby. And that's exactly what this is. Alpha Instinct playing into those beat chest synergies as well. It's a mechanic that's been explored a little bit in heavy hitters, but now we're expanding on that with this Armory Deck.
And that's the really cool thing about this. Like, it allows you to interact a little bit more with that beat chest mechanic if you want to lean into that. But if you're one of these old school Rhino players and say you're like, I just want to play my old
I
school.
just want to rip a 6 off the top from a Wild Ride or something, then there you go.
Yep, there you go. You have your blue 6 powers. That's all you want. It's all you need. And one of the heroes has been showing up big time during this Classic Constructed season and also at the calling this weekend. None other than Slippy. Arachne slipped through the cracks with an Armory Deck coming up in December this year.
Yeah,
So-
and I very much like the chaos part of this Armory Deck, where we have the new card Meat Madness, which really taps into that kind of randomness that Chaos is known for. There's all 3 options that can happen on hit, so both you and your opponent will be on edge when that thing connects.
And that's the thing. That's a little bit what Chaos is all about, right? It's about like what's going to happen. I don't know. You don't know. Should
Are
I
you going to
just,
play around it? Do you have a card in Arsenal?
should I just let this hit? Like, surely it's just going to badge the top card. Oh no, it took my power card from Arsenal.
Whoopsies. Yeah.
Anyway, the last round of Swiss for the Classic Constructed Calling is coming up right after this. I think we're going to have another potential winner in. It's going to be featuring, how am I not casting it? It's going to be featuring one of my favorite heroes in the game, the one of Victor Goldmane.
Maybe those Master Pack Guardian cards are coming in hot, right?
Karol, I'll tell you, stuff like Testify and Grip is a card I was very, very excited for. That's such a huge pickup for Victor, being able to have this disruption on defense. Victor's all about turning your defense into offense, right? Things like Trouts, Tests of Strength. But you know what's better than drawing cards sometimes? It's making your opponent discard those cards.
Exactly. You know what? We had a chat with Kale McCreath just before. A classic old school Guardian stand, and he was saying like, this is the Codex of Frailty for the Guardian class.
Yeah. There's nothing better like a Slippy comes at you with the Kiss of Death and you're like, oh no, do I play around that last card? Is it a Toxin? How about we just go ahead and get rid of that before the reaction step? Anyway, that's enough for us. Don't go anywhere. We're coming back with more Classic Constructed action from the World Tour Auckland very shortly.
Welcome back to the World Tour Auckland, where we are following the classic constructed calling. And what an amazing game from that Oscilio. What a electrifying performance.
Oh, electrifying. That's a good one, Uhyoung.
Wow. I made because, he's electric.
Yeah, we're always looking to see a little more of Vore. I'm just cutting you off there before we get any more atrocious jokes. Also, a little bit of a rough day in the office for Keegan there. A classic Wellington player known for hard fatigue chamber dash back in the day. Obviously, sadly, that hero is now living legend, and Keegan has transitioned to gravy bones. So doing pretty well with it so far.
Yeah, so we just witnessed round 10 of the CC Swiss rounds, and we are about to move into round 11, the final round, before we determine who makes it into the top 8. So let's have a look at those standings, because a lot is on the line here. So, off the top, the 9-1s and the 8-2s are currently locked for top 8. So that means 1st, 2nd, 3rd, 4th, 5th, and 6th, all the way down to Jaden Allen, are locked for top 8. So we are now fighting for the 7th and 8th slot to try and make it into that top 8 and have a shot at the calling championships.
And all of these players down towards the bottom of the standings table, like, it's all live for them. Like if there's a lot of losses, they'll keep dominoing, and then the next 7-3 will make it in. There's this is genuinely make or break moment of whether you're going to make it into the top 8. I mean, I'm just looking at this, though. I just want to point out, 8-2, 8-2, 8-2, 7-3, 7-3. Then Amelia on Kano at 9-1. Incredible performance.
Yeah, that Kano has just been dominating this field. And it just kind of makes me think that arcane damage and wizards was simply not respected at this calling. And I wonder how the metagame might shift or adjust to accommodate these powerhouse performances from these wizards.
And I just want to also point out one more thing. Yeah. Look at all those flags from Aotearoa.
Yeah, look at that hometown buff. It has been phenomenal. And now, on the second page, we are seeing a lot of 7-3s. So some of them may still be live. Some of them near the bottom aren't necessarily live yet, but they are fighting for a prayer, for a shot that if they win their game and something goes horribly wrong above them in the tournament standings, they may still have a shot in that top 8. So a lot still on the line for all these 7-3s.
For a lot of these players, it really is just going to come down to, if you win, you're hoping you're going to bubble in. I just want to point out Ryan Williams there, a local Wellington player who has literally grinded from the bottom to the top. We call him the Elo Mosquito down in Wellington because he often queues into highly established players with massive amounts of Elo, and he just tanks it. He's so good now.
Yeah, so I am so excited. We are now moments away and about to go into the final round of the Swiss rounds. Round 11 of this calling. Let's see how this plays out. So, let's set the stage. Victor Goldmane here, piloted by Anthony, and Ira, piloted by Max. So, for Ira, for Max, if he wins this game, he will lock his spot into the top 8. Victor, piloted by Anthony, if he wins, he will be down to a prayer in the hopes that he bubbles. So, still stakes on the line. Let's see who takes this out. Max, look at this stellar record. Only one loss to Gravy at the moment on this slide, and also just this dominating win throughout this broad metagame that he's had to fight through. Riptide, Gravy, Dorinthia. I mean, what a performance.
Fantastic work, including Brody Spurlock there in round 5.
Yeah, a dominant frontrunner in the World Tour race.
And Xing Sang as well.
Yeah. And then it has been not that great on these final few rounds, losing to Prism and Dio that we saw in that last game. So he is now, with a stellar start, fighting for his tournament life. He needs to win this, turn this losing streak around in order to make it into the top 8. And then now Anthony. Win-win, loss, win-loss, win-win, loss. Fighting through this metagame on Victor Goldmane. A bit of a dark horse, some might say, in this metagame, but a few upgrades that he would have gotten from the Guardian Mastery Pack. So I am so excited to see how that has influenced the deck and how that's going to influence all of his matchups.
And he's really going to have to try his best in this matchup. Like, Daddy's money's not going to take him there. He's going to have to really work for it.
Exactly. All that nepotism can only carry you so far. Victor must finally carry his own weight to try take out this game and give himself a shot in the top 8.
Just to clarify, we mean Victor's money, not Anthony's money. Anthony seems like a very stand-up, fine gentleman.
Yes. He may be very rich. We don't personally
He could
know.
be.
He could be.
He also could be rich in friends and family and life experiences.
Yeah, exactly. And if you win the calling, you definitely will be a little bit richer with
Just a
all that
little
cash money, all those promos, those World Tour points. You know, I am so excited. So who do you think is favored in this matchup? Give me a
Oh,
gut
you're the
instinct.
dev, Uhyoung, but I'll take the mic.
Yeah.
All right.
This is a bit of a test, you see.
Yeah, test. Okay, I see. All right. Come on, Kash, you got this. You know the meta, surely. You've written about it every week for like the last 3 years. Okay, so Ira, Scarlet Revenger, and Victor Goldmane High and Mighty. So Ninja versus Guardian can go either way. There are some big disruption attacks in the Guardian class that can stop Go Again. They can stop small power attacks. But also that chip damage is going to be extremely relevant.
Yeah.
I think Ira is probably favored with the ability to just grind down with that Kodachi 1, Kodachi 2. If Victor manages to get up a big pile of might tokens, he might be able to swing it back and grind out the Ira. But I would probably say that Ira is in the most comfortable seat here.
Yeah, I think that's a very fair assessment. And something that we're going to look out for in this matchup is this brand new card that Victor has access to, which is Test of Iron Grip in there. From the Guardian Mastery Pack, the ability to block 4 and make your opponent discard mid-combat chain is going to be an absolutely devastating effect, and we're going to keep track of how this card plays in this matchup.
But he's got to win the clash to do it.
Indeed.
Victor, good at winning clashes, but let's just say if he reveals another block or a non-attack or something, and Ira reveals a 6 on top, then he's going to have to be the one to discard. So
Yeah.
there is a little bit of a gamble there.
Indeed. This isn't your typical, for example, Syndra matchup where all those attack values are very low. But Anthony, comfortable just setting up an arsenal, setting up that seismic surge, and passing the turn.
What do you think about this tectonic plating in this matchup, Uhyoung?
I mean, I think it's very good. Just the ability to create those seismic surges and carry on that resource for the next turn. On top of, I just realized he has decided not to arsenal, so that's very interesting. Especially those blocks in hand are not very good in that arsenal because they'll just get locked. But that tectonic plating, the ability to block 2 and block 1, will be very good at blocking out Kodachis and breakpoints and trying to prevent this mask of momentum from triggering.
Something tells me Anthony's going to be pretty happy to block out a lot of these turns and only send back these big attacks if they're worth it. Maybe those blues that we saw in his hand weren't worth arsenaling. You obviously don't want to arsenal the block card, but another reason is like Command and Conquer for 7.
Yeah,
If you don't put something in arsenal, then it's just 7.
that is strictly correct. So here comes Kodachi for 1 and the classic Kodachi for 2.
1, 2.
Yeah. And the thing is, these are very annoying to block out, but he will just commit the block here.
Clash.
For a Vigor here,
Oh, he misses.
revealing a Test of Iron Grip, the card that I've been saying let's keep an eye on, making him lose that Clash as that it did not have an attack value. So, a Vigor given over to Max. One important thing to note is that this means Anthony is guaranteed to lose the Clash again, so that Test of Iron Grip is going to turn up very clunky on this turn.
Yeah, because you don't want to put that in arsenal. You can't really put that in arsenal, and if you block with it, you have to discard a card.
Yeah, and it's only pitches for red, so bit of a punish here, especially because he lost that Clash. He did have a goal to re-roll, but he just decided not to for this moment.
I want to point out one thing here. Winning that Clash has given Max a Vigor token. Normally, free resources are good, but in an Ira deck where you want to start with your Kodachi and pitch a 0 cost, the Vigor will not allow you to do that because you can only pitch if you need the resources. If he's got the resource, he has to swing. He would have to swing the Kodachi, and then because there's no 0 cost in his pitch zone, he wouldn't get Go Again. So this could slow down his next turn.
Yeah, it's going to be very interesting to see what happens. So, but he does commit the Test of Iron Grip, decides to re-roll, and he does win that Clash with the wallop.
Coming up, Anthony.
Yeah,
Dodged the bullet there.
He's going to be very relieved to see that card on top, creating him a Vigor as well for winning a Clash by revealing that card. So a lot going in his favor now. That ability to re-roll the Clash card with Victor's ability and sacrificing a gold, very powerful. And as that Sirens
start
goes,
with the gold, folks.
yeah, and as that Sirens goes to the grave, Max will gain that 1 life. Goes to 41. Now, Seismic Surge and a Vigor popping, so essentially 2 free resources.
Now, if you're Max, you're really hoping to see a 1-cost Go Again card in your hand here that you can use on the Vigor token. Otherwise, your turn might just get a little bit cooked.
Yeah, just not being able to swing those Kodachis freely with Go again.
Although we can see an E-strike in his hand, so you know it's
still
possible
go,
he
right?
can start with that and then follow up into something else. So it's not entirely he's not entirely robbed of all damage.
Yeah. And here is just your classic Guardian play. Titan's Fist for 4.
Hammer, hammer, hammer.
Yeah. Both these heroes very comfortable sort of blocking, utilizing small hands, and also just value grinding throughout this matchup. So we will see who is the true king of that value grind here.
I mean, 4's bigger than 1 and 2.
That is true. But 4 is easier to block.
Exactly.
So Max just thinking over his hand, seeing how much of this hand he can utilize. He goes no blocks, takes 4. He's going to send this hand right back at him.
Especially with that Vigor token, so he's clearly got some sort of plan.
Yeah. Anthony finally gets an Arsenal and passes, draws up to 4.
Gaining a resource. You're probably going to have to start with that Enlightened Strike.
Yeah. You know, a staple of Flesh and Blood, coming all the way from Welcome to Wraith, which we saw some of these OG Alpha E-strikes being opened over the weekend.
Oh, it must be nice.
Must be nice indeed. All right, here comes that E-strike. Deciding on the mode. Thinking about the card to sink here. Sinks one card.
Looks like he puts the cut through on the bottom. Which, I mean, that makes sense because you can't really swing your dagger without go again into cut through.
Exactly. Here's 5. Go again. Block 6. Very comfortable just throwing 2 cards down, keeping that life buffer up.
And he's got that torrent. He can send that torrent off the Vigor.
Yeah.
And if it doesn't get blocked, he can just pitch this blue in his hand and swing with the Kodachis after that because torrent would get go again.
A blue Whelming Gustwave, not necessarily the best card you want in your arsenal, but it is still something that can extend those combos. Here comes 5. On hit. Go again. Anthony thinking about blocks.
It's a big ask to have to double block it. Oh, he's putting it down.
Victor does have access to that beautiful golden shield, so here's a block for 5. And blocking with the shield early means that Victor will get the flexibility to sack his shield for gold if he loses any future clashes he really needs to win. So getting the value out of that shield early and just giving him that flexibility in case another critical clash comes up.
So Max electing not to arsenal that blue Whelming Gustwave, instead keeping in hand as insurance that he's got a blue to pitch into the daggers. Seems totally fine in a long game like this where like you don't really want to lock your arsenal out.
Exactly. Both players just sort of happy taking those IP penalties to make sure they get the correct cards in arsenal and just play that value grind properly, because nothing is going to be worse in this sort of long game if you get a bad card in arsenal and you're sort of stuck with it for a long time.
Although we have seen in previous games, Max made pretty good use of it with stuff like dual threats. You know, I've come around on arsenaling the blue 1 power. I think, you know,
yeah,
sometimes it comes in for 4, and that's pretty good.
There's definitely some merit to it.
You've already taken a game action of a tectonic lighting.
CNC.
So a seismic surge was created and a CNC has been sent.
And Max did an arsenal as well.
Yeah. So definitely one of the best ways to play around.
Just don't
Arsenal
arsenal.
disruption is not arsenal.
Just never arsenal.
A lot of good sportsmanship being shown here. Max happy. It seems like Anthony didn't necessarily want to make the seismic surge into CNC because he realized too late that there was no arsenal. Max being very sportsmanlike, saying you are free to take that back. But Anthony deciding to commit to the play that he has started. Coming in for 6, blocking for 3. 3 damage leaks through.
Still damage. It's decent.
Damage is damage.
Tunic to 3.
Yeah.
Nope, not yet.
37 plays 37.
And Tunic to 3.
Cool. All right, let's see what Max can do with these 3 cards. Kodachi for 1. No Vigor disrupting this sort of classic opening. Takes 1.
Imagine if he goes Kodachi for 2. That'd be crazy.
That would be something wild to see.
There's no way. No, I'm kidding.
Here's a Kodachi for 2. Even though it's just 2 damage, if this hits, the next attack will thread a mask. So here comes quite an early quick dodge flexes, very efficiently blocking this for 2, and also pitching the new Fable Riches of Tropoldani when pitch creates a gold. And this will sort of combo with Victor's ability because he created a gold. He will also draw a card. I mean, look at that card advantage. look at all that value.
Interesting committing this quick dodge early, but I guess he's seeing that like Max has got a really grindy game, and if he can just make use of that gold generation now, it seems like a really good opportunity to do it.
Yeah, here comes a sensor for 5, which is just sort of solid damage, but at this point, it'll probably just get a block for 3 and jump on the quick dodge flexes.
Block 3.
And here comes a Clash of
He's going
Might.
to let it hit.
Yes.
Yeah,
Clash
Clash
first.
first. That's correct. Reveals that 8 power.
Big number good.
Wins that Clash. Gets that Might. And this is sort of the power being showcased of Victor. The ability just to block, grind, get all this incidental value throughout these clashes and gold generation. Just sort of pushing ever so slightly ahead. But we will be here for some time, it seems, as these two players comfortable blocking, exchanging bits of damage, just eking that value wherever they can. Here's a Might pop. Here's a Seismic Surge pop. Let's see what Anthony can throw back.
Oh, visit the gold main estate.
Visit the gold main estate, and now we see why he pitched Triple Dining to create that gold earlier, because this will be his 3rd gold on the board because of that shield. So he now gets to create a gold, draw a card because of Victor's ability, and also create 3 mites. So, man, that's a lot of heavy lifting for one
That's
card.
a lot of damage.
That sure is.
These are the kind of plays that Victor can use to crack back at Ira, because Ira has that natural advantage of the grindy Kodachis. But if Victor can just pile up these Might tokens and send down a massive attack that just pushes over the top, then he can maybe get Max into a smaller range where a giant attack will be enough to close it out.
Yeah, exactly. 2 cards. Creates another Seismic Surge token.
Getting that gold is also really nice, because like you've got to win these clashes.
Yeah, and here comes a Chokeslam red for 9 thanks to that Might token. On Crush, Ira will not be able to get additional attack on her attack, so effectively shutting down her hero ability.
At least it'll shut down like those plays where you have those attack actions that can get increased power.
Exactly.
You'll still be able to use it on the weapons, which is nice, but again, it's
Yes.
still like 9 damage. Like that's a lot. But
Yeah.
Ira's pretty good at just blocking out very efficiently and sending these 2-card hands, these 3-card hands.
Yeah, they're still just sort of in that early game, jockeying for position, just throwing out efficient numbers. So
Big
an attack for
number
9,
good.
block for 6. Happy to keep 2 cards and send something back.
Sorry, we haven't been updating it. 31.
Yeah.
There we go.
Oh, no, that's
Just
Life
correct.
totals have been correct. Calm down, chat. Calm down.
Say what you have to.
Yeah. I feel like I've played some of these tournaments where I always forget to sort of keep track of that life total, just something that you're not used to in your every other game throughout that tournament so far, because you just keep track of it on your own pad. But when you sort of get to that feature match table, there are just sort of additional things to keep track of that can really sort of throw you off at times.
Especially a game of a game of attrition like this is like it's going to go on for a long time. Both players are thinking long term. They're thinking about how they're going to win, their pitch stack, like what cards they need long term. There's so many things you have to think about other than just the cards that are being pushed back and forth here that sometimes you're not even thinking about the life.
Yeah, exactly. And here just comes a E strike for 7, blocked by 2 cards, takes 1, and then now we're just back to Anthony. Going to try throw out another big attack to try get value off these mites.
Here they come.
And here comes a debilitate for 11.
So clean off 1 card.
Yes, on Crush will make the next attack get -2 damage, can effectively shut off one of those Kodachi swings. So very nice little play here.
You love to see it. Or I guess you hate to see it if you're Ira. Or you love to see it if you're Victor. Or
Yeah.
you love to see it if you're us.
Yes, and it's exciting to sort of just see these Welcome to Wraith cards just being on display. But 2 defense reactions being committed to this, taking 3, so no Crush coming through, but it is still a leak for 3 damage.
Being able to commit 2 cards to be able to stop the crush effect there is huge. It's really good for just like deck damage in general, because Anthony was probably quite confident he'd take 3 cards there. But
Yeah,
2 cards, and then you get to send back your hand. It's pretty sweet.
yeah. And again, another Kodachi for 1. And this is kind of how this game will go. Just efficient blocks, efficient attacks, efficient weapon swings. And then it may begin to turn on a dime as these heroes sort of get to lower lives as they try to threaten each other out of the game. Oh, and even bigger than that, looking at top 3 cards.
You're getting a quicken token, which is something that Ira can actually utilize to a really interesting degree.
Yeah. So this will allow him to find something off the top to continue this chain.
Do we think he's got something tucked away in Arsenal there that he can utilize with this Quicken token, which would give go again when you
quite
attack?
possibly, yeah. Or he may just be comfortable just sending this Kodachi again and sending out an efficient attack to end the chain. It's going to reveal the top card.
The other thing as well, like even bigger than that, sometimes you just have to use it after the first swing because it checks how much damage you've dealt this turn, and so you kind of want to be doing it after the first swing before you've dealt too much power to whiff off the top, basically.
Yeah, exactly. Gets that sound the alarm. Has that clicking token.
Alarm has been sounded.
So the next attack will get go again. Max did not get crushed last turn, so still will get Ira's hero ability to get +1 on the next attack.
Just thinking about whether he's going to commit to that.
Yeah.
Yeah, get in there, mate. Get in there.
Yeah, here comes 5.
Sound the
go
alarm.
again.
Reveal it? No, on her day.
Yeah, so reveal your hand, and if you've got
Yeah, and
Revealing
sees
the
if
hand.
there's an attack reaction in the hand. If he does, he'll be able to pull up a defense reaction.
Yeah, you'd be checking for something like Pummel here, but I guess in Ira, this is just a 1 for 5. You know, like it's a 1 for 5. Sometimes it has upside into Assassin, into Warrior, stuff like that.
Yeah, but we will see that Trounce in Anthony's hand, a very, very powerful clash card that can swing a lot of value his way. So we'll see if that's committed here. If he's confident he can win 2 clashes. He does have 2 gold on the board, so we'll be able to re-roll. All right, here it is. Block for 3 and Trounce. First clash.
Oh my goodness, it looks like the Ira won that one.
On a 5 to 4. He
It looks like
yeah, he is going for the second clash now, deciding not to re-roll that card, and he misses. So, thankfully, he didn't lose both clashes, as that would have been devastating, but no additional effect from this Trounce, just a block for 3. And sometimes that's completely fine. A little bit of lost value that he could have had, but not going to be too unhappy with that, electing to keep the gold instead.
Still though, if you're Victor and you're facing down this constant grind, you really, really want to be winning these clashes because the card draw, the might tokens, the vigor tokens to shave off that extra card that normally you'd have to pitch, like you need every edge.
Yeah, exactly. So here is CNC for 6. And again, Anthony has no arsenal. So he'll just be comfortable making an efficient block and making sure he can potentially swing something back or arsenal something.
This
Block
turn,
3, leaks 3.
This turn became very clean with that quicken token. Still a lot of equipment block on Anthony's side, though, that he can use to soak up the breakpoints when he wants to send a huge attack back.
Yeah, exactly. Just comfortable singing another hammer for 4, making sure he's just doing efficient 1-card hands. A 1-card 4 is still a very efficient turn cycle in Flesh and Blood. Yeah, and Anthony's still holding on to all that armor. Very critical later on when he needs to try to prevent this mask of momentum from triggering later on. All right, weakest link, block for 3, takes the 1. Anthony will simply pass back. And here we go again. 3
Go
card.
again.
Here we go again, indeed.
You have a low
Now, do you think he'll swing the Kodachi, or will he throw an attack with go again first?
I think it's a very high possibility that we will see a Kodachi swing this turn.
Very annoying dagger step block. Here
How
comes
did
one
you
go
know?
again. You see, I'm somewhat of a dev myself. You see. I get to play Flesh and Blood a lot, and I have seen many Kodachi swings, and every time I've been like, man, that's annoying to block.
Damn, that's crazy.
That's crazy, dude. Here comes 2 go again, second Kodachi swing. Just such efficient weapons. Most likely demanding a block here, unless Anthony has suddenly found the gas to push some damage through. And it looks like he wants to keep the hand if possible. Here's a block for 2 from Tectonic Plating.
Very heads up block here because it interrupts the 3 chain links needed for Mask of Momentum.
Exactly. And here is Bittering Thorns for 4 on hit. The next attack will get +1. So a bit of an annoying breakpoint that Anthony will need to consider blocking.
But he also has to weigh up whether Ira actually has a 0 cost attack in his hand. And he goes, nah, you don't.
Yeah, I don't believe
it.
Comes a 4, took the hit. Let's see if Max can capitalize. He
Yep.
says moving to Arsenal, and that is a great read from Anthony here.
Perfect call.
He has decided to keep his full grip, so let's see what big attack he's going to be throwing out here.
And he's doing it on a turn with no might, no vigor. Surely we got some gas.
Yeah.
Ah, yes. We've got a visit the gold main estate, getting some gold, getting some might, and we're going to follow it up with a Spinal Crush, which will demand blocks from Max so that he can't push back on this next turn with the might tokens.
Yeah, just generating so much value. Just the ability for Victor to visit home and ask his dad for more money. Just such a powerful effect.
The rich get richer.
Indeed. And he should also be creating some might tokens here, but he will swing. Yep. I'm glad he picked that up.
4.
So he'll be creating 4 mites here, thanks to the 4 gold, so 3 on board and that shield. And then he will swing that Spinal Crush. Definitely a bit of nerves showing, especially on this win and in match with a lot on the line. Anthony fighting for his shot at the top 8, while Max will guarantee his spot in the top 8 if he wins. So, bit of nerves, center of the stage, a lot on the line here. Coming in for 9 with Spinal Crush.
The Spinal Crush being more of an insurance policy thing to throw at Max, just to make sure he doesn't go too hard on it. Oh, but sync from Arsenal, that's so efficient.
Yeah, here's just another block for 7, leaks another 2, and then passing the turn, and here we go again. But Anthony does have 4 mites on the board. He may be able to push some big damage next turn and sort of try steal this tempo.
Yeah, if you're Ira, you're just wanting to do as much damage as you possibly can. Force blocks, make sure that they don't utilize those 4 mites as effectively as they could.
Exactly. And here comes a Kodachi for 1.
Kodachi for 1. Kodachi for 2. Oh, so it's not a Kodachi for 2. It's a pain in the backside for 4. This is a really nice break point here.
And,
and here's the
new card. Yes,
new
Test
card.
of Iron
So
Grip
new that I don't even
clashes.
know his
And he
name.
loses the clash
he loses
again.
the clash.
Oh, man. Anthony is somewhat low-rolling on all these clashes,
But-
starting to make his opponent re-roll.
But we forget, Victor can cheat.
Yes,
Victor
indeed.
gets to
Let's
spin
see.
gold. And he
reveals.
wins.
Yeah, what a great reroll there. Makes the win. Makes him discard a sink below. So that single card, Test of Iron Grip, blocked for 4 and took a 4 block out of Max's hand. That's a 1-card 8 essentially in this turn cycle.
What a rip.
Yeah. And then here is another Kodachi for 1. Like, man, that is a tough card to lose, especially in the sort of value grind matchup. You just don't want to be losing a free 4 block like that. Test of Iron Grip really showcasing its power and what it's going to do for Guardians in this metagame.
Anthony looking at a Golden Sun in hand, which will be with the gold online to send in a massive attack with all of these might tokens.
Yup, and he could even crack a gold, give it overpower and +3. That's the kind of card you want to sync up with all those mites to make Ira's blocking decisions very difficult.
And on the back of making him discard that sink below as well, so he doesn't even have that sink in Arsenal would have completely eaten up.
Exactly. So this might be a turn that we sort of see that sort of back and forth kind of shift a little bit as Anthony's able to punch through a lot more damage than he's been doing so far.
Might makes right, my friend. And here are 4 mites.
Exactly.
4 mites.
And especially with that seismic surge, it's going to make that attack so efficient. He could pitch 1 blue into it to swing this attack. Oh,
yeah.
Look at that efficiency. Oh,
he's going for the gold draw.
He's going to crack a gold. Let's see what he draws. Let's see what he's looking for here. 1 floating. Draws that blue that he saw earlier.
Does he go in again? Is he going to go in again?
I'm fascinated to see what he's looking for. He has...
It's making a surge.
Yeah, use that 1 floating to create a surge. And it may just be a case where he's not necessarily happy with the cards in his hand, so he's willing to use up that resource to make sure he pitches away all those blues in his hand.
Here it comes. Golden Sun.
Yeah, and he will elect to crack that final gold, giving the Golden Sun +3 and overpower.
I don't think the green does. Oh, it's okay. And then 14.
And
Max has a snag in hand, though.
Interesting. What a tech card to sort of keep in this matchup, because he knows that it's the sort of the Golden Sun overpower big attack abilities that can really shake up this matchup and push damage through. So he has boarded in, snagged the ability to get rid of all this additional power that's been placed on top of Golden Sun. What a card to have C in his hand right now.
going to be interesting to see, like, this will subtract the power from the Golden Sun.
Yeah.
It might not subtract the power from the Might tokens, but to be honest, like, anything less that you can get on there when you're facing overpower, it's almost like a mini defense reaction in its own. It's quite a heads-up card to include into Victor. I imagine that Max has this mostly for, like, mostly for Assassin, but it has some pretty good and strong niche uses such as this, but also Rouse the Ancients, Pummel, so many cards that you can just completely gank out of nowhere. Like, see you, mate.
Yeah, it can really neutralize sort of these key cards that Anthony will be relying on to sort of go over curve on some of his turns. So very cool card to see in this matchup. Let's see how it plays out here.
And just a reminder for our viewers at home there, Snag prevents attack action cards from gaining power from themselves or from attack reactions.
Yes, that's correct.
Looks like Anthony's hit a little bit of a snag here, mate. Thanks, folks. I'm here all week.
Yeah, blocks for 2 on 14, and he will play Snag, removing the +3 that it got from its own effect.
This is kind of like a Bunnings department store here. We've got a hammer, we've got a snag.
Yeah.
We've got everything you need for your local New Zealand hardware store.
Yeah, so it goes to, it should be going to 11 here, I believe.
Oh, they don't count?
The mics don't count. It's just 3.
Okay, so just 3.
So it looks like our players are just clarifying the snag and how much power is reduced, whether the power is reduced from Golden Sun's own buff and whether those might tokens are included.
Yeah, definitely sort of those sort of minor interactions and sort of key differences in how that card is getting that power, and sort of these nuanced interactions that sort of come up can be very tricky, especially on a high stakes stage like this. So just going to clarify that and make sure that number is accurate for the game.
Now, Uhyoung, who do you think is favored in this position right now?
I don't know. I feel like that Golden Sun is going to be powerful, and I'm hearing they're already ready. So let's
find
get
out.
straight back to
Let's
the
find
game.
out, yeah.
Let's see how this sort of plays out.
9, yes.
Yeah, so that has been corrected to 11 overpower here. Blocks for 2. The snag was committed. So it'll be a damage leak of 9.
This is actually starting to look quite good for Victor.
Yep, 16 plays 24. That powerful overpower ability sort of really sneaking that damage through and accelerating the game state forward. And once Ira gets lower and lower, the second Golden Sun starts to look very frightening.
A simple 1 for 5 off a tunic, being able to arsenal a card.
Yeah. On hit, potentially relevant, but will easily get 2 cards out of Anthony's hand and just continue that block. And here comes a clash, creating a gold on the win and reveals an 8.
Huge.
Absolutely huge.
Draw a card from Victor from creating a gold.
Yeah.
And
we'll
Clash wins
Clash.
again. That's crazy.
And create a second gold. Won't be able to draw 2 cards off this ability, as Victor's ability is once per turn, but he will draw that 1 card and create 2 golds, sort of setting him up for those future visit the gold main estates and the Golden Sun. So such a powerful card once again.
It's quite nice as well. Like a lot of the clashes in Victor's deck can meet even or lose to 6 power. 6 power being one of the highest powers that Ira can reveal off a clash. And still, Victor still managed to win both of those, which is good.
Yeah.
For Victor.
Guardians definitely do get access to those very big numbers, including 8s. So
another Golden Sun.
let's see if it decides to crack a gold here. So yes, it will get +3 and overpower. Coming in for 10. Let's see if he has a defense reaction.
Interesting stuff on Max's hand. You've got a dual threat and a command and conquer. So, like, I mean, you could. Surely it's too loose to just take it and try and send back this massive turn.
Yeah. So we've been seeing throughout the early and mid game the sort of value grind, block 2, swing your weapons, block 2 cards, swing your weapons, and then suddenly when these Golden Suns come out, they start accelerating the game forward, breaking that pattern and just pushing damage through, putting Max in a very, very awkward position. And
you'd have like such a powerful play to go like Kadachis and dual threats and command and conquers and stuff like that, but do you really want to go to 5 to do that in a game that like you're supposed to maybe grind out?
Exactly. Those Kadachis are very good at sort of leaking damage in that late game, but if you never get there, they're kind of just sort of less efficient weapons that only swing 2 damage a turn or 3 with Ira's hero ability.
You really don't want to be going too low and then just start eating like Rouse into another attack.
Exactly. If he goes through too low and Anthony decides to hit the gas and go wide with those E-strikes, with those rouses, with another overpower for the third Golden Sun still in the deck, it's going to look pretty scary.
Thinking about committing these pouncing paws here so that he can use it with the dual threat in order to be able to attack with the dagger, attack with an attack action, then send the dual threat, which will then give +3 to the next dagger and the next attack. You know, there could be a massive, massive play here. Kadachi for 1, could be a Tiger for 1 with Ira's ability pumping it into dual threat, dagger for 4, Command and Conquer for 9.
Yeah.
I mean, he could just eat this and then just completely dome Anthony with this massive turn and go, okay, all right, I'm just going to keep you blocking from here.
Yeah, especially when the sort of evasive abilities come in and take the agency away from Max to block how he wants to. At this point, he'll be blocking 1 card and he needs to convert that hand. He couldn't block with them, so he needs to make sure those cards still generate value on the offense. And the thing is, can he do it? And yes, that dual threat, that CNC going to be huge. There's a block for 3.
No reactions. Cool.
No reactions.
Yeah.
Taking 7 here. And passing the turn.
Doesn't commit the boots. To be able to then send out a Tiger. So maybe he's got an attack action card with Go Again in his arsenal.
Yeah. So 9 plays 24. Max in an uncomfortable life deficit. He will need to make sure this turn counts. He needs to push enough damage to sort of even out this life total, or else he's going to lose this grind game. Here comes.
It's extra time. It's annoying.
Yeah. Here's 1 go again.
1.
Yes.
Then if he wants to utilize his dual threat, he's going to need 2 attack action cards, which he
There
does
it is.
have. Here is a cut through, and because a dagger is hit, it will be coming in for 4 + 1 from Ira, 5, go again.
And now the dual threat is live. We
Yeah.
can play this dual threat because we've attacked with a weapon, we've attacked with an attack action. Here's a trounce.
Oh, this trounce is going to be huge if it hits.
Golden
and here
Sun.
revealing the
Revealing a
Golden Sun.
gold? Sorry, making a gold?
Yup. So because that was revealed, it'll create a gold, and if he wins the trounce, he'll make another gold. I mean, so much value being generated here.
It is winning a clip.
I
It
think
looks
they-
like the players are just having a look at the timing of the revealing and how those effects trigger, because there are cards that get revealed that do things, and then there are cards that trigger when they reveal other things.
Yeah. So they're just trying to figure out at what point does Victor draw that card. I mean, these games, when it comes down to it, there's just a lot of nuances that give you an edge if you understand the rules to that sort of finite, granular level. So, Fab, a tricky game.
That third Golden Sun looking very threatening as well. Like, I mean, Max was still on 9, so like, I don't know if that's going to be enough to kill him, but like, you can put it in Arsenal, try and hit that third Goldman estate, try and get a few more might tokens. Like it's looking a little bit dangerous for Max.
Yeah, Victor really accelerating this game state with pretty much back-to-back, the Golden Sun. So I'm hearing the game is ready, so let's see if they have resolved all the issues that they came up.
Do I get the gold still? Yeah, you still get the gold. Okay, cool.
Cool.
Okay, cool.
Yeah, so this resolution is that, yes, the second trounce clash happens, and then the draw will happen.
I win.
And in this case, he has revealed a 0 power against a non-attack action. And in the Flesh and Blood rules, a 0 power still wins out. So he has won the trounce. He's going to draw a card because he also created that gold.
0 power being the highest number when compared to not a number.
Yes,
Very
that's
good.
correct.
Oh man, this Command and Conquer is gonna absolutely juice him.
Yeah.
It's a pity he wasn't able to draw that Golden Sun, because obviously if you resolve the full effects of Trounce first, you have to put the reveal card on the bottom and then clash again before that gold draw happens.
Yeah. Yeah. And here is a CNC for 9.
Oh.
You know, what's better than a CNC for 6? A CNC for 9.
Do you even block this, or do you just like, I guess it depends on what the arsenal is, but
Yeah. I mean, Anthony is quite ahead, but if he has the gas in his hand, he'll just be taking it.
No
I don't
blocks.
need this arsenal, dude. You're
I
on
can't,
9.
I can't give you 3 cards. Come on.
Yeah.
I mean, not pummel out.
That's right, because it was just that blue that he drew. He wasn't too happy with it. So like, yeah, a lot of. I'm hoping quite intentional plays around CNC in this game.
Got to remember the trigger.
Yeah.
Remember the trigger.
Yes. And there should be a Might and a Vigor popping this turn because he did win that trounce, but all right. activates the tectonic plating, creates that seismic surge.
Big.
Coming with Spinal Crush for 9.
Big ol' 9.
Yeah.
What's that, sir?
But with that Golden Sun being on the bottom, Anthony sort of like is going to have to find some sort of a win condition. It could be a Macho Grande, it could be a big Rouse turn, but he is going to have to pull off something because just sending in a couple of 8s or 9s, like at 14 to 9, like you aren't going to win the game with that because Ira will be very comfortably able to block that out and grind you down.
Yeah.
You do need to find some big cracked turn. What do you think Anthony could do to turn this game into like a definitive, I'm going to win and I'm going to win. Like you're in single digits, I'm going to win it.
Yeah, so as we can see here, he is running those Rouse the Ancients, a very powerful 7 go again that can really tip the scales in his favor. So really juice those numbers through. So
Ooh, Uhyoung, sorry to cut you off, but look at this. He's thinking about committing his whole equipment.
yeah, the whole fridge about to be committed, and it looks like they have, yeah.
Judge, please.
And I think they've finally picked up that the trounce trigger and the generation of the vigor, the gold, and the might has been missed. So they're just going to clarify and correct that out. I mean, I feel for those players. Sometimes when you're sort of stressed out on that stage, and especially when you sort of have one judge call and your kind of focus gets frazzled, it's very easy to sort of snowball that sort of loss of concentration and begin to miss more triggers. I have 100% been in that situation, and I feel for those players, but hopefully they can get all sorted and get that game back on track.
And as we said, it's a game of attrition. It's going to go long. You're having to think about your lines, your pitch stacks. You're thinking like macro, and at that point, sometimes you just miss some of the smaller things that are happening right now because you're having to almost play 2 games at once.
Exactly.
You're playing the sort of like, here's number, but you're also thinking, okay, so in a couple of turns, I need to be able to do this, draw, have this, be able to do that. That's going to put him at this, which is going to leave me with enough cards to do this. Because when you have a long, grindy game like this, you have to be preparing
for that
some
macro
kind of end game.
Yeah.
So like it's hard to sometimes keep track of 1, 2 things, especially with all those tokens. Like, you know, there's seismics, there's vigors, there's mites, there's quite a lot, you know.
Yeah.
So it's understandable completely.
Yeah. So hoping they get that resolved very soon, because in these tournaments, you know, the tournament goes so long and there's a grind and fatigue matchup on the table, but there's also a grindy fatigue matchup in the tournament structure as a whole. Is these 2 long big day events. So I'm hearing that they are now ready. So let's go check out how this was all resolved. And I'm hearing that they have decided to sort of rewind the board state so that they can make sure they resolve those triggers correctly. He has created the gold, the vigor, and the might, and they have gone back to the state where that trounce was played. So just correcting everything, making sure that things are being played out correctly. Yeah.
So it looks like they've rebuilt the board state, so
Exactly.
everything's gone back to the way it was, just to make sure that things happen correctly.
Yeah.
And then just going through that same motion, command and conquer for 9.
Oh, but this time,
Sorry, 6.
the dual threat not being committed because of that rewind. So he
Yeah.
decides to instead just play out the CNC, destroy that arsenal, and keep that dual threat for later.
Having that information from it is a little bit more helpful.
Yeah. It's just something that can happen in sort of these judge calls where they're trying to resolve and make sure things are being played correctly. So this time, 3 aura tokens will pop, a seismic, a might, and a vigor. You know, all these little goodies that'll help Anthony eke out some more value.
Little goodies for
Little
Victor
goodies.
Goldman. It's
Yeah.
like his dad's packed a lunch for him.
Like, oh, I wonder what I'm having today. Oh, a vigor and a seismic surge. Delightful.
Mom, you didn't pack an agility.
Yeah. Here comes 10 Spinal Crush. You know, that's a very annoying number. If you block 2 cards for 6, you will still get crushed. So let's see what is going to be committed here. Before that judge call, Max was about to commit that whole fridge, but
Yeah, 10 is actually a much different story than 9 because two blocks for 6 does not stop the crush, which would prevent go again. It does look like he's just going to throw down a lot of his equipment,
yeah.
ready to push because he's at 9 to 23. He knows that he's got the attrition, but he needs to get Anthony into single digits to remove his ability to just take damage and throw out a big attack. He needs to get him blocking, which is just almost a surefire guarantee, and he needs to do that with a big turn.
Yeah, and that Spinal Crush, a very relevant ability here. The ability to make your opponent lose go again, devastating for Ira, who just wants to go wide. So he will commit just practically his whole fridge here to make sure that crush does not go through. And he'll keep his go again, and he'll keep that dual threat in his arsenal, which he should be able to utilize on this turn.
I don't know if I'd go as far as to call the ninja equipment a fridge. I'd say it's probably more of a vegetable cooler.
Yeah,
But
a vegetable cooler. Yep, that's very fair. You know, maybe a mini bar fridge.
yeah, a mini bar
Yeah,
fridge.
a couple
yeah.
of Cokes, maybe a beer or two.
Yeah.
Here comes one go again with that Kadachi. Let's
What-
see if he can string together a powerful turn here to really get the tempo back in his favor.
Here comes the pouncing paws to make a tiger, utilizing Ira's ability to give it +1, but notably allowing him to have attacked with an attack action card
Yeah.
so that his dual threat becomes online.
Yeah. So annoying attack for 1 and another annoying attack for 1. Very annoying and difficult to block out. But the important thing to note is that that mask of momentum is no longer on the board. So Anthony no longer afraid of letting these attacks hit in a sequence.
Who would win, a small cat or a big man on a horse?
Yeah.
Double dual threat.
Dual threat. Oh my God. If he gets,
That's nasty. Kadachi for 7.
yeah, and if he gets the full value out of those dual threats, each of those dual threats essentially generates 6 points of value. Here is a Kadachi for 7. Go again. One still floating.
Following up with an attack that's also
And here
going
is-
to have a +6. Clash.
Is it Trounce? Wins the first clash. Let's see if he wins the second. He still does have access to
8.
gold.
He wins.
So it goes
Yeah.
in my hand.
Vigor, might, gold, draw. But he's still going to be facing a +6.
And I'll take one.
Yeah, takes the 1. Gets all these goodies for winning that Trounce. What a powerful clash card. Highlighting the power of that clash mechanic, especially in a hero like Victor. And here comes Sensor for 11.
11, sorry.
Massive. This is exactly the push that Ira needed to put Victor into blocking range so that he can't pull off a turn that's big enough to close it out. Comfortable at 7 life, able to grind down. This is exactly what he needs.
Yeah. Anthony looking at his hand, thinking about committing 2 cards. Blocks for 6 with 2 E-strikes. He doesn't necessarily want to race with those cards. He just wants to block and get that life.
Sensor hitting. What will he name? He's having a little think, which is good. You should be thinking in Flesh and Blood.
Exactly.
It's the only way you win.
Card it was.
He's trying to remember the
name of
card.
Oh no.
Command and Conquer.
Describe the art. Recall.
Describe the art.
Recall that memory.
Who's the artist?
I am not gonna lie. I have been in this exact situation before.
You're like, oh, it's got like a guy on it.
Yeah, it's got like a dude on a chair. He's like pointing forward. It's like a
man.
red card.
Debilitate.
Debilitate. All right.
Just taking a little stab in the dark. It doesn't really matter too much. These sensors mostly fulfill the purpose of being a 1 for 5. But,
Yeah.
you know.
So solid damage that was leaked. Now we're playing 7 to 9. Max really closing that life gap here.
Luckily, Anthony not having a debilitate in hand is good.
Yeah. And here just comes a Titan's Fist for 5, thanks to that Might token.
Bonk.
Yeah. 1 card 5. Very efficient. Now that we're down to 7 to 9, it's going to be interesting to see who can keep enough cards to throw that sort of overwhelming attack to sort of take the lead here and close this game.
I think Ira's looking in a very comfortable position now because at this point, at 9, it's looking like Hammer Swings might be the sort of go-to for Victor now, and that's a lot easier to deal with.
Yeah.
You just push a little bit more damage.
Yeah. Anthony does still have 9 life though, so there is still a bit of that buffer for him to keep cards if he can and throw out a big attack. But for now, Hammer for 5, efficient numbers, gets Max down to 6.
And still has those equipment blocks as well to maybe soak it up if he sees another visit the
Yeah.
Goldmane Estate, make a whole bunch, like 5 Might tokens.
Yeah, Anthony would love to see that Golden Sun, but as we know, it was pushed to the bottom quite early.
Yeah.
He has been trouncing, he has been clashing to sort of sink those cards further to the bottom to try get to that card quicker. That would work wonders right now, but still a few cards away.
And sometimes as a Guardian, you can kind of just like block out and try and reach your pitch stack. But against Ira, when the Kadachis are coming in for 1 and 2, it's just not feasible.
Yeah, and here is just an easy E-strike for 7. Efficient, 2 card, 7.
2 card 7.
Yeah.
Love a good 2 card 7.
Anthony thinking about his cards, thinking about what he can throw back to try close out this game. Blocks for 6 with 2 reds. Leaks 1, 6, plays 8.
It's so tight because he probably only has room to go, okay, I'm not going to block too much. He probably only has one more turn of being able to not block. Oh,
And that was named correctly before. Here is that debilitate for 8.
That was the one that Max named off of Sensor. That's
Exactly.
so funny.
On Crush, the first attack gets -2, potentially neutralizing a Kodachi. So very relevant Crush ability here. Also important to note, Anthony still has 2 block left on his equipment, so he can still sort of block out those Kodachis if he needs to.
And he could throw the shield as well if he really wants to, but considering it also counts as a gold, you probably don't want to be doing that. Yep, block for 7. Arsenal.
Card, then passing back. Can Max present enough damage to try push something devastating through here and get the lead? Here's the Kodachi for 1. 3 equipment blocks left on Anthony's side, which I feel may be beginning to be committed soon once he finds a hand he likes. But no, he will just take the 1.
It's just 1. Don't worry about it. It's just 1.
Adjusting the life total. 6 plays 7. Can Max leak enough damage here?
I feel like every caster in Flesh and Blood history has said this, but I'm going to say it again. The longer the game goes, the more threatening those Kodachis become. You know, once you start to get into single digits, it's like 10% of your life, then it's 25%.
Yeah, here is a pain in the backside for 4 go again, threatening a ping on hit. But with all those 3 blocks and 4
Test of
blocks,
strength.
he's going to be very happy with that. With
Clash.
Clash and reveals a wallop as well. So he's going to create a gold, draw a card, draw might thanks to that. Oh, create a vigor thanks to that wallop.
That vigor could be very key in shaving off that 4-costed attack down to 3.
Yeah. Here is a Bittering Thorns for 4, another annoying breakpoint. On hit, next attack gets +1, so that last Kodachi swing will come in for 2.
No cards in hand, bro?
He could take it down to 1 if he thinks he can win the game.
And you're on
7. You took the 1 from the debilitate.
Yeah. Just correcting that life total. Damage that was leaked from the debilitate.
He's probably asking because he's thinking about whether he can actually
Yeah.
win the game on this turn. I mean, if he's going to win the game on turn, this is it. Because as I said, you know, you're going to get like 1 turn to be able to like take some damage to play a hand. After that, you're in blocking range.
Yeah.
Ooh, we
the
see a Spinal.
Crush in the arsenal. 3 blues in hand, and
It's a
also visit the Goldmane estate. Yeah. So a lot of gas in his hand to potentially close out this game. He'll definitely be wanting to keep a few of those cards for his turn.
Just probably going to run back that, visit the Goldmane estate, make some might, play a Spinal Crush to stop them from going too hard, and then just send 1 big attack.
Yeah, he will be blocking with one of his blues and committing the Tectonic Plating to block that breakpoint. Here is a Kodachi for 1. Just another annoying attack.
Yeah,
We'll
take
decide
it.
to take it. Go to 6.
This is actually a key block because he doesn't need all his cards and he can't, like, he's going to play this Visit the Goldmane Estate. He wants to be able to have enough leg room to play a card off of it. So at 6 life, there's a chance he can take 2 cards from Max and then block with maybe 1 to 2 cards and send back just a big guy.
Here is Visit the Goldmane Estate with 7 golds on board, creating 7 mites.
7.
That card drew a card, created a gold, and created 7 mites. This is the power of Victor Goldmane in this sort of endgame state where he has managed to
And what did
stack
he
up
draw?
all that money. And
He drew that block
he
card,
drew
Test
that
of Iron Strength.
Test of Iron Grip. So will he have enough resources here? He should. There is a blue and 2 reds to throw out that Spinal Crush if he wishes. Or he may decide to throw out that CNC, try get past some defense reactions. No, he will, considering electing for that bigger number. 9 is bigger than 6.
He could also just hedge a bet. Oh, he's pitching all of it. Okay.
Yeah,
Oh, he has to because it costs for 5.
exactly. So here is 9 with a very relevant crush ability. Can Max keep enough cards to throw something decent back? His
He's got a lot of
tournament
block
life
threes.
is on the line. He is on his win and in.
He can block 3, and then he can go Kodachi, pain in the backside, Kodachi. That would be it. But the thing is, Anthony still has some equipment block. He could quite easily. Oh, he's going to
Block
he's
for
going to throw
9.
the big 9. He's going to do. Yep, Max is going for the attrition angle here.
Oh, blocks for 8 here. Takes the 1, goes to 4 to 6. He may decide to just Arsenal here, potentially, or try leak more Kodachis. So here's the Kodachi for 1. trying to get Anthony just a little bit lower, but those looming 7 mites is frightening.
This is exactly what you want to see as Anthony. Who it's only Kadachi's. You can take it, and then you can come in with this 7 mite tokens.
Yep.
This is flipped entirely into Victor's favor.
Yep. Those visit the gold main estates generating so much value because Ira was not able to sort of close out this game, and Victor comfortably sat there generating gold, and then with those huge payoffs. Takes the 2 down to 3 max. It's his tournament life on the line here. He's going to be facing down Anthony's 4-card hand with 7 mites. This may spell lights out for Max.
There's a Macho Grande with Dominate.
That is going to be so much damage being forced through here.
Pitch.
Creates another gold. Draws a card.
Here it
Here's
comes.
a Macho Grande dominated for 15. Can Max do anything about this? He cannot. He reveals the hand and he gets the fist bump. Anthony takes the win, crushing Max's chances of top 8 and giving himself a prayer's shot at that top 8. Can he do it? Can the bracket work out in his favor to squeeze him, to bubble him into that top 8? I mean, what a finish, what a game. That game started quite slow, just nothing but efficient attacks, efficient blocks, quite slow back and forth, back and forth, back and forth. And then when those Victor specs come through, they just start slamming through so much damage and generating so much value. So, I mean, what a game.
What a game. Yeah, Victor really pushing it back into his favor, into something like attrition would have been good for Ira, but if you get a couple of those big Golden Suns through, you can put them down where you can actually snatch a win with like just a big guy.
Exactly. So let's see what is happening with the standings now, and let's see who has made it into the top 8.
And
unfortunately, despite that win, Anthony on Victor could not make it. But here is your top 8 for this calling. There is a Kano. There is an Oscilio in this top 8. 2 wizards just dominating through this field.
Uhyoung, is that a Fang?
I believe that is, and looks like we're going to have 2 essentially draconic heroes sort of fighting it out, both from Volcor. So we're going to see who sort of takes out that win. I'm so excited to see it. Not to mention, it is a New Zealand versus Australia match.
7 different heroes as well, with Slippy being the only hero that sneaked in at 2 copies.
Yeah.
What a great spread of heroes. And let's also not forget, if Kano can make it through to the end of this, they'll be racking up a calling win number of living legend points times 1.5, because Kano's been around for quite a while.
Yeah.
And let's have a look at this bracket for Kano. Going into Fang as your first, you've got to be pretty happy about that, because Warrior's always having a bit of a rough day into Wizard.
Yeah.
Then you're facing either a Slippy or an Oscilio. What's your sort of take on that matchup?
Oh, that's going to be fascinating to see. I mean, theoretically quite Slippy favored with all that disruption, preventing Oscilio from keeping those huge hands that they want to play. But, I mean, if Oscilio can string together a huge turn, he may just be able to blow up that Slippy. And we might even have a Wizard semi-final. So that's going to be fascinating to see.
I'm really interested in this bracket because I think for Kano here, all of these are really, really good matchups except for Prism. And I think if you're Amelia, you are praying. You are praying that Hayden Dale knocks out Michael Collins or that the semi-finals knocks them out. The great thing about this bracket as well with all these different heroes and matchups is that we're going to be watching both top 4s.
Yeah, we're going to be watching both semi-final matches and then finally with that grand final. So I am so excited. I cannot wait to see how this top 8 plays out. I mean, who's your pick for the winner? Do you have any favorites here?
It's got to be the Garbage Lord. It's got to be Kano.
Yeah.
I really hope Kano wins. Partially because I feel like, he's really earned his days in retirement with the rest of his Arcane Rising buddies. He's just so close, and I think this will just put him a little bit further, but also just like, what a great record to go so far with Kano. Now, Uhyoung, who have we got coming up next?
Oh, what was it? I am Not sure. What do we have coming up next?
I'll tell you what it is. I just wanted to
Okay,
put you
yeah,
on the spot
yeah.
there. We've got Hayden Dale on Slippy
Yeah.
versus Michael Collins on Prism.
Oh, Michael Collins, a prominent New Zealand Prism enjoyer.
Yes.
So I am so excited to see how that plays out. And don't go anywhere because we again have many more exciting matchups coming up, and not to mention the very, very exciting spoiler card that's going to be revealed right before the finals. So don't go anywhere. We'll be right back after this.
It all comes down to this, the top 8 of the World Tour Calling Auckland Classic Constructed, and we've got a bit of a banger of a game lined up. But before we do that, let's get to the bracket and see who's made top 8.
Quite a diverse metagame here, Kieran. We have one Gravy, two Slippy, a Kano making it, a Fang making it, Oscilio, and a Prism and Dash IO.
Yeah, so by my count, that makes to be about 6 different heroes into the top 8, and a few sort of somewhat rogue decks in a way. In the the Fang, Kano's always around there a little bit, but really cool to see some of these other decks like your Prisms, your Dash IOs, your Oscilios, Fangs, Kano's up there. Of course, a couple of Slippies and Gravy Bones are some of the best performing decks in the metagame. But yeah, very happy with how this has come out, and so our featured match as well coming up is going to be Hayden Dale on Slippy versus Michael Collins on Prism. Pretty excited for that one.
The grudge match, I like a bit of Australia versus New Zealand. I mean, Hayden is, technically I will claim him as a Kiwi, but we always like to kind of get these games on stream. And Michael Collins has been a Prism player since way back, playing the original Prism Sculptor of Light when Monarch came out, and really sticking to this Illusionist class as his kind of class to go. So a big expert on this hero. So I'm curious to see what he brings to the table.
Yeah, very experienced player. That's going to be a really great match. Okay, so, and also, speaking of Michael Collins, our featured player, he's actually there in the Player of the Year race in the APAC region. So let's go ahead and look at what the Player of the Year is all about.
So the World Tour, 1.5 million, 120 iconic destinations in these tournaments. So it's like going all over the world here, and yeah, it's a cool. I really like Player of the Year to kind of reward these players who do commit and go to tournaments all over the world. You mentioned yesterday Jacob Clemens, the wanderer of the world, on playing Katsu in that top 8.
Yep,
picking up those points.
Yep, so Player of the Year points up for grabs. And the great thing as well is it's not just the overall Player of the Year, there's also regional champions. So 2 regional champions winning 15,000 USD each, second place 10 grand each, third place $5,000 each. And of course there's that overall Player of the Year who gets that big prize.
So even coming third in your region is just a great way to pick up some money.
A lot of money on the line, and if you want to get yourself into Player of the Year race, here's where you can earn the points. So the world, so it kind of scales down. So obviously some of the biggest events like the World Tour, 32 points, Pro Tour up to 32 points. But when we look down at things like the calling, that's a lot of points up for grabs.
Yeah, that's definitely it. And with so many callings throughout the year, players are able to pick up points so easily by going through those events every week almost. So yeah, you can really catch up through the nationals and callings and battle hardens even to people who do perform good, really well at the Pro Tour and World Championship level.
Yeah, let's take a quick look at some of the regions to see how the Player of the Year race is shaping up. So we see Brody Spurlock up there on top, 103 points. Big fan of the battle hardens as well. A good way to actually get a lot of these points. One of the GOATs, Michael Hamilton, on there in second and 83 points. And then if we go down the list, a lot of big names. And Christopher Ayali as well. I mean, Brody traveled down to play. Michael Fung traveled down to play. Michael Fung actually making top 8 at limited calling.
Yeah.
Christopher Ayali traveling down to play in Auckland as well.
And Naib, the winner of the Battle Harden in Singapore, managed to fly over to New Zealand as well. So we can really see how these points are kind of encouraging these players to travel down and travel all over the world.
I mean, nearly half the players on this list actually traveling down all the way down to Auckland to play in the event. Really, really cool to see.
Yeah. And nice for us to kind of meet them, and have a chat.
And Karol, that's another familiar player sitting there on the first place, Jacob Clemens. So you may remember him from the final of the calling yesterday.
Yeah, so I had a chat with Jacob, and he was saying Tommaso Vicido is on his tail, 1 point behind. So he said, you know what, I'm going to come down to Auckland, try and pick up some points just to get ahead.
And a decision that really paid off for him. Securing that second place finish at the calling is really just going to help him get those few extra points to maybe establish a little bit of a cushion over the people on his tail. I mean, if I look down, Pablo Pintor in third place. I'd want a few points. I'd want a few points ahead of him before we get to Pro Tours and Worlds and everything.
Yeah, and Alex Cheeto also making it down to Auckland. Haven't seen him featured on the top tables, but he's there trying to pick up some points.
And moving on to the APAC region, what it's all about. So, and a number of these players we're going to see on the list. So, Pudding Tam up there in first place tied with Shiroi Ru, the Pro Tour champion.
Yeah.
And Pudding was actually down here this weekend with a few of the Blue Pitch boys, Alan Lau and Xing Sang.
For sure.
Nick Butcher on there, just 1 point behind the winners. I know I saw he was playing at the calling as well.
And yeah, and I was chatting to Nick as well, and he was saying, I lost my lead. I have to get to Auckland, get some points, hopefully.
And then we see some of the big names in Flesh and Blood. Shoma Yamamura, Pro Tour champion, and really helped to reinvigorate the Irish scene with that win at the Calling recently. Savely became multiple time Japan national champion. And also, as we mentioned earlier, Michael Collins sitting there in 10th place at 27 points at the moment.
Yeah.
I mean, the Calling win here could really help spike him up that leaderboard,
Yeah.
start getting himself into the conversation for one of those top 3 positions.
Definitely, Kieran. As you can see, a lot of these players from kind of the 5th to 10th placing are very close on points. So a win for Michael Collins can really put him up in that contention for that top 3.
I mean, 16 points left for grabs, so he has to go ahead and win this whole thing, going up to 43 points, right behind Nick Butcher with still a lot of events left to play in the year. So that's definitely going to be a big motivator for him, on top of like the glory of being a Calling champion.
For sure. And yeah, that 5,000 USD, even for the 3rd place, is nothing to scoff at.
Absolutely. Okay, and yeah, so that basically wraps up our Player of the Year sort of review.
Yeah.
And I think we're going to be pretty much about ready to get into the action very shortly.
Yeah.
And as we mentioned before, we were actually, sorry, before we get into the action, let's talk about some of the upcoming events on our schedule.
Yeah, so August is actually a pretty big month for Flesh and Blood. We have Kansas City, a Calling, and a Battle Hardened next weekend, which is all going to be streamed. There's also going to be a Battle Hardened in Perth, Copenhagen with Classic Constructed, Calling, Battle Hardened, and that's going to be streamed as well. So August is going to be packed to the brim with some Flesh and Blood action for you guys.
Yep, and then moving on, looking up to September as well, we have Battle Hardened in Manila, and I've heard that's up to about 200 plus players as well, which is really, really cool. Very passionate scene over there in the Philippines. Also events all around the world. We've got Battle Hardened in Munich, a Battle Hardened in Chicago. Shout out to Chicago. Lived there when I was younger for a little bit. And then a Classic Constructed Calling in Shizuoka.
And one of my faves in Paris, we're featuring a Team Classic Constructed, which is a really cool format to just get a couple of friends together, make a team at head, and win games together.
And let's not forget as well, the World Premier Montreal coming up September 12th, December 14th. And then, of course, the World Championship in Philadelphia later this year in November.
Yeah.
Okay, but let's go ahead and let's have a look at the pricing for our event we have right now. What are the players playing for? And I mean, first place, nearly $2,500 US. That's a pretty nice first prize.
That's pretty sweet. And the whole top 8 getting that gold foil legendary, the champion prize for the first place, $1,200 for second place, nothing to scoff at, $600 for third and fourth, and $400 USD for 5th to 8th place.
And also the players, a lot of players saying, look, I'm playing to cash this event, 9th to 24th as well, nice $225 US. As you mentioned, Karol, all these players also getting Pro Tour invites, and then for the champion himself, that beautiful gold foil Stonewall Gauntlet. So a lot on the line for these players. Okay.
Yeah.
And also, I mean, now that we were talking about the Stonewall Gauntlet, let's have a look at it sort of in the flesh and blood somewhat on screen.
Yeah, for sure. It's beautiful, beautiful card, especially in that gold foil. And the trophy, the champion calling, honestly, it's starting, being a Calling champion kind of gets you into that exclusive club of the top players. I could already see some respect for Logan as he was walking around the room after his win yesterday. People, making way, giving him a nice little nod and a congratulations. So that is definitely something to be proud of.
You get a little bit of, the kids like to say, you get that aura about you. So.
For sure.
All right, but enough talking about the prizes. Let's just jump straight into the game. And yeah, Hayden Dale, Michael Collins, Slippy, Prism, Australia versus New Zealand. Let's get into it. And we've got Michael Collins on the play here.
Yeah. And hey, we saw Hayden navigate his Slippy against Oliver Berry in the Swiss. And one of the cards that really stood out in that matchup was Blanche, which is actually the perfect card against this Prism. So let's see if the 3 Blanches pay off for Hayden here.
Yeah, because the Blanches also, they're obviously a 7 power popper is very important. So Prism, for people unfamiliar, plays a lot of these herald attacks. So these are these over 8 cards, like 2 cost 7 power, for example. But they have the Phantasm keyword. If they're defended by a card with 6 or more power, they're destroyed. Combat chain closes. Kind of like, you have some equipment to get around, but it's really good to be able to disrupt their turn with these. That Blanche being 7 power, really powerful because one of the key heralds in this matchup is the Herald of Triumph, which gives -1 power to cards defending it. So your 6 power poppers are not going to cut it against that. But Blanche as well can be played on offense, like we saw being played into Gravy. Prism is a deck that cares about yellow pitch cards. And if you're able to turn off all their colors for the turn, it means those pitch cards, they're just not giving you that yellow pitch that you need.
Yeah, let's see what Hayden has accomplished today, how his games went. So yeah, we have a plethora of heroes that he versed and won, losing a game to Verdance in round 3 and losing to that Fang that made top 8 in round 7 as well.
Yeah, winning that game on stream against Oliver Berry, that was a bit of a thriller. And yep, moving on, we see actually managing to take down a Syndra and back-to-back Kanos.
Yeah, I feel like, Hayden's a bit of a fan of Kanos, probably came very prepared for that particular matchup.
Yep, so, yep. Now looking ahead at Michael, so winning in the Prism Mirror in round 1, that's probably not something he was necessarily expecting, and actually having to play against Vincent, which can be a very tough matchup with unpreventable damage, a lot of poppers in the deck, and if we looked at, it looks like he came prepared for some of the meta decks, getting multiple wins against Gravy Bones, beating a Slippy, taking 1 loss to Keegan Wallace. And moving on to day 2.
Defeating Brody Spurlock in round 9, that was a massive win. Max Middleton, who was dominating day 1, unfortunately didn't make it to day 2, but beating that Ira as well is quite impressive.
Okay, so let's just jump right into the action.
Oh, Herald of Erudition. This is what you want to see on the first turn of the game. 5 dominate, really pressuring Hayden's ability to defend this. Now we have an interesting choice for Hayden in the equipment suite in that redback shroud, really trying to get himself kind of more defense value. So very nice for Hayden there to be able to defend those Herald attacks.
Also nice to function as just a sort of another attack reaction on board for things like the Bonds of Agony. So we'll see if Hayden immediately is put in a bit of position. Do you want to give up the equipment blocks? I mean, drawing the additional cards.
Oh wow, giving up that Crown of Providence straight away. Does want to keep his hand, so he is prioritizing the equipment blocks on the other 2 pieces of on the other 2 equips.
Yeah, so I don't think Hayden was going to be thrilled having to give up that piece of equipment, but not wanting to let Michael establish those cards and souls right off the bat.
Yeah.
And looking over at, okay, so we're going to kick things off with an effect. Michael Collins playing the Phantasmal Footsteps to get around some of those Phantasm downsides, and also has the Imperium Rapture there.
Yeah, the Imperium Rupture, what a beautiful card. And it's really putting a lot of kind of value on getting those on hits with the Heralds. As soon as he hits with a Herald, he's able to flip one of those Figments and get himself a ward for Angel.
Okay, so no blocks on the Infect here. That does have a Bloodrot Pox on hit. Can be very relevant as well, because if you hit with a Herald, all right, here we go, attack reaction.
Spike with Bloodrot. So there's going to be 2 Bloodrot Pox tokens on the line on this on hit.
Yeah, so one interaction, just want to point out, the Bloodrot Poxes, they deal 2 damage at the end of the turn. So Prism's all about hitting with your Herald attacks and then being able to flip your Angels. Now these Angels have Ward 4, which means they will die to Bloodrot Pox damage.
And Prism already starting on 32, so dropping down to 26 with 2 Bloodrot Poxes. Oof, already managed. Hayden's already managed to push so much damage.
Yep.
And here is another piece of disruption, but also 4 points of damage here.
4 points of damage threatening the Arsenal here as well. We look over, we do see that Light of Soul over in Michael Collins' hand. He does have like a lot of Heralds to be able to offer, but this is asking for 2 cards.
Okay. Oh, nice. Michael Collins does have the defense reactions and the defense reaction in the form of that all you got here.
And so the Leave No Witness is going to go ahead and banish a blue off the top, so no silver created off that. That all you got pretty nice in this matchup. Can also block the daggers as well to be able to pick you up some additional cards.
That was a great output from Hayden. 14 points of damage threatened with the Infect and Leave No Witnesses and Disruption.
Okay, so the Light of Soul here, a bit of a big miss. Really want to find a Herald to be able to put that into your soul and trigger the Prism Hero ability. Instead finding a Figment on top of the deck here.
Yeah, that is giving a little bit of information to Hayden as well, being like, if I stop these Herald hits, Michael will be left with a Figment in his hand.
So notably here as well, Michael could choose to put this into his soul if he wants. If it's yellow, you may put it into your soul. It looks like he is considering this here. It's actually a big deal. You do want cards in soul. It's really important to get your engine going, as they're very important for being able to get your angels online, get the angel abilities online. The downside is here, these Figments are a critical part of your game plan. You don't necessarily want, once they're in soul, they're gone.
Yeah. Okay, yeah, so he's choosing to put that card in his soul. Can be used further down the road with something like that Angel of Soraya.
It's a bit of an early win there from Hayden, seeing one of those Figments sort of hit the soul already. He's going to go ahead and put 2 cards in front of this Herald of Triumph.
Mm-hmm.
And we see as well Hayden with a Sink Below and a Command and Conquer.
Oh, he does have that popper for the follow-up. Oh, this is painful. This is really, really not what Michael wanted to see.
And that's 4 damage from the Bloodrot Poxes ticking at the end of the turn. And then Hayden just playing the slow and steady. Like, look, I've got the early life lead. I'm now 17 life ahead. I don't want to let you start snowballing me. So I'm going to like block out your first Herald, pop the second one, set up that Sink Below for a nice, clean defense and arsenal for the following turn.
Yeah, so Hayden was able to completely stop Michael's turn with 3 cards and keep a card for Arsenal as well. 7 go again with the War Tune Herald.
So this Luminous Angel Glow is the weapon on the Prism side. It gives go again to your first Herald and Angel attack as long as you have a yellow pitch card. So pitching away that Soul Shield here, coming in for... See, that's the thing about these Heralds. They're so overrated in terms of damage. They do just have that downside of Phantasm.
Yeah. Okay.
Defending for 3.
Hayden with that Sink Below, cleanly defending that out. Very efficient.
Oh, the Angelic Wrath with the +3. That's a nice pickup from Michael here. Now this is 3 damage over the top, threatening to fetch up the first Figment of the game.
Yeah, and it's now those Bloodrot Pox is gone, it's going to be a lot easier to kind of have value out of those Angels on the board.
So a bit of a decision here for Michael which Figment he wants to pick up. So Figment of Erudition, one of the stronger ones, creates a Ponder and also flips into one of the strongest Heralds. It's able to draw you multiple cards in a turn. That is kind of the big Prism spike turn. Does Michael want to go for that right away?
It's a Figment of Judgment. It's
Okay.
an interesting call. So he's just really wanting to set up that Angel. Empyrean Rapture allowing him to... reducing the cost on his hero ability to flip that into a 4/4.
So perhaps just looking to build up the defenses a little bit here. So the card decks on this not particularly relevant right now. But again, the ability here just to maybe set up a waterfall on board. It's going to go ahead, use the Prism hero ability, banish a card from Soul, flip this Angel. Still has 1 card in hand, still has a resource available. And actually getting very aggressive on defense, if I can put it that way. Popping the Calming Gesture.
Yeah, Calming Gesture allowing him to set up that Spectral Shield, which stops a potential Flick Knives on the next turn.
So a really important and sort of instant there, the +3, being able to set up this board. So the Spectral Shield, really important here because it means that Dagger won't require a card initially. So without that Spectral Shield, might be a little bit worried that Hayden just goes, Dagger you for 1, give me a full card, otherwise you're going to lose this Angel, the Waterfall Angel. But with a Spectral Shield, it makes it a little bit more tricky.
Yeah.
So these Angels can be attacked directly as well. But Michael, at this point, this is a bit of a throwaway. He's just saying, if you want to put 4 damage into this, I'm pretty happy with this. I want to keep my whole hand.
Save a Bloodshed.
So
+4 in the next Dagger attack.
That's a nice way to get around the Spectral Shield. Potentially facing down a Hunter's Clave for 5.
Yeah. Slightly... he's choosing to just clear the ally. A calm and collected play here.
Yep, I mean, we saw Hayden play very patient in his Gravy match on stream earlier today, knowing the importance of allies, not wanting to let them stick on the board. Yeah, 5-4.
Yeah.
Doesn't really matter to him at this
Potato,
point.
potato. And yeah, really considering his options. Does he want to keep this card in Arsenal for later? Yeah.
Yeah, so I think Michael, this is big for Michael. So he gets to stick the Spectral Shield on board, gets to keep a 5-card hand. He's going to be wanting to throw multiple Heralds on this turn and hoping not to run into any poppers.
Yeah. Oh my goodness, Light of Soul.
Okay, so the deck was shuffled on that hero ability, so now we see the Light of Soul come back. Oh, and he misses again. I mean, not necessarily a miss. He gets a Soul Shield. That's a card into. I mean, any
card
yellow...
and Soul, I mean, he's going to be happy about that.
Any yellow is a hit. It's just that if you hit the Herald, it's really, really good. But that card, that Light of Soul's been massive. I mean, he's only hit with 1 Herald this game, but he's got 2 cards into Soul off the back of that Light of Soul.
And attacking with the War Tune Herald plays around a little bit around poppers potentially because he's able to use that spare resource to Phantasmal Footsteps and keep his turn
So
going.
Phantasmal Footsteps down here, you're actually able to, the first time a Phantasm card would be destroyed, you can actually pay 1 and regain your action point.
Hayden defending for 5. And another blue Herald of Protection, and that is going to get popped by that Command and Conquer.
So Hayden doing well to find some of these early poppers to just throw Michael off his flow. I mean, Michael was probably hoping to push a little bit more, just being able to throw out 2 blue Heralds on that turn. Got out 3 cards from the hand, but here we see Leave No Witnesses come down. Again, that Spectral Shield doing a lot of work here, enabling him, Michael Collins, to defend with 1 card for 3. That Spectral Shield soaks up the last point of damage, protecting that Arsenal for another turn.
Yeah, and that breakpoint of 4 is actually quite annoying for Prism players because a lot of the cards defend for 3, and these decks just do not like to run defense reactions
you might see,
red.
Yeah, you might see some yellow defense reactions like Soul Shield, things like that already got. That's because it's important for the yellow pitch game plan. As Karol mentioned, it gets a little bit awkward when you start putting things like Sink Below or Fate Foreseen, Shelter from the Storm into your deck.
Yeah.
So
what
also,
an efficient one-card play from Hayden here.
One interaction I want to point out here, Karol, is if Michael defends for 3... Okay, Soul Shield from Arsenal,
He
really
does
nice
have the
pick up
defense
there.
reaction.
But also, I mean, Hayden gets to get 2 cards there. I was just going to point out, if Michael had defended for 3 here, gives Hayden the option to Flick Knives, get rid of that Spectral Shield, and still come in for a point of damage.
Yeah.
Okay, here's one of the power hills, the Heralds of Triumph. So this was the one that reduces the defending card's power by 1. That means that Command and Conquer would not be able to trigger Phantasm on that. I mean, something like Blanche would be a huge pickup for Hayden here.
He does have the Shelter from the Storm, though, so can cleanly defend out that breakpoint.
This gives us a little bit of insight into what Hayden's game plan is during this game. We've seen Sink Below, we've seen Shelter from the Storm. Wouldn't be surprised if he brought in the full 3 copies for each of these if he's playing 6. Just saying, I feel I'm pretty comfortable just trying to disrupt, chip away turn by turn. What I need is to be able to cover up some of these 7 breakpoints.
Yeah. And playing out those cards like Leave No Witnesses and kind of nickel and diming with 1 or 2 cards is kind of seems to be Hayden's game plan. Just play defensive, wait it out, use these defense reactions, these poppers to stop Michael in his tracks, and then create an opening later on.
Potentially slightly concerned about something like another Angelic Wrath here, just taking his time on this block. Also, there is a potential to 2 3 blocks and the Redback Shroud.
Oh, yeah. Really valuing that shelter. He doesn't want to get blown out by Angelic Wrath, as you
Yeah,
said.
and actually also defending with that Spike with Blood Rot, which would have paired very nicely with that Redback Shroud. So it looks like Hayden just wants to, again, play a little bit safe here. Start off with that Mark of the Black Widow, maybe try get that shelter into Arsenal for the following turn.
Yeah, and this pesky Spectral Shield, Mr. Classic.
It's so good.
Yeah,
So
just having that protection against Flick Knives, but yeah, Hayden does have that Razor's Edge to push it up to 6.
So just
no on-hit, though.
Just to explain the interaction here, so Hayden was really unable to Flick Knives and mark his opponent there because of that Spectral Shield. Would have soaked up the 1 damage. You lose a dagger for nothing. But again, Hayden still just creating that life cushion that he needs to try and get ahead and win this game. Gets the Shelter of the Storm into Arsenal, saying, I'm pretty happy to maybe defend with 2 or 3 cards and just keep throwing out 1 or 2 cards for value.
Oh, Lost in Thought. It's not a card you see too often in these Prism decks, but a lovely piece of tech from Michael. So he gets to look at Hayden's hand, choose an attack action card, and put that card on the bottom. Hayden does get a ponder back, but it does reduce his ability to defend on this particular turn.
And maybe a slight tell from Hayden there, maybe thinking of his attack action going for the Arsenal, perhaps thinking of something like Dissolve Reality. So let's look at the hand here. We have a Shelter from the Storm, the Spike with Blood Rot, and 2 Infiltrate. So actually not the worst hard to get lost in thought. Not the worst turn to get lost in thoughted on.
Yeah. That's and honestly, having information against decks like Assassin, where their range is really based in the around the reaction speed, is massive, because you know what to expect on the following turn.
Yep. So Hayden here may be looking to take just a defensive posture for a turn here. So he has defense reaction, Arsenal defense reaction in hand, and honestly, pretty nice starting off the blue Herald.
Yeah, I like this. Blue attack because even with a defense reaction, like it's so awkward to block with a card from hand just to cover it up. He might be looking to use up those Black Tech Whisperers, but honestly, the discard ability on Shelter is looking quite appealing as well.
Yeah, but looks like potentially a clean block off the Black Tech Whisperers plus a Shelter from the Storm. Hayden also just thinking, is there going to be a follow-up attack here? Like, is Michael just going to Arsenal pass? How do I get value out of this Ponder?
And using the Shelter from his hand rather than Arsenal to deny Michael that information. Yeah, here we go. Shelter from Arsenal. playing defensive, doesn't want to take any point of damage here.
Just solid, patient gameplay from Hayden. Just the small things like you mentioned, not giving up any additional information. Now he's going to play out the infiltrate for just play it out for 3. The thing is, the banishes on here are actually quite relevant.
Yeah.
I mean, if you pick up a red herald, illusionist attacks don't trigger a phantasm. So you could actually pick up a herald and play it back at Michael on your turn.
Yeah.
If you banish something like a figment, that's a huge win for you. Also going to get full value. He is going to get the ponder. He's going to get that card back into Arsenal now. On Michael's side, though, he's going to be very aware. I've gone through, like 3 defense reactions now, 2 command and conquers. I'm actually starting to chip away at Hayden's defensive cards available in his deck.
Yeah.
But the one thing he isn't chipping away is that life total, which is still sitting at a very healthy 35.
Exactly, and this kind of patient approach from Hayden, this defensive approach, not letting Michael get that value from Herald on hits and those Angel wards, means that he is maintaining this huge life lead, 35 to 16, and he's attacking right now.
Yep, so we saw over in Michael Collins' hand, it looks like 3 heralds and a figment. Setting up does have a clean option just to defend with 1 card, maybe pitch away that figment, throw the red herald, set up a card for Arsenal.
And he looks like he reached for his pen. He is taking 3. What is it going to be? Oh, it's a lost in thought. Now, this could be a nice little pickup for Hayden if it works with his cost curve.
Because we talk about the power of information. I mean, knowing your opponent doesn't have something like that Angelic Wrath, doesn't have the defense reaction, also very important. Gets the ponder here. And so Michael deciding here, I don't want to go for a clean block. I want to push the damage. Like, I want to go for herald into herald on this turn.
Oh, another blue herald for Michael. Herald of Triumph coming in for 5.
So
now,
no popper available on Hayden's turn. Now I just want to point out the sequencing here. Always quite nice to sequence it this way. So Michael at this point is hiding a blue and a red Herald of Triumph in his hand. Sort of saying to Hayden, hey, if you did draw the Blanche, like, use it on this.
Yeah.
Use
please,
it on my 5-power attack,
pop
please.
this. But yeah, it will require 2 cards from Hayden's side if he wants to stop this on hit.
And actually, Michael's really threatening to push through on this turn. I mean, if you have to defend with 2 cards on this one, the next one comes through for a breakpoint of 7. The only equipment left on Hayden's turn is that Flick Knives.
Yeah. But the important thing about connecting with the second Herald and not the first is it won't let you make those plays where you can actually attack with the Angel, something like that, Soraya.
Okay, so it was the red Herald of Protection, not the Triumph, but the Protection...
I think that's even better in this particular situation.
It's so much better because the on-hit gets the bane of Hayden's existence, that Spectral Shield token, which we saw just sit around turn after turn in the early game. No Arsenal here as well, so Hayden's hand, that Leave No Witnesses in hand.
Okay, so we do see a red Infect in the Arsenal, Kiss of Death, and a Leave No Witnesses on Hayden's side. Okay. Finally, Hayden takes a full hit from a Herald.
And so we might see him go for the Figment of Erudition here. That creates a Ponder token. Going to let Michael set up the 5-card hand, and he does indeed go and pick that up. He's setting himself up for a very nice spike turn next turn.
Yeah.
You flip that Herald of Erudition, you attack with it with Go again, draw 2 cards. Starts to get really scary really quickly. I mean, it might look like Hayden's just way ahead in this game, 15 life ahead, but any Prism player will tell you out there, I'm never out of the game.
Definitely. I am not feeling safe, even with if the opposing Prism is on 1 life.
Let's see if we can take a look at what Michael picks up off this Ponder here, because this is a big draw step. Is he going to be able to show us?
Second, right? Second from the top? I'll ask him on that.
They're too quick.
Too quick.
Yeah. But, you know, despite not connecting with as many Heralds on Michael's side, he did manage to get quite a few cards in his soul thanks to these soul shields.
Okay, this effect's going to come in for 3 threatening that Bloodrot Pox, which is very annoying as we mentioned earlier because of the ward interaction. Just want to point out as well, Michael Collins choosing not to flip this Figment of Erudition. He wants to protect this as much as possible. Like, he doesn't want that to die without him getting the full value out of it. As opposed to that Figment of Judgment earlier where he's just like, hey, this is just ward 4. I don't really care about this one. I do care a lot about this Angel.
Yeah, for sure. Okay, so we do see a Herald of Erudition on Michael's side. We do see another hand of Heralds, and I believe there was another one of the Light of Souls. Michael manages to shuffle back into it yet again.
Yep, so Hayden perhaps just looking here to try and pick up a couple of cards. Like say, I'm going to throw in the Infect, maybe follow it up with the Leave No Witnesses. Yes, you have the Spectral Shield, but if you don't give me a block on this, the Infect will eat the Spectral Shield. Now I'm offering you that breakpoint of 4 to follow up on the Leave No Witnesses. If you do block this, I'm still saying give me 1 more card. And Hayden wants to like try and strip away the cards to not make this Figment of Erudition flip turn absolutely insane.
For sure.
So ideally for Michael as well, he wants to hit with the Herald, so he gets to flip that Angel for free off the back of that Empyrean Rapture.
Yeah, and getting a Blood Rod Pox on Michael's side when he's trying to do a Soraya play is not...
It's so annoying.
Yeah, it's so annoying. So let's have let's see that makeup of his hand. So Herald of Judgment, Herald of Erudition, and a few more Heralds just to pitch.
Yep, so a pivotal moment in this game. Hayden knows he needs to pressure Michael here. Michael knows he needs to make something happen and make it happen soon.
Okay, so he's defending for 3, respecting the on-hit.
So he's going to flick. Nice way to get rid of the shield. I like this because now the lead no witnesses is actually threatening.
That's so true. Very heads-up play from Hayden.
Yeah, because this, like, he knows Michael most likely wants to pop off next turn. The thing is as well, if he goes for, like, the initial line of pitch, play, Herald, and you're able to defend that out, that shuts off the Empyrean Rapture ability, makes this turn a lot less scary. I mean, we know Michael has the Herald of Erudition. Huge draw step coming up for Hayden. He's just saying, please give me this Blanche off the top.
And yeah, Michael just cannot afford to take too many more hits. Oh, and he's going for that Halo of Illumination.
So Halo of Illumination, going to do this, draw a card, perhaps looking to pick up...
Figment of Triumph would be nice because it does give -1 to Hayden's attack. So gets rid of that pesky breakpoint.
Also, the way that he's pitching here as well, he could actually defend this with 1 card and just choose to flip the Herald of Triumph with those 2 remaining resources. If he wants to just start pressuring Hayden, but not commit the Erudition just yet.
This is an interesting spot because he's floating 2 resources. If Michael... he has the ability to flip that Figment of Soraya on Hayden's turn. So he's passing priority.
Activate Prism.
Yep. No, the Erudition, absolutely. Why would you flip the Figment of Triumph
here?
But
now Hayden has a priority window to attack potentially.
No go again on that Leave No Witnesses. So.
Yeah, you're right.
Okay, so this worked out pretty nicely, actually, for Michael. We can see the experience of this Prism player coming through. Going to pitch a yellow attack. He's going to... Yep, okay, he's going to draw 2 cards, banishing those cards in Soul to trigger the Soraya ability.
Oh, is that an Arclight Sentinel in Michael's hand?
It looked like it was an Arclight Sentinel. Maybe wants to set that up in Arsenal.
So yeah, Soraya, Archangel of Erudition, coming in for 4, go again.
Now this is like target number 1 for Hayden at this point.
This does create this mini game of, am I able to get rid of the Soraya before the next turn? Because if Hayden has no way to clear this efficiently, and this can really create a snowball for Michael.
Yeah, it can be a little bit awkward. A lot of Slippy's attacks are actually 3-base power. So, you'd probably like to pick up something like a blue to be able to go dagger into it plus, and a south attack with go again. Hayden just considering the numbers here. Like, do I really want to commit a card here and then be facing down another Herald?
So he has a sink below.
Always
dodging our hand cams.
Because these turns can start to get out of control quite quickly. When you go Soraya, you can then actually in certain turns go Soraya into Herald, presenting a lot of damage. Also, notably, there's been no card flip this turn. So if Michael is able to follow this up with a Herald that hits, he can then flip the Figment of Triumph to set up even more defensive power.
Okay, so now we have a bit of an idea. There is a Blanche, I believe, in his hand, and 2 Sing Belows. So a hand that's very much geared towards defending Heralds.
Yeah, but is it geared towards clearing that Soraya? I mean, I wonder if we're going to have to sink away a card here. Yep, and absolutely. He's going to maybe sink away that other Sink Below.
Yeah. And there's another Blanche.
Okay.
So at least Hayden does have that blue to work with potentially to come in with a Blanche with that break point, but could not be enough to potentially clear the Soraya.
I mean, it's not ideal. Those Blanches are really good, but using them here, I mean, if you're able to pop one Herald here, it's fine. Using the other Blanche to clear the Soraya is not super efficient. You're then down left to 2 poppers in deck.
And then Michael gets all the tempo.
Yep. I know what that block means, but every single fiber
I
of
don't
my
know
being.
what it means.
The player's just having a little bit of fun here. I think what Michael is saying, when you're Sink Belowing my my Angel, which doesn't have an on-hit, that's telling me you have a popper. But do I just have to play into it anyway?
I think that's exactly what he's going to do. Yeah, and here we go. And the Blanche nicely popping that Herald of Erudition.
So Pace of Footsteps can regain an action point. Does he have something else to establish on board here? No.
Things that block and tell me, it tells tells me that there's either a secondary react or poppers.
Yeah, exactly. So Michael just pointing out what we were thinking as well. It means you have additional D-Rex or you quite likely have a popper here. Now, does Hayden have something like a Leave No Witnesses to clear? No, the Kiss of Death going to come in, threatening 3.
So thanks to clearing that shield, now that Soraya is wide open to potentially getting destroyed by a Flick Nice activation.
Yeah, so a big deal here is that the Blanche could now come in targeting face.
Yeah. Yeah. So it's threatening on so many angles that it's going to be extremely hard for Michael to keep this Soraya alive. But we did see some Arclight Sentinels within his hand, so maybe Michael does have something here.
Okay, so actually just going to go ahead and say no blocks and give up that thing right away. He did actually Arsenal that Arclight Sentinel there, because pitching the PS Reality, I think, instead to jam that Hero of Erudition. So his hand is now Persuasive Prognosis and Blanche. And, I mean, there is, I think just Blanche face. There is a world where you hold the Blanche, so you go Persuasive face and hold the Blanche to pop. Michael's going to know exactly what that means and play around it, though.
So, yeah, I mean, it does remove the ability from Michael to be able to give his Heralds go again if he does take this damage here.
Okay, just going to go for the no blocks, take 7.
And the damage coming out is massive. Kiss of Death, 1 from the flick, 1 from its ability, and 7. So Michael dropping all the way down to 4 life now.
Yep, so we see why he did this, because his hand was a bunch of no blocks. He had a Figment, he had a, looks like a Figment
Another
Arclight
Arclight Sentinel, yeah.
So
just
what,
not a great defensive hand.
What Michael is saying here is I need to buy a turn. So Arclight Sentinel, just look at it. It's saying you have to attack me. So opponents have to choose us as the target of the first attack.
Ooh, a nice tech piece for Hayden and the blue pick to pieces. Take up the mantle and mark of the Black Widow with a Justinic there as well. So having to face this Arclight Sentinel actually gives Hayden a few options. He can overpitch a red with a dagger. He can play out a card and really sculpt his hand for the following turn.
Yep. So this is all just about Hayden knows what his turn is. He knows it's dagger, most likely into the Arclight Sentinel. It's just, as Karol pointed out, what do I want to do on the next turn?
And he's keeping that Justinic and that blue pick to pieces. That is a great combo for the following turn if Michael's Heralds connect, because a pick to pieces can just destroy all of those ward angels.
So I think you're asking for Mark Tune.
I think Michael's just asking there, was that the third Blanche? So keeping the pick to pieces, keeping that, that's really strong here, because on 4 life, Michael might be looking to push with Heralds and set up this board of ward in order to get around it. Now, pick to pieces has the ability, if you play attack reaction, its damage can't be prevented. If you're relying on the ward to save you, you might be having a bit of a bad time.
For sure.
Okay, so now we see why he was asking about the Blanches. The Herald of Triumph coming in for 7. So Blanche is the only popper that takes care of this. Command and Conquer does not get the job done. Now we see if this is where Hayden's patience pays off. Is this where he's able to say, I've built up this life lead. This is where I'm able to just hit the gas and go for it.
So 3 blues, double trouble, persuasive prognosis. Yeah. Oh, so Hayden is really turning the corner here. Michael is on 4 life. He's got that pick to pieces, that great tech card against those ward angels, and that Justinic in Arsenal. And he can really pressure Michael's ability to defend out.
And some of you might think it sounds funny to say he's turning the corner when he's so far ahead on life, but Prism is just a deck that is so good at coming back. They're never dead in the water, and this is huge here. The Figment of Protection comes down, makes a Spectral Shield, and Hayden's saying, I'll take that all day.
Yeah. And yep, more Spectral Shields, and I really have to commend Hayden's decision to keep that blue pick to pieces here. Without it, Michael can actually defend out very well.
But the thing is here, Karol, I will say, I mean, if Hayden wants to put 2 cards in front of that pick to pieces, it's pretty good. It can stop maybe some of this damage coming through, but then Hayden has access to something like Double Trouble, Persuasive Prognosis. He can hold that Justin and can play it on that as well.
Definitely.
And following up here with another Herald, this is where Prism really starts to take off. Just a second ago, Hayden was up 28 life to 4. This Herald's coming in for 7. If this hits, the life total is now 10 to 4. Michael Collins on his side, 3 Spectral Shields, still has the Herald of Protection, the Angel of Protection as well. But effectively Ward 7 on board.
Yeah. And if Hayden takes this, goes down to tell, effectively they're on even life, if you think about it.
So you have activated Prism's turn, right? You activated
Yep, so Hayden just double checking that it's not going to be facing down another one. Maybe a little bit of a thing, like, I don't have pick the pieces. Because you know what, Karol, I wouldn't be surprised if he led off with something like a Mark of the Black Widow or a Double Trouble.
Tries
to get the blocks on those.
Yeah. Really set up that blowout.
Because Hayden's hands, I mean, as good as it is with that pick the pieces, it actually doesn't convert that well otherwise. So, I mean, Hayden may be considering, do I want to give up a couple of cards here and give away a bit of bluff equity? Like, the more cards I hold in my hand, the more I'm representing as an assassin player, which is a huge deal. But at the same time, I mean, bluff equity isn't worth much once you get down to 0 life, you know?
For sure. I wonder if Hayden's just looking for those soul shields. What is the range of Michael's defenses in terms of defense reactions? How easy is it going to be for him to cleanly defend out a pick to pieces if Hayden presents it?
Yeah, because a soul shield is actually a total disaster. Like, you know, that's just it.
Yeah. With a few more cards, I believe it's 1 or 2, and Michael's soul, he's able to use that Angel of Protection.
Oh, and a +3 as well, all the way down to 7 life now. And one thing, we talk about ways for people to close the game. Is he going to fetch up the Figment of Ravages here to ping for 1 arcane damage?
And all of the sudden, Hayden is in a bit of a kind of range to get pinged out by the arcane.
I mean,
damage.
Hayden's maybe just thinking, did I just turn the corner straight into a wall right now? I hope not. This pick the pieces needs to get it done for me.
I love it. Just, you know, you play super conservative, super defensive the whole game, and one turn you say, you know what, I won't defend this. I'm just going to take a few hits here. I think I've got the hand to threaten lethal, and all of the sudden dropping down from like 28 to 7 in 1 turn.
Yeah, Hayden also well aware that he's only seen 1 That All You Got as well. He's seen 2 Soul Shields, so he knows there's almost certainly another Soul Shield lurking in that deck somewhere.
So
and
yeah,
probably
Michael,
some That All You Gots lurking around as well.
extremely considerate with this decision, going for that Figment of War. So valuing some courage.
Yep, so that's going to pick up the Courage token, going to give that next attack on the following turn an additional point of power.
Yeah, potentially, you know, you look over at Hayden's life total, the lack of equipment blocks, and you think, maybe all I need is to help my Herald connect rather than deal arcane damage here.
And how's Hayden going to approach this turn? I'm actually really interested to see this one. Choosing to keep the full hand with basically all attack actions, it doesn't look on paper that it converts that well.
Yeah, the issue with leading with something like that Infiltrate, I believe he had in his hand, or like a Double Trouble and then try and strip cards. Oh, he's just going for it. Straight pick to pieces. Now this does create a very awkward break point for Michael. He has to commit 3 cards to stop it because the ability itself gives pick to pieces a +1. The Justin Egg gives it +5, making it 7. And I feel like it's been the name of the game, this one, where it's just those break points against Prism helping to push through.
Importantly here for Michael, he did actually manage to pick up the That All You Got. So, I mean, he would still have to block with 2 cards, but it means that then Hayden effectively forced to then commit the Justin Nick, which the That All You Got can stop. On Hayden's side, he has to be a little bit concerned. If he leaves Michael with even just 1 card in hand, what happens if you then I pitch my Angel and I make 2 more Spectral Shields? Suddenly I have 5 Spectral Shields on the board, on top of a Ward 4. How are you going to break through this?
Yeah, and Hayden keeping his whole grip, just increasing that range for Michael. Like, the ability for him to have, 3, 4 attack reactions even is insane.
I'll block 6.
Oh, yeah.
Okay, Hayden.
That Justin Nick is looking really nice right now. But yeah.
I mean, I feel this Hayden had the discipline to not commit it. I mean, maybe he's thinking, wait, there's no way you'd block 6 here without a reaction. Like, no way. But maybe you just have to commit this anyway to pull it out at this point.
Yeah. I think it's a very timely draw for Michael to get that defense reaction.
Because let's explore some of the other lines the reason Hayden kept this full hand. Yep, so the Justin gets submitted here. That's going to almost certainly pull the That All You Got. But what Hayden's done here by sculpting the hand in this way, keeping a blue, keeping a red stealth card, you can then go dagger into the Angel, followed by the stealth card to clear it. Okay, the That All You Got comes down to cover this cleanly.
But even clearing this Angel and leaving the 3 Spectral Shields, I have to say, I think Michael's must be feeling pretty okay with that.
Well, I mean, it's not great. It's not great. But you leave your opponent with 1 card in hand. At this point, they also can flip yet another angel to get Ward 4,
Yeah.
but at least they're not attacking into you necessarily.
Yeah, that's a huge ward cushion though. With 2 ward 4 angels and 3 spectral shields, it does ask a lot from Hayden's following turn. Okay, so he's going face. Michael reaches over to those spectral shields straight away, letting 1 drop. And coming in for 3.
Okay, still nice here because by clearing one of the spectral shields off the dagger, you're coming in for 3. You're kind of saying, you can give me your angel or you can give me that card in hand. Because the spectral shields are only going to be able to stop 2 points of this damage here. And then if Hayden's able to strip the final card from the hand, yes, I'm still facing down Ward 4 and 2 spectral shields, but then I'm coming back at you with 5 cards in hand. I still have my Black Tech Whisperers up, I still have my chest equipment up, I still have Flick Knives. I can find a way to maybe punch through this board.
All right, so he commits to the block. And honestly, I think Michael must feel pretty happy about this one.
I mean, he'll feel happy. I don't think he'll feel comfortable with how this game is going because we all know Slippy with a 5-card hand. Huge draw step coming up here.
And there's the bonds. There's the Tarantula Toxin and a Razor's Edge and a Command and Conquer. So the world is Hayden's oyster right now.
Yeah, perhaps the Command and Conquer is going to be slightly awkward on this, but I mean, the bonds, pretty sweet here.
Yeah.
I mean, does have access to a few different lines. I mean, if he wants to instead run out the Arsenal card, use the daggers, and actually try jam that CNC, that's an option as well. Over on Hayden's side, how's the defensive looking on his side? So, a Figment of Ravagers, that's a no-block card, a Pierce Reality, and 2 Heralds.
Yeah, so Pierce Reality is a 2-block, so can block for 8 from his hand.
So do want to point out as well that Figment can be pitched away to the Prism Hero ability to flip one of these angels, get another Water 4 on board. So man, this is a bit of a puzzle for Hayden to try figure out.
And he's just going for it. Bonds of Agony coming in for 1 go again. It's just an attack for 1, Kieran. Nothing to worry about.
Just an attack for 1.
But yeah, the range on this card.
I mean, it's pretty good here. Like, but say you commit all your reacts. You bump it up to 4, you drop the Razor's Edge and go to 7. I mean, your opponent then pitches, flips one of these angels. You're protected from Slick Knives by the Spectral Shields. You could clear, you could clear 2 angels. That's a pretty big win. Your opponent still has 3 cards in hand at this point, though.
I love Michael's concentration, the way he's figuring out all the options, the whole range that Hayden has available to him.
And I do want to say it's easy on my side to say that, but you're thinking, what if it's like just a Nick plus a react? What if you clear everything and get the disruption from my hand on top of that?
Yeah. But you're absolutely right. Having that Ward 4 Angel and the 2 Spectral Shields make it a little bit easier in terms of kind of slowing down the big range that Hayden has available to him. So I think I would go for a 1-card block here, Kieran.
Yeah, this is not a normal Bonds of Agony. Like the normal Bonds when they're holding 5 cards, you're like, oh my goodness, like how am I going to deal with this? Having Ward 6 on board, it actually makes those decisions a little bit easier.
And being able to go up to Ward 10. Love it. Love this play.
Okay, so efficient defense here, choosing to pitch the blue for the Phantasmal Footsteps, getting that 1 point of value. Now lose 2 resources available to flip the angel. So one thing to keep in mind here is that Hayden has the Command and Conquer in a hand. He's going to be able to blow up this Phantasmal Footsteps if he wants to. He can get the Bonds. He can quite likely get the Bonds of Agony up above 6 power, blow up the Footsteps, maybe hold on to the Popper, and just say, I'm going to go for 1 more big turn. But the thing is, I mean, Hayden just has so many things he needs to deal with. Like he's got to get that Herald off that Angel off the board as well.
Definitely. And yeah, the courage looming. And Michael Collins going for the play where he keeps that Figment in his hand. So he's playing towards the ability to, the following turn, be able to pitch it and come in with a Herald.
So the reason I like this block as well is, like, let's say you play the 3 actions and a Razor's Edge go up to 7. At this point, you flip your Herald, that's Ward 4. You have 2 Spectral Shields as well. So 1, 4, 5, 6, 7. You can make your opponent commit their Flick Knives, but now they're down to no daggers. And that's a pretty big deal as well. So a lot of levels going on.
For sure.
Also bluffing a Soul Shield here with those 2 resources available.
Yeah, a lot of them Michael has seen a lot of them early. I believe it was 2, but...
Yep, so on Michael's side, and as well, like, you know, choosing to hold on to that Figment in hand. Okay, so we see Razor's Edge come down. That's going to go up to 4. Redback
Redback
Shroud's going to be
Shroud.
committed, and the Black Tech Whisperers.
Okay, so going up to 7 here. Now I think Hayden patiently just wants to get rid of those wards. I think he's more than happy to say, you know what, maybe the on-hit doesn't matter as much on this Bonds as it usually does, but I'm just happy to clear some Spectral Shields and the Angel.
So now the decision goes back to Michael. Also at this point, Empyrean Rapture does actually have the ability to pay 1 resource and give it Ward 1.
So just currently, Flick has not been activated this turn.
So Flick has not been activated. Very important here. So if he chooses to flip the Angel to try and protect...
Are you passing priority on this?
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, so losing all wards for Michael makes it a little bit tricky because he loses that protection with the Spectral Shields against the Flick Knives.
Reaction step, just to confirm. So all of
Yeah,
these
yeah,
have
priority
resolved?
back to me. Priority back to me. Yeah.
Okay, they're just making sure they have the priority right because it's very important in this board state that everyone knows exactly what's going on.
Yeah, sequencing this reaction step could be the side of the game,
Could be the difference between making top 4 and going home.
for sure.
Hayden really in the tank here.
Bad at math.
Oh, Hayden, my friend, if you're bad at math, playing into Ward. Okay, Flick Knives used here. Are we going to see the
Okay.
Empyrean Rapture? So Michael could pay 1 to activate the Empyrean Rapture and give it Ward 1 here if he wanted to.
Interesting, yeah, so really trying to get that Bonds on hit through by destroying one of the shields and kind of threatening lethal with the Bonds of Agony here.
It's not the best something, but
Flick's on the chain.
Okay, so Hayden actually down to no daggers as well, which is a really big deal if this game actually, if Michael survives this, it can extend the game for another 1 or 2 turns. Quite a big deal.
that's all right. That is
I mean, and from Michael's side as well, it's like, man, Hayden still has 2 cards in hand and a card in Arsenal. Like, we know it's a CNC and a React, but
Would I rather?
so really working through the options here. There's a lot of available lines. There's the Empyrean Rapture. There's being able to flip an Angel up.
I really like how this plays the kind of depth of the reaction step for both players. Passing priority on Hayden's side after the flick, keeping up some information from him, and yeah, really putting Michael in the blender.
Okay, so we are going
Okay.
to see the Empyrean Rapture committed here.
So this is Ward 1.
Ward
right?
1, yeah.
Yeah, so it prevents that flick knife.
So this is going to stop the on-hit from the Phantasmal Footsteps.
Currently clearing,
Yep. No, I mean, like,
yeah, clearing that
Flick can resolve.
on hit from Bonds. Priority is back on Hayden. Does he have a follow-up?
The chain link.
Okay, so for those keeping up at home, we now have Ward 4, a Ward 2 instances of Ward 2. We have Ward 1.
Command and conquer.
So we might see the Tarantula Toxin committed just for the -1 on the Footsteps.
You're right, just to get that 1 point over. And he is committing to this play.
And the issue with this line for Michael is that now if he wants to flip one of the Angels, that's another card from hand gone.
oh no, so giving that
It's giving
Right, I see. I understand.
Okay, so now we have, to recap, we have Bonds of Agony coming for 7, effect active. Phantasmal Footsteps defending for 0. We have now 2 Ward 4 Angels on the board. Those are both going to get eaten by the Bonds. So now he's just left with 2 cards in hand, 2 Spectral Shields, and a Courage. Now
Wow,
can Hayden
this
use
is a
the...
great spot for Michael, isn't it?
It might be, Karol, it might be, but even if Hayden, even if he can't use that Arsenal card, here's the Command and Conquer. That Phantasmal Footsteps is down. He can actually pop this next Herald coming in on Michael's turn. Then all he's chasing down is 2 Spectral Shields.
Okay, this is...
Oh, pass.
All right. So
Okay, the
Hayden
pass.
is respecting keeping a popper in his hand, and I really like this play because it just completely counters Michael Collins' attack.
Okay, but a big deal here for Michael. Able to pitch the blue into this War Tune Herald, coming in for 8. It means he does have 2 resources up to get that War Train rolling once again. He's going to be able to flip this Herald of Triumph, start the turn with 2 Spectral Shields and a Ward 4.
Okay, let's have a look what Hayden is working with. Another Bonds, a blue out of Desire Mine, and take up the mantle.
Okay, so that Bonds is like, I mean, the Bonds and the Take Up the Mantle, both not the best here because there's no daggers left to flick, there's no equipment left on board.
Pass to you.
So yeah, that is the awkwardness, that awkward spot that you mentioned before, where Hayden can get in a spot where he can't go too wide or be able to mark his opponent because he doesn't have any daggers left.
Ooh, but over on Michael's side, not the best defensive hand, but I do see there Herald of Erudition and Angelic Wrath.
Not enough resources to play out that Arclight Sentinel.
So Bonds of Agony coming in for 1 here. Now, is Michael going to be able to sniff this out, that this was a bluff? Because if you overcommit onto this, that could be throwing the game away. If you are able to just say no blocks, rely on your Ward 4, your Ward 2, and just say, look, if you got it, you got it. That's fine. Then I think that might be enough for Michael to actually grab the tempo in this game.
Play around the same 3 numbers. Why you got to do that?
Yes, you do, Michael.
He's like, surely Hayden doesn't have any more attack reactions.
And that's the thing, with nothing on board, this would have to be double attack react in hand and react in arsenal to pull this off. But you do have to be a little bit concerned about. So we see a Lost in Thought in hand. I mean, that's probably the one card you're happy committing to defend if you really wanted to. I mean, I think Michael's looking here saying, if I can connect with his Herald of Erudition, landing it with the Angelic Wrath.
Yeah, you called it, Kieran. And yeah, such a big range now. He's got the Ward 6 as a backup for any potential shenanigans.
And Hayden, honestly, probably pretty happy he managed to get 1 card out of the hand there.
Okay, out of Desire Mind. Now this is coming in for 1. Can Hayden keep bluffing this Justinic?
The thing is, the Justinic isn't as scary here. Like, yes, it clears my Angel and it clears my Spectral Shields. That's not great. Michael having a look through the graveyard to find some of the attack reactions here.
Yeah.
But I think from Michael's side, he's like, look, I mean, even if I lose everything here, which I might not, then I still have the ability. And like, if you had the Justinic in Arsenal, would you have committed the previous turn? Was this just naturally drawn? On my turn, if I get to connect with this Erudition with an Angelic Wrath, that's
so
massive.
2 Justinics are gone.
That was 1.
1.
Okay, cool. So I don't have to play around double.
So one of the things anyone can do against assassin players this late in the game is try to map out what cards remaining they have by what's already in the graveyard. So hopefully Michael can get a better idea on Hayden's range through this process.
Yep. Also open deck list at this stage in the top 8, so he'll be sort of exactly aware of.
Such a matchup.
So apologies, not open deck list for this. I'm mixing it up with some of our other tournaments.
No blocks.
Okay.
So
Did he say no blocks? Take up the
mantle. Pretty nice here. So it's going to go ahead and pick up that Herald, leaving Hayden just to deal with these 2 Spectral Shields.
But now Michael's in the driver's seat. He's got 3 cards to work with. Pitching that Arclight Sentinel. Here comes that Herald of Erudition. Does Hayden have an answer?
Oh, it doesn't look like he has the defense value to deal with this.
Unless he commits the flick knife, sorry, with the shelter.
That's actually huge. I mean, he has no daggers left, so at this point, why not give it the flick knives?
Yeah,
flick knives was shelter from the storm. So in his mind, this is great. But that Angelic Wrath lurking in hand is absolutely huge here to push over the +3, drawing multiple cards, activating Prism as well.
Yeah, tough spot for Hayden. Extremely tough spot. And that's the thing, these hands without the daggers are starting to get a bit more clunky.
Yeah, so we see an Art of Desire. Okay, so it looks like he's going to push
He does have an Orb Weaver Spinneret here to potentially get a dagger back. But yeah, here comes he had it. The Angelic Wrath is going to pump it up. Hayden's going to take 3, and Michael gets to draw 2 cards.
Trigger Prism.
Yep, trigger
Find
Prism.
a Figment. There it is. 1 arcane damage, that Figment of Ravagers.
No Arcane Barrier. If he flips this and attacks as well, you're then threatening 2 arcane damage on each attack. So this is the closer he was looking for.
He's coming in for 4. He's pinging for 2, which is forcing Hayden to defend with 2 cards. Michael Collins finding the window to pressure Hayden back.
And that Angelic Wrath looks like that might be the card that takes them in on Angel's Wings into the top 4 of the event here. This is demanding 2 cards. And then what is Hayden going to do? No daggers, no equipment. Whatever he attacks with, Michael's just going to block. But no cards in soul at this point, so isn't able to trigger the arcane damage for next turn.
Yeah.
But aside from that, I mean, 4-card hand, Ward 2, and a Ward 4 on board. Looking very, very tricky.
Okay, the Orb Weaver Spinneret comes down.
Okay, so he does have the clear.
Persuasive clears the Angel.
Okay, now Hayden's kind of hoping for a miracle here. Playing it against the 4-card Prism hand, you know you're going to be facing down multiple Heralds.
Yeah, let's see if...
Okay, and the Wartune Herald comes in for 6 here with Go again.
Does he have the popper? He's got a Kiss of Death, Tarantula Toxin, Infect, and Art of Desire. Mind.
So he can defend this out for 6. Doesn't Michael have the break point to push this over the edge? It looks like there's 2 yellows in hand, so he's only going to be able to follow up with another 6 damage. So Hayden can actually just stall this out for at least one more turn.
2 attacks for 6, demanding that Hayden has all 3 blocks.
So one thing as well, I mean, Hayden's deck's starting to look like it's running a little bit low there.
Yeah, so I feel like we'll see a little bit of a reset here. Okay, another attack for 6. Defend it out, and now Michael has another window to close the game out.
You know, if Hayden has access to any more poppers in deck, that is
The
his
last
out.
blanche. The last blanche.
Was he playing 3 blanches? Does he have one more?
Did he draw it? Oof.
No, he didn't, and that might be another Angelic Wrath in Michael's hand. Is that going to be enough to close here? Oh no, so pitching the Arclight Sentinel, defending for 6.
Oh,
Herald of Triumph
Herald
for
of
7,
Triumph
and that's
for
game.
7. Michael Collins taking down Haydendale. Prism taking down Slippy, securing his spot in the top 4.
And what a game, Karol. I feel that that was the bit of the roller coaster,
Yeah.
right? It was all over the place. It looked like Hayden was pushing damage, and then Prism started making that really big comeback. We had that absolutely massive turn. Life totals of 28-4. Suddenly by the end of the turn, it was 7-4. And I mentioned you saying Hayden looked like he's trying to turn the corner here, and then he ran into the wall. He ran into the wall. All right, let's take a look at the updated bracket to see how some of our other quarterfinal games played out.
Yeah, let's have a look.
Okay, so
Ooh,
Amelia...
a lot of wizards.
Yep, so Amelia on Kano just completely burnt out that Fang, and we're going to have a bit of a Wizard Mirror showdown in the semifinals with Amelia on Kano playing against Alexander Vore on Oscilio. And then we, on the other side of things, we have CYK Lionel taking down the Gravy Bones on Dash.io. And so taking down one of our last Kiwis, I believe. Oh, no, we saw Michael Collins. He won
Michael
there.
Collins is in there. And if you guys are unsure what games you want to watch, well, guess what? You can watch both of them because we're going to be showcasing both games of the semifinals. Kano versus Oscilio. Who can win the title of the best wizard in this tournament?
And then our next game coming up, Dash.io Prism. So we're going to see Prism again into the Dash.io. That's going to be an exciting one because with Prism starting on 32, very explosive turns. Dash.io also an extremely explosive deck with all these items off the top, additional action points, things like the boom grenades, lots of boost attacks, some amount of poppers. I can see that being a little bit of a back and forth. Who's going to be able to burn the other opponent out more quickly?
Yeah, I have a feeling that both of these games are going to be packed full of action. Both, you know, you have the wizard mirrors just going to burning each other as quickly as possible, and the Dash.io and Prism as well.
Yeah, the Wizard Mirror is going to be interesting because, as we mentioned, Alexander Vore, a very accomplished Kano player in his own right, and Amelia has just been completely burning a swath through this whole event. So that's going to be a really exciting one to see as well. And, man, super hyped with how this meta is shaking out. Very diverse. It'll be interesting to see how Super Slam shakes things up coming out soon.
For sure.
And if you want to be one of the first players in the world to experience the Super Slam action, then you need to get out to the world premiere coming up in Montreal. And so that is September 12th to September 14th, coming up in just over a month's time.
Yeah, and you can just get into these cards straight away. There's going to be a massive boost to the Guiding class, massive boost to Brutes as well. And yeah, this is just such a fun, limited format to engage in.
We're going to have the World Premiere, we're going to have the Calling, we're going to have the Battle Hardened. So go ahead and get your World Premiere package. Comes with one Super Slam art card and one Marvel Charm at random.
Yeah, and they come in cold foil, and these look amazing. And they have that old art with the hero written down on next to in the picture as well, which is just so special and so cool.
Yep, and if you want to get all the treats, if you're someone who likes to have it all, then go ahead and pick up one of these Fabled packages. Comes with event vouchers, you get the Reviled pack, or you get a promo pack at random, either the Reviled pack or the Revered pack. This beautiful Tough Nut playmat as well. That's something I want someone to bring me back from.
I just want to see this in cosplay, you know, people rocking out with this big-ass green body just going ham.
And if you've been enjoying the Calling coverage and you think I want to be the next Calling champion, then check out some of these Calling promos. You get one of these hero cards, art cards at random. So you get the Rainbow Foil kind of extended art treatment vibe, the Tough Nut, the Pleiades, the KO Unhanded Cheat, the Goliath Goldmane. It's all going down at the World Premiere Montreal. And it's not just the Calling. I mean, maybe you play the Calling, doesn't go your way, you want to play another event. then we got your back. We got the Battle Hardened coming up the next day. You get a
Oh,
promo
yeah.
pack at random. You get the Reviled or Revered. So Karol's kind of one of those Reviled guys. You know, he likes making might tokens. He likes basking in his own greatness. Whereas me, I'm humble old Mr. Classic, you know.
Just give me some toughness tokens and I'll be happy.
Yeah, I like to defend and defend for a lot, and we'll take this game. It'll go for a long time.
Yeah.
And
Good
also-
time for a long time.
Yep, and pre-releases, right? Usually you go out to your local game store,
Yep.
play a pre-release, but if that's maybe not an option for you, or you want to play with some friends at home,
I
we have
love
this beautiful
this-
pre-release kit.
Yeah, I love this new kind of feature of our pre-release is that you can get a kit yourself, go to your home and play the pre-release in quite an intimate environment with your closest friends, or head down to your local LGSs as well and enjoy the action with everyone else there.
Yeah, and if you're not able to make it out necessarily to World Premiere Montreal or your pre-release, then how about some release day celebration promos as well? You get the A-card promo pack, you get all of the charms. You get two
All
of
of
each. You get to your A-card promo pack, 2 of each of the charms. The Numbskull, Thespian, Cheaters, Liar's Charm, whatever really floats your boat, doesn't
Yeah.
matter. You get them all. So make sure, I mean, the last 2 world premieres have sold out. And I know, like, there's always people who are often, you know, they are upset. It's like, I didn't get my ticket. If you don't want to be one of those, get out there and get your ticket. You get to be one of the first people in the world. Karol, you've been to some of these. The atmosphere is always electric.
Yeah,
Highly
absolutely.
recommend you get out there.
There's so many cards that people get to open for the first time ever. You can be one of those people that opens maybe a meta game changing card, or one of the kind of marvels of even the fabled. Be the first person to do so.
Yep. So anyway, we're going to go ahead and go have a very short break. Don't go anywhere. We got more Flesh and Blood Classic Constructed action coming up with a semi-final very shortly.
Welcome back, everyone, to World Tour Auckland. And we are now finally down to the top 4 of the CC calling, with only one New Zealand player left.
Michael Collins on Prism, New Zealand's last hope, going up against CYK Lionel on Dash.io.
And we're not going to mess about. We're just going to go straight into the action because I'm hearing that the game is ready to go and I cannot wait to find out who wins. So, Prism, Awakening of Soul, piloted by Michael Collins, New Zealand's last hope, and a very long time Prism player since the days of the OG Prism. And Dash.io, piloted by CYK Lionel. And we have seen what this man was capable of in the earlier rounds, just maximizing value out of this Dash.io and all the abilities that she has access to.
Now, this is quite a complex matchup. Lots of instant speed plays, lots of crazy things happening at different times. Uhyoung, do you think there's any favored matchup here, or is it just going to come down to...
I think as a general statement, CYK Lionel is favored. Dash.io, one of the most aggressive aggro decks in Flesh and Blood, and going up against Prism, who A, starts on 32 life, and B, could possibly just get blown up without ever getting a chance to set up. So it will be exciting to see who sort of gets the first upper hand first, because both these decks are crazy explosive.
Great start from CYK Lionel here, getting a boom grenade off the top and a Teklo core, setting up both the on-hits and the resources needed to push a massive turn. And with Prism starting at 32 life, I mean...
Yep, this is a very scary turn 0 setup. Michael Collins looking down 2 items.
Hard casts the Figment.
Wow. Yeah, and it is turn 0, and you just sort of want to get that Herald Figment out of your hand, make sure you can draw better gas to really push that tempo and get going, because CYK Lionel is set up, and that is a scary, scary looking board state. And there's also a few more things to know. CYK Lionel does have access to a couple of poppers in the deck, so it'll be interesting to see whether he can draw it at the correct time, pop a Herald at the right moment, and try swing tempo even further in his favor. But Michael Collins, 4 cards in the grip, Ponder token on the board. Let's see what he can do. He needs to get going fast and hard.
Oh, this is an interesting card.
Yep, Lost in Thought.
Lost in Thought.
It is going to disrupt that arsenal. That's going to give a little bit of breathing room for Michael Collins as well. And he also pitches that Light of Soul, getting a yellow card into his soul early. So this is sort of a great start. Disrupts, keeps himself a little bit safe.
Getting to take a look at CYK's hand here and
Yep, get a bit of disruption.
peek a card out. Interesting, both of these players are getting some haymakers down at the very start of the game. That Figment of Erudition threatening to turn into an angel that draws 2 is a pretty crazy start as well.
Yeah, exactly. And also getting to look at CYK Lionel's hand will help Michael Collins better make a decision about how to block out this boom grenade and whether he even is able to.
Lost in Thought.
Yeah.
What a heads-up card. Pitching the Light of Soul as well.
So just getting a lot of extra value here.
Nice to see those Cogworks Tinkerings back. That gives Mech a little bit more insulation against Herald of Erudition with the Dominate.
And he is just going to hit one of those boost go again cards, just decreasing the power level of that turn, which is so important because Michael wants to try block out this boom grenade.
Both these players about to have a Ponder token on each side of the board. Both of them thinking, doing a lot of thinking. Big think.
I think they're just looking for that second Ponder token.
Oh, I know. I just mean because the Ponder guy's thinking. You know, he's looking at him. He's having a think.
I see. Which
So
is
now
so
it's just Dash and Prism just both.
All right, pitch another yellow. Here is a Herald coming in for 6. All -1, so they will not be able to be popped this turn. Just going to get 4, 6 equipment blocks all onto the chain immediately. Lionel wants to save his hand, stop this sort of Herald train going, and make sure the ward is as low as possible so they can try push this boom grenade through. Very heads up, just shoves everything, tries to take the tempo early.
Dash.io, like Mechanologist obviously naturally has a lot of poppers, stuff like Throttle, but also like Maximum Velocity is a 10 power that serves a dual purpose here. You can either throw it at the opponent's face if you can get it off, but it also pops stuff, and more interestingly, it can get through that Herald of Triumph, which gives -1 to the attack action. So there are some ways for CYK Lionel to gank these prisms and then crack back.
Exactly. Gets to resources at the start of his turn from that Tickler Core. Immediately uses Dash Arrow's ability to crank out that backup Protocol Red, giving him 2 action points and another counter on that gun. So great opening, 2 action points. Let's see what he can do with it. Here's an Expedite. Ooh. Boost hits that Cerebellum Processor.
Great heist target.
Yeah, so on hit, he'll be able to put an item from his hand onto the field.
2 action points already as well, so there's a lot of damage that could be coming Michael Collins' way.
Yeah, but good thing is Michael Collins did already see CYK Lionel's hand and knows that there are no items in the hand, so not necessarily threatened by this on hit, but there is that, again, huge on hit of that boom grenade, so this attack will need to be respected.
I also just want to quickly point out this. Move your hand, CYK. Arcalise Accelerator. This is extremely key in this matchup because if there's an Arclight Sentinel that comes down, which forces you to attack it and removes your action point after doing that, this will allow you, if you have boosted, in order to regain that action point and continue attacking.
Exactly. So, let's see what happens here.
There's literally nothing.
And 3, go again. Michael Collins thinking on this block.
What can you do though? Would have been very interesting. I mean, like, it is strictly better in this exact world.
These sort of early decisions,
Very annoying.
extremely
Probably
important
full value difference.
because it'll really determine how this game is going to shape up. Both players want that tempo early and just wants to try blow up their opponent as fast as possible.
There's a few interesting things that can happen with backup protocol here as well, because as an instant, there's the potential that he pops a card with, like, say, maximum velocity or throttle, and then backup protocol bring it back to pop again. Like,
Yeah,
so
definitely.
There's a lot of flexibility here.
Yeah, and Michael Collins making the decision to not block, takes 3 and takes the boom grenade as well, just immediately taking 7. He really wants to keep the cards in his hand.
Yeah, I think with the amount of non-blocks in your deck, maybe you're just going in and just hoping to race them.
Yep, here comes Spark of Genius, getting a Cerebellum Processor onto the field, cranked, gets the action point back, so CYK Lionel, still with 2 action points, can tap that Cerebellum Processor to draw a card and extend this turn.
And drawing a card from Spark of Genius.
Yes.
See, this is great because drawing these extra cards, these are cards that Michael hasn't seen. He saw the cards with Lost in Thought, but now we're going in, now we're blind.
Yeah. Dash Eye ability has already been used for this turn. 1 floating resource. CYK Lionel draws the card. Let's see how much more damage he can push here, because Michael did not want to block with this hand. That is very scary. Lionel needs to do something more right now.
Looks like he's got a...
Comes in with a zipper hit red, 5 boost, a solid and efficient number.
And we saw there was a blue boost card in his hand, but there's also what looked like a Teklo Pounder. So that's another good setup card, especially alongside Teklo Core, Backup Protocol, and Cerebellum Processor, pretty much allowing you to, I don't know, perform cold fusion.
Yep. And Michael Collins immediately snapped no blocks, does not care.
Doesn't care.
He wants his hand.
Don't care, didn't ask, plus you're a mechanologist.
Yeah. Does that kill me? No. Guess I'm going to hit you real hard next turn.
My life is more than one, therefore I don't care.
Yeah. And exactly, especially for Prism, who, when they sort of turn that corner, things can get out of control very quick as they swarm the board with these angels and wards and these draw effects. They can just steal a game out of nowhere. He's going to hit that Cerebellum Processor, go down to 1 action point, draw a card. Can he find some gas? Because he has not seen that many good, efficient boost red attacks.
Ooh,
and he
there's
finds
a throttle.
the red throttle.
This is quite clean. You could play this, pitch a card, boost, come in for 6, and then Teklo Foundry Heart, play the Pounder out, and then you've attacked and also set up, and Prism's at 20.
Yeah. Or he could even use the backup protocol red to get another attack and just send it again. So 1 floating. Here comes 6 boost. He does hit one of those maximum velocities.
Still a big number, right?
Yeah.
Still a big number, right, says Michael. Yeah, big number good.
Yes, Michael Collins already at 20. He wants to keep his hand, but another 6 knocking him down to 14. I mean, that's a lot.
Just that die roll difference.
It's crazy. I really didn't think I would be rooting for Prism as sort of my history as a Guardian player back in the day. I'm more of an Assassin main now, but I am rooting for New Zealand. So go Prism.
Yeah, but this is a very tricky spot that he is in. He is facing down so much damage. That turn 0 setup of those items, just giving CYK Lionel so much tempo in this matchup, and executing this aggressive strategy so fast, so quick, and so efficiently. Michael Collins, again, no blocks, goes down to 14. He is saying, this is my best chance. I need to keep these cards. This backup protocol red being activated, gets the red throttle back. Here is another 6.
You called it, Uhyoung. You called it.
Is that hand that good that you're about to go down to 8?
You know what's great? He could have played that pounder and had the +2 in his next couple of turns. But I think what's really good here is that he just comes in with a 6. He's cashing in that 2, 2, and 2 right now, because instead of setting up for a longer game, I think he just wants to kill him now.
Yeah, especially when your opponent's just not blocking. You just want to pressure them and pressure them and pressure them.
Relies on that.
At 14, yeah, I think you just want to kill the Prism before they do anything silly.
Yeah.
Get him out of here. Send him home. Send him back to Solana.
Send him back home to New Zealand, where he is currently based. So
go back to your own country where you are living in right now.
Well, basically, no matter what I do.
Man, Michael Collins really thinking this through. This turn has been quite rough for him. There is a decision he made early on that he was going to take all this damage, even taking the boom grenade just to keep this hand, and then now he is getting a bit more than he bargained for. I mean, a lot of times in Devon when we're testing a game, sometimes I look at my opponent and I go, look at my hand is great. Just send the bill. Just send the bill. And then sometimes they start sending too big of a bill and I go, wait, let me rethink that. Let me rethink if I need to block here, because I think I may have made a mistake.
Yeah, do we want to split the fare?
Yeah.
Do you want to play some credit card roulette?
Yeah. So Michael Collins thinking about, and finally we'll get a block out of Michael. Blocks 3, takes 3.
Yeah, but he's not happy about giving up a card.
And that Ponder token will give CYK Lionel another card. Oh, an interesting note, he did not boost that top card, so the turn does end right there, so there was no gun follow-up. But here comes Herald of Protection, red. 7 is a key breakpoint. Does CYK Lionel have a popper? And I believe he does. I believe he spied one on the top of his deck. But CYK Lionel deciding not to pop it, saying, I want these cards in my hand to blow you up next turn, allows Prism to do some Prism things because he does not care. Yeah. He is happy with what he has, and he believes it is enough to bust through whatever Michael Collins presents here.
At this point, you just step on the gas.
Yeah.
No blocks. Don't care. Didn't ask. Just vroom.
Yeah. These two heroes just sending haymakers at each other. He does. Michael Collins grabbing that Herald of Protection, getting some Spectral Shields onto the board.
It's worth noting that the Spectral Shields and the ward from the Angel itself is going to help out a little bit here. And we're seeing a Soraya, Archangel of Erudition, being awakened here, risen from her nap, drawing 2 cards.
Yeah, and attacking for 4. A very powerful ability.
And what did he draw into? Ooh, more big heralds coming in.
Yeah, 2 very big heralds. And here is another big Herald of Protection red. This is exactly what Michael Collins needed to see. Some big offense that also helps him out on the defense. These Spectral Shields are going to be key to sort of block those breakpoints and make sure Michael Collins doesn't need to overcommit to any sort of those annoying pesky numbers and block as efficiently as possible. So there is now ward 7 on the side of Michael Collins. Let's see if he can stymie CYK Lionel's next aggressive turn.
Is it enough, though? Because, like, CYK is pretty happy just to take it. He could just try and kill Michael in 1 turn.
Exactly. Michael Collins is only on 11. And CYK Lionel, if we can get a look here, had access to a popper. I believe he did, and he decided not to pop. He is saying his hand is that good.
It's a big damage looking at from CYK's hand, and that Pulse Wave Harpoon could completely ruin Michael's hand if he decides to not block and let the ward eat up these attacks and then lose a key card anyway. from Pulse Wave Harpoon's effect.
So Michael Collins.
That
Take
golden
this
cog
now,
was pretty good, wasn't it?
Yeah. So draws 4,
Just wait for the.
passes the turn. CYK Lionel. Can he do it?
Does he have the line? Teklo Core, 2 resources.
Yeah. Very powerful. Let's start with a red throttle coming in for 6. Go again.
Boost.
And Michael Collins looking at a popper and thinking, you had this and you decided not to pop anything? There must be more coming.
I don't want to block. I want to attack.
Exactly. Sometimes the best defense is the best offense. All right, Michael Collins thinking about blocks here. He has 7 ward currently on the board. He still has access to all of his equipment.
Why is it getting colder a second?
Yeah.
Ooh, there's a Lost in Thought there.
Yeah.
That could
Herald
disrupt
Red.
things. If he lives.
He activates the Halo of Illumination, puts a Herald into his soul. Draw. We'll search for a Figment. We'll also draw a card.
Reduce the power. This is really heads up from Michael here, because he knows that CYK ate so much damage to throw this turn, and CYK is looking to just slam dunk Michael with this turn. So respond with the -1 power on all of your attacks for the turn. This is what we saw earlier in the tournament with responses to Ira and stuff like that. If they take the damage and you're like, okay, they're going for the game-winning play, this is when you pull out all of your defensive stops just to stimmy that damage, because if they throw their whole hand and it doesn't work, you're looking pretty good.
Yeah. He'll also flip one of his angels,
Get some
generating
ward.
an additional ward 4 on the board.
Ward on the board. Ward off the board. Cardboard.
Oh. Yeah. And this Spark in Arsenal is the card he did not boost last turn.
Ooh, getting a card back with backup protocol, drawing a card with Spark of Genius.
Yeah. A very nifty little combo here. We'll be able to filter his hand and get the cards and attacks that he wants for this turn to really push more of those efficient boost cards.
And I'm assuming that with this crank off the backup protocol that we are back to 1 action point.
Yeah.
Very good.
Oh, yeah.
How good.
Yeah. Yeah. They're just correcting the resources there.
I love a good
Mark-
action point.
Yeah. Michael Collins did pay for to flip that Herald earlier.
What's up with that?
Players, this is the final call.
CYK Lionel. Does he have it? Does he have the gas? He kept everything for this. He went down to 18 for this turn cycle.
The last chance.
Tickler Foundry Heart activated.
Activate Foundry,
Gets
but
a
will
resource.
the answer be found?
Yeah. Takes a peek at the top. 4 resources floating. Thinking this turn through. Still 6 ward on the board.
My turn. Yeah, absolutely.
Every decision here matters, because one of these players will go forward to face either Oscilio or Kano in the final match for calling Auckland.
I mean, nothing but fiery, explosive matchups in the semifinals here at this calling.
2 go again.
Here comes Expedite. 2 go again, thanks to that Herald of Triumph that came in earlier. Yeah, immediately no blocks. Lets the 2 Spectral Shields eat it up. Michael Collins trying to stay alive while keeping as many cards in his grip as possible so that he can send something back.
Yeah, I mean, if CYK, he might not make much of a dent in the life this turn, but he might just do enough to clear the board, get rid of that Soraya, maybe take some cards from hand, and then maybe just get it on the next turn.
Yeah, here comes Throttle for 5. Boost. Lionel looks at the top card of his deck. Has he found something he wants?
Is he going to boost?
He has boosted.
Oh, okay.
I don't know what either of them are.
He-
Don't know what either.
I would be spooked if he decided to just end this turn here with 2 cards in hand. Activates Dio.
Thinking.
Gets a red boom grenade off the top. Goes to 2 action points. Now if anything leaks here, it's looking far more scary. Only 4 ward on the board, so this is currently leaking 1. And then boom grenade will trigger for an additional 4. Michael Collins not happy with what he is seeing right now. Does he have a defense reaction or something to help block this attack?
Otherwise, he's going to have to use the Rapture, to get an additional ward.
Yeah. activates the Rapture, gets that additional 1 War to fully block out this attack. He is now committed.
Oh, and there's the Pulse Wave, Uhyoung. Sorry to cut you off, but look at it.
Yeah, coming in for 3. He's got 2 cards in hand, so 1 card will be ripped from here as Lionel has boosted 3 times.
This is leaving Michael with no Angels and not many cards in hand, which is going to probably give him a window to then smack him in the face.
Yeah.
Not getting me. Not this time.
God, that was such a well-timed Herald, though. Like, sorry, a well-timed Figment. Like, that -1 has carried throughout, like, several attacks this turn and saved so much life.
Putting in so much work here. Very important to try cut down those breakpoints from the air.
Which one should I hold and like the top that even matters?
Can I look through your
Just
bench
thinking
and
through their
wait
choices.
while you think?
Yeah, sure.
Man,
All good.
Cheers.
All good.
it is frightening to think that this is turn 2 of a game of Flesh and Blood. 18 to 11. So much damage on the chain.
Crazy work.
Both heroes just threatening to kill each other on the spot.
I'll block 3.
Takes down the Hero of Triumph.
Yes, blocks for 3. No Boom Grenade here. Coming in with the gun for 2.
Yep, I'll take 2. Got a 9.
Michael Collins takes the 2. Does not trigger the Boom Grenade.
Action points. And this I need to think about it. Like this one.
Yeah.
I would draw.
CYK just having a think.
Yeah, he is deciding between drawing a card for Arsenal with the Cerebellum Processor or shooting again for another 2 damage. Lionel does have access to the information of the top card of his deck, so he knows what he's drawing, and he's just trying to assess what is more value here.
Sorry?
Oh, I'm fine.
Oh, yeah, you need to control that on
I mean, if it was a red, he would have just slammed it down, right?
Yeah, sure. I'll draw a card which breaks the
He is saying this card is worth more than 2 damage right now. He decides to draw it. Can we get a glimpse of what's on Arsenal?
zipper
A
hit.
blue zipper hit.
Yeah, I'm just thinking about. Interesting. You flip already this turn. Yes, and you have 1
Yeah.
card.
You
Before
know,
passing the turn,
no problem.
Yes.
we're just thinking it through.
Worth noting that at the very least, that Soraya is gone. If you leave that on the board, like if you don't manage to clear that Angel,
I broke the chain.
that Angel just draws 2 every turn.
Yeah.
One shot has been resolved, so this
It's
is
just that I'm
1
just
action
thinking, like,
point.
We made a very conscious effort to get rid of a lot of these books that draw 2.
Why do you guys hate reading?
Yeah, we forgot that Herald of Erudition is also a book, but, you know, not technically a book, I guess, 'cause she's an angel, so, you know what, we let that slide for now.
Reading the book explains the book.
Yeah,
Yeah, I'll pass priority.
just thinking through. Yeah, ends the turn. Arsenal's the card.
Curious what's your arsenal.
It's quite a
Passes the turn.
quite a technical matchup. There's got to be a lot of keeping track of game states here.
Yeah, Michael Collins managed to keep a card in hand. We'll be able to fire off that Arsenal, which is a Herald of Triumph,
For 8.
coming in for 8 thanks to that.
Oh,
And
and there's
immediately-
the maximum velocity right when you want to see it. And being a 10 power, it doesn't get affected by the -1 effect of Herald of Triumph.
Yup, what a punish here, and what an efficient block. CYK Lionel now just boosting into the lead of this matchup, all the tempo in his favor. Can he close this out? Michael Collins, 9 life, playing 18. CYK Lionel with 3 cards in the grip, 1 card in Arsenal, 2 floating resources. Comes in with that blue zipper hit for 3, go again, boost.
No, this is 3, but
Yeah, it's 3.
Triumph no longer
Not looking too good for Michael here. Not looking too good for Team New Zealand.
No, Prism really wants to sort of take damage so that they can swing a lot of it back and gain tempo through momentum. But Michael Collins already down to 9, already has had to pop his head and chest piece of equipment. He is running out of options, and he really needs CYK Lionel to brick a little bit here so they can try claw some tempo back. Here's Spark of Genius
Yeah, I was thinking
for 0.
already. I was like, should I do it?
We have seen Prism, though, claw victories back from 2, sometimes even 1 life. Sometimes you can be like in the 30s of your life total, and Prism's in like 2, 1, 3, 4, or whatever, and sometimes they can just pull it back.
Yeah.
So against Prism, you can't get comfortable until their life is at 0. It's never over till it's over.
Yeah, exactly.
1 slip up, and you could suddenly find all of your life gone.
Yeah. Michael Collins, if anyone can do it, it is Michael Collins. One key thing to note is he has lost his Imperium Rapture. The ability to flip a Herald for free, gone. So the ceiling on this deck has been limited. He is going to need to be given a window here. He needs to be able to block out, survive, and find something, find some kind of way to swing tempo back in his favor. But at the moment, looking very grim. Can CYK Lionel close out this game, or will he fumble and give Michael Collins a chance?
Yeah, I mean, getting that cerebellum processor, I mean, that's got to be a huge help. Drawing
Yeah.
cards is good, I think.
Yeah, drawing cards very, very strong.
I love drawing cards.
Draws a card from that Spark of Genius. Takes a peek at the top card of the deck.
Oh, Foundry.
Foundry Heart. He doesn't like what he sees on top, so just gets rid of it.
More
Goes
resources.
up to 2 resources. Checks the new card on top. Is it an item that he wants out? Nope. He's coming in with another boost for 3. Checks the top card again.
Doesn't care about boosting that popper away. It's like he's not popping with them anyway.
Yeah.
Damage is damage.
He wants to push more right now. Michael Collins thinking this throw. This is just 3 damage, but there's always a chance that the top card is a boom grenade. But no, he says no blocks. Takes 3, goes to 3. Michael Collins on the edge of his life, holding on to his cards, saying, I need to be on the offense if possible.
I was like, did I forget this?
Yeah. Just clarifying that it is 3, go again.
Worth noting that if CYK swings in with the gun here, Michael Collins does have that all you got in his hand, which
Yeah.
can block it and draw a card.
Yeah. One of those cards that can really help him get some tempo back in his favor.
Also being a little cheeky.
CYK Lionel, 1 card in hand,
Break the chain.
2 floating. Draws a card, looks at the top card.
Oh.
He's immediately going to pop his boots for an additional action point.
Action points.
And here comes T-Bone for 3, demanding a piece of equipment as a block. We'll just commit the Dreamweavers.
With that, I'm still going to think on hand.
Not a problem here.
The reason he's blocking with the Dreamweavers here, folks, is because T-Bone's forcing it to. It's not because it adds any defensive value. You just put it there, and then you decide what else you're going to block with.
Because this card is threatening lethal here.
Going to be the footsteps.
Yeah.
So don't
He
think
could
could
just
put
commit the
footsteps.
footsteps.
anything else you have.
He won into it. Man, Michael Collins working with the thinnest of margins in his hand. He needs to figure out what cards can he give up and what cards can he use, but he does have 1 no block in his hand, 1 figment.
So it's not
That's looking very dangerous for Michael Collins here.
He will commit that arm piece and block for 3. And here comes the gun for 2. The perfect target for that all you got.
There it is. That all you got.
Yeah.
Blocking the thing, drawing a card when the combat chain closes.
Yeah. Lionel. Dio's ability.
Ooh, and there's a boom grenade off the top.
Another.
If he cranks, he regains the action point.
Yeah. And we'll be able to shoot the gun again.
Oh!
And here comes 3. Go again. Extending that turn further. Blocks for 3. And coming in for 2.
Coming in for 2.
And because that chain is not closed, Michael Collins cannot draw a card just yet. And he is holding that no block in his hand.
It's going to really, like, this will put him to 1, but it's going to entirely depend on what Michael Collins draws here off of this that all you got.
Yeah, he's going to need a very good draw here to be able to do anything. But
Activating Prism.
Activating Prism's ability. Going to flip one of his heralds.
He needs 1 card to swing. He needs to draw a yellow or a blue.
I'll also draw a card here.
I think he drew a red.
Yeah, it's like a red war tune to me. So he's simply just going to
He's going
Arsenal
to have to Arsenal pass.
and pass. He passes with 4 ward on board.
He can't swing. That gives CYK 2 resources. He's still got that cerebellum processor and a full grip.
Yeah. And he pulls out another boom grenade just for the action point. Any on hit at this point is death, so the boom grenade damage doesn't matter, but that action point very much does. Here comes Expedite for 3.
It's like turn 4, but it feels like it's turn 732.
Yeah.
This has been such a complex game.
Yeah, 3, blocked by 3. CYK Lionel just going to constantly keep pushing damage until Michael Collins folds. Can Michael Collins do anything at this point?
Expedite, that's got a great on hit. It's called Death.
Yeah. Here comes another 3 boost go again. Fast and
Ooh.
Furious trigger on the stack, holding priority. Yeah, Cerebellum processor getting another steam counter.
Huge.
Just more gas to be used later on. It is looking very rough for Michael Collins.
He just needs that 1 damage. CYK just needs 1 damage.
Yeah, Michael looking for some kind of out, but it is so hard to claw back at this stage.
I'll give you 3.
Here's another block for 3.
Those
Closes the
dreams
gym.
of a Collins calling being cut.
Yeah, the last hope for New Zealand
Draw a card.
goes back down to 1 action point.
Oh,
And
4.
here
That's
is-
a good one.
Here comes 4 boost. Go again. A break point. A terrifying break point. But Michael Collins does have Ward 4 on the board.
Oops. The dice.
Yep.
Ah, man. I hope
The ward eats it.
Yeah. It's it.
Can he keep going? Can he keep pushing? He can.
And here
with
comes the maximum
velocity for 10.
velocity for 10.
That's more than one.
That's more than one, says Michael.
That is indeed more than 1. There is a 0 attached to it.
Well, I can put this in front of it. And, I can
And he's
put
going to put
Oh, he
him
can
in his
block. Yeah,
equipment.
that'll do it, mate. That'll do it. And,
And
he is
immediately
gone.
gets the fist bump. I mean, what an explosive game. That ended pretty much as soon as it began. Dash.io hitting that gas and just never letting go. Prism never even had a chance to claw back in that game.
4 turns, Uhyoung.
4
4
turns.
turns.
Yeah.
4 turns.
So let's have a look at this updated top 8 bracket. CYK Lionel punching his ticket into the grand finals, knocking out Michael Collins, the last hope for New Zealand. And the other semifinals, Kano versus Oscilio. What a thrilling matchup. Which wizard will come out on top to join Dash.io in the grand finals? I cannot wait to see. And remember, we're going to be checking out that game, so we're going to be watching both semifinals straight into the grand finals afterwards. I mean, we might be heading home early. These are some explosive games. And the Wizard matchup is going to be another sort of explosive game where they sort of jockey for position and then just going to blow each other up. And that grand finals, regardless of who gets there, it's going to be another explosive thing to watch.
So we're gonna see who is going to be squaring off against CYK in the finals, and we're gonna see why one of these people is going to be our calling champion.
Yeah, I cannot wait to see. I mean, it would be crazy to see a Wizard take out this grand final. I mean, Wizards have always been sort of on the fringes of metagames, sneaking in here and there. And just when Wizards maybe weren't being respected as much, they come into this metagame, blow people up, and punching a guaranteed ticket into the finals.
What, you're saying Wizards on the fringe of the metagame? Not expected. Bro doesn't remember Icelander.
Yeah. I mean, right now, in the current meta.
Yeah.
But let's also see some more exciting metagames that are going to be coming up in the future near you. So, coming soon is this ProQuest Yokohama season. So get out there, get your competitive decks ready, and get battle for your ticket to ProQuest Yokohama.
Oh man, who doesn't want to go to Japan? It's Japan.
Exactly.
And who doesn't want these beautiful playmats? You get your gem packs. There's gold foils on the line. There's promos for top 8, promos for top 4. And let's just have a cheeky reminder of what those promos are.
Yeah.
Swing big.
Alt art,
Oh,
sick
yeah.
art, an absolute staple in Brute decks, and might go very nicely into that Reiner Armory deck that we've been checking out.
Wait, there's a Reiner Armory deck?
Yeah, it's
Oh.
coming out very soon.
Man, all I think Reiner needs is a blue 6 power.
Yeah, and I believe he gets one.
What?
And overcrowded in cold foil for the top 4. And I've mentioned it before, keep an eye out for this card, folks. Have you ever been on the back end of receiving a Codex of Frailty where they go Codex of Frailty, leave no, and you're like, man, that's just so much value. That's an attack for 4 that's going to threaten my arsenal. If you have an overcrowded in your graveyard, you just grab one of these bad boys. And because Codex created 2 tokens, this thing comes out of your arsenal, blocks for 4, fully neutralizing that leave no witness. So possibly a big staple card in the metagames to come.
I also really like that it gets +1 power on its attack as well, which seems quite good into the release of Super Slam, where we're going to have vigors and toughness and confidence and a whole bunch of good stuff. And you can experience it at ProQuest Yokohama, running for a full 6 weeks from October 4th to November 9th, 2025.
Exactly. So what an exciting game we've just watched. We have one more semifinals match coming up after this. And don't go anywhere, because not only are we having the semifinals, right after that game, we'll be spoiling another very exciting card from the future to come. And there have been many exciting cards that we've been revealing so far, but I must say this card is going to have a big metagame impact, I feel. This card does not mess around.
This card is cracked, Uhyoung, and I actually cannot believe that actually cannot believe that you guys are releasing this card.
Okay.
I have read it, and I have reread it, and I've gone over it over and over again, and be like, surely I've misread this. Surely it doesn't do what I think it does. And every time I look at it, I'm like, nope, that's crazy.
Yep.
That is crazy.
It is pretty crazy. Like, no joke. It just came into the different, and I was like, that's a pretty strong card. And they were like, yeah.
You said that?
It is.
Really? You said that?
Yeah.
That's
and
crazy.
You'll have to stick around to find out. So don't go anywhere. We're going to be right back after this.
Welcome back, everyone, to the World Tour Classic Constructed Auckland Calling. And we got a bit of an explosive game coming up here, Karol.
I have a feeling the spark's going to be flying on this one.
Yep, so we have Kano versus Oscilio. And if I know one thing about Wizard Mirrors, and I know a lot, these games,
Wizard aficionado.
they're fun, they're fast, they're explosive. So should we go ahead and take a look at the brackets? Oh, actually, no, let's just jump straight into the game. Let's not mess around. We're playing a Wizard Mirror here. No brackets, straight action. So we have Amelia over on the Kano side. She's been burning her way through the tournament against Alexander Vore. So Amelia is on the play here.
As the Kano, probably hoping, and There she goes, dropping that energy potion on the first turn of the game. Nice pickup there for Amelia.
And if we just have a quick look at the equipments here, okay, pitching the Eye of Ophidia, going to allow us to opt, activating the hero ability. Just pointing out the old knocker here. There's no time for Tunic in this game. Who knows if we're getting to turn 3. So we've got the old knocker, the Ragamuffins, the Metacarpus, and the Storm Striders. And that's a potion of Deja Vu. So establishing 2 potions on turn 0 as Kano.
That's a huge win. That's a huge win for Kano.
Potion number 3.
There we go. Just coming in for a burn for 1.
I know, so it's an Overflow the Aether Well. May not actually be played out. Just going to pass. Back over to Alex. So he's got the Nullrune Hood, the Old Knocker, Lightning
And
Gleaves.
Shock Charmers. I think this is the crucial pieces of equipment here for Alexander. So Kano, you know, Amelia's going to try and set up potentially the classic play of the Aether Wildfire into some burn cards. So Shock Charmers does a great job at mitigating that damage.
Yeah, so Shock Charmers importantly has Spell Void too. So on Alex's side he has AB2, Lightning Greaves, Nullrune Head. Actually choosing to filter the hand by pitching the current funnel away to the Volza there. And yeah, so we see Lightning Greaves, Old Knocker, Shock Charmers, Nullrune Head. Over on Amelia's side, she's actually got AB3 in the form of Storm Striders with AB2 and Metacarpus Node. And yeah, we see these players did not come to mess around, both presenting the Old Knocker here to get that early resource.
And Alexander Vore with that flittering charge, some good old physical damage in this arcane matchup.
Dare I say a bit of a battle mage situation going on? some attacks, some arcane damage. Coming in for 4, quite possibly go again.
Yeah.
So let's see. Okay, Alexander going to drop the Lightning Press, going up to 7 damage to go again, getting that Volza up to 2. So Amelia going to be dropping down to 23 life right off the bat here. Are we going to see a burn spell follow-up from Alexander?
Both of those cards were lightning, so that Volza is going to be able to amp 2 potentially. But not having a sigil means Alexander would have to either pitch a card or use up that Old Knocker. But here we see some more attacks, I believe, in Alexander's hand.
Yeah, looks like a Flittering Charge and a Blast to Oblivion here. Maybe just wants to push a bit of damage. Just tossing up. Do I go for the... Yeah, okay, so going for the Blast. So the Flittering Charge is the more consistent line. Probably going to get you that 4 go again damage next turn. The Blast is maybe sort of swinging for the fences, saying, I want to set up the big combo. But as Alexander will know well, as a noted Kano player himself, you don't have that much time against Kano.
Yeah, and it's especially scary when you see Amelia actually opting to not defend at all and keep her full grip.
Yep, so Amelia just taking her time here, and what a breakout performance on this hero for her.
Going for that Kano activation.
Ooh, picks up the red Aether Flare.
Okay, here we go. Now this is starting to get interesting. Being able to amplify the following burn spell as well, thanks to Aether Flare, is looking a little bit dangerous.
Yeah, so next time, so basically, if you deal 3 damage with this, your next card's going to get also plus 3 damage on top of that. Looking over at Alex's hand, she's like, you have 1 card in hand. I know you play a lot of reds. You might only have AB1 up here. If I can even maybe force the issue, get you to burn those Shock Charmers now, that's a huge win for me. Okay, and that is a very scary card to see. It's the first banish. Okay, so the Aether Flare's gone. Pitching a Gaze the Edges here to Kano as well.
Another Kano activation.
Oh, Blazing Aether. Okay, I mean, are we going to make it to turn 2? We have the Energy Potion. The Potion of Deja Vu, actually really important. 2 blues have been pitched at this point as well.
Yeah, a very interesting decision point for Amelia. Do I commit everything? So we have a Sonic Boom.
Another Blazing Aether. Are we going to see the Storm Striders committed just right here, right now? Might depend on that Arsenal card, but what are we looking at here, Karol? I mean, pitch the Sonic Boom. You could Aether Flare for 4 using that Crucible of Aether Weave.
I like that play. Playing out that Aether Flare, seeing what Alex does. Does he commit this Shock Charmers or not? And then adjust the play from then.
And Alex definitely looking a little bit concerned over there. I mean, want to point out as well, 2 resources available in the Energy Potion. So at a minimum, let's just say none of your sort of onboard resources get pushed in here. Sonic Boom, pitch, Aether Flare for 4. That could be followed up by a Blazing Aether for 8. Just 12 damage right off the bat.
And here we go, Crucible of Aether Weave activation.
She may be, and also you don't have to fully commit here. Just see what Alex does. Is he going to commit to the Spell Void and the Aether Flare? If not, maybe we get the Storm Striders going.
That is a very tricky spot for Alex here, because it's hard to predict the range that what Amelia is working with. Because as you said, that Storm Striders is available, Old Knock is available, so virtual 3 resources just on the board for the Kano player. So
Yep, so the Energy Potion not committed here, and I think Amelia's going to be pretty happy. If this was just an Aether Flare for 4 into Blazing for 8, pushing 12 damage, I think you might actually be okay just holding onto that Blazing Aether in hand if you want to. Also could picture something like the Metacarpus. That's a bit of a commitment, though. Basically what I'm saying is there's a lot of lines available on this turn.
Yeah.
And we are on turn 1, and Alex knows, he's like, if I get this wrong, I could be going home.
Yeah, and even the consideration of pitching that Flittering Charge in his hand could potentially save his life here, because denying that first kind of damage amplifier could be enough to cushion himself from a lot of different play lines.
Particularly when you consider that pitching away for AB1 here is effectively preventing 2 damage, because not only does it amplify, but Blazing Aether cares about how much arcane damage you've dealt on this turn.
And Blazing Aether, so that's pitching, it prevents 3 damage if you think about it.
Yeah, true.
Hey?
Alice's top wizard mind on the cast here. I can do math. I'll tell you someone who can do math, or 2 people, that's Amelia and Alex. So that's why they're putting a lot of time and thought into this.
I actually love the aggressive Kano activation here before deciding whether to defend or not.
Yeah, Karol, I think we're here for a good time, not a long time, the way this game's shaping up. Okay, so he is going to pitch away to save himself 3 life, as I pointed out.
And crucially, leaving that Shock Charmers up for another turn.
I mean, things could get pretty crazy if we saw something like a Wildfire committed. Maybe that would have been committed first, unless you're trying to bait out the Shock Charmers. But okay, so we have a Blazing Aether. This is just on board 6 damage right now. Okay, so Amelia taking her time. Because what she knows, like, look, I have an explosive turn here, but I also know over on Alex's side, yes, he's not going to have an Arsenal, he's only going to have 4 cards, but we've seen what Alex can do on the Oscilio deck with just sort of 4-card hands, how much you can pop off for.
Yeah.
So you don't want to overcommit, but you also don't want to give your opponent too much time. And Amelia with 3 resources on board with that Old Knocker, the Energy Potion. I mean, maybe a bit of a deja vu Ragamuffins line with that Sonic Boom. There's a lot going on right now.
Yeah. There we go. Old Knocker activation.
Okay, Old Knocker committed.
So we have a lot of resource available. Is this a Storm Strider's line?
Yep, so technically that hero is tapped, but, you know, it's not super important.
Not in the case of Kano, anyway. Okay, so that was a defensive Old Knocker.
So looking like she used to defend for 1 potentially there and add the resource.
Yeah, using the maximum value that Old Knocker provides, meaning you can defend with it with Blade Break. On the Blade Break trigger, you tap, instant tap, destroy it after damage, and gain that 1 resource.
Okay, we're going to see the Energy Commotion committed here as well. So that's 3 resources available. Blazing Aether already available to play at instant speed, banished off Kano. We know there's Blazing Aether in hand as well.
This could mean Storm Strider's Aether Wildfire. That's a potential play line.
Potion of Deja Vu going to be committed as well.
Okay, so importantly, Gaze of Aegis is able to be stacked on top. We have a Sonic Boom and a Destructive Aether Tide. So the Gaze of Aegis, Gaze the Aegis is able to give Amelia even extra information with that opt, and more importantly, getting her that blue back into hand.
Okay, so Kano activation going to use up those 3 resources, banishing the Sonic Boom here.
Dealing some extra damage here. So this is going to be coming in for 6.
So Sonic Boom for 6, that's 9 damage dealt, plus the Blazing Aether. We're looking at 18 damage.
Another interesting choice for Alex. Does he commit the Shock Charmers here or not?
Okay, so we're going to see the Ragamuffins committed here. This is really nice. This is going to put the Blazing Aether on top. So now you find the blue. Now you get the blue to play the Sonic Boom. You could even choose to commit the Metacarpus if you're getting very aggressive here. And now we're going to see a double Blazing Aether turn.
This is insane. Amelia managed to find the line to get both Blazings to be played without committing the Storm Striders. So that is still available to her.
So let's have a quick look at what Alex has available. He does have that Old Knocker to actually create a resource to prevent 1 damage if need be. Particularly if you know you're playing to 2 Blazing Aethers. May be worth it at this point.
Yeah. I feel like at this point, I feel like you need to commit the Shock Charmers or the Old Knocker. When seeing Amelia commits so many of her permanents in the form of, it's a Kindle.
And the Kindle was the Arsenal card. That's going to amp 1 and draw the blue that you need to play the Sonic Boom. So
That's
now,
amazing.
So now you're able to play the Sonic Boom. I mean, Gaze the Age is probably drawn as well off that Kindle, the way this was stacked with the Potion of Deja Vu.
There it is.
So Sonic Boom going to come in here. The Metacarpus nodes is committed. So this is coming in for 5. So Amp 1 from the Kindle, also buffed up by 1 by the Metacarpus node.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry,
And-
coming in for 8 because of the Aether Flare as well.
Oh
so
my
now,
goodness.
Karol, let's count it. This is 11 damage. That means the Blazing Aether could come in for another 11. The next one's coming in for 22.
Yeah.
I think Alex has to commit the Shock Charmers here.
But honestly, it might be too late already. I mean, he can commit the Shock Charmers and the Old Knocker. The Sonic Boom's dealing 5, so that's 8 damage dealt. Then another Blazing is dealing 8, 16, and the last one's coming in for 36. I believe this is lethal right here, Classic.
Wait. So if I add up, if I extrapolate, if I carry
Can
the
we
Y,
do math? Can we do it?
If I engage the warp drive, carry the 3. Okay, so we're looking at 3 plus 8. So we'll see the Shock Charms committed. Is the Old Knocker going to also prevent 1?
Oh.
No. Okay, so taking 6 down to 27. So
Okay.
now we're at 9 arcane damage dealt on this turn.
Mm-hmm. So the next Blaze.
So Blazing's going to come in for 9.
Yeah. Oh, but the Sonic Boom also hits. So
Oh,
it's
just kidding!
Sonic Boom into Sonic
The Sonic Boom comes down, and now things are getting in a lot of trouble.
Alex is like, you know what? Yeah, time for that Old Knocker. I
Alex-
need everything. I need everything I can get.
How did I not commit my Shock Charmers on my first turn of the game? What is happening? The Sonic Boom.
Crucial mistake of this matchup. Okay.
Okay, so that's coming in for 11.
But more importantly, this
And that's coming in for 22.
and that's it. That's it.
game.
That's it.
Okay.
Amelia said, you know what, Alex, you have 1 turn. You have 1 turn.
Yeah,
That's all you're going to get.
Throw off the finger 1 turn, 1 time.
And the fireworks popped off. What a game. What a game.
Okay, so Amelia all the way through to the grand final, going to be playing up against Man. This we had a bit of a slower game in the Slippy vs Prism, but now it's
Yeah.
been all gas. I mean, I think that Dash Prism game was like 3-4 turns, and we said, you know what, we can do 2 turns better than that. Just absolutely blown out of the water. I mean, Alexander Vore, a fantastic Wizard player in his own right, but he's probably thinking, you know, this is a bit of karma for what I've done to people for years. And now Amelia just saying, look, I can get it done too. You're going to play a Lightning Wizard? I'll show you what's fast.
Yeah. And hey, you know, Amelia putting Kano a bit closer to LL. He's already number 1 on the leaderboard, so, you know, maybe he might be going sooner than we thought.
Yeah, so, man, Amelia just absolutely getting it done. Getting the double potion down, just committing that Aether Flare, the Sonic Boom to Sonic Boom. I've been on the wrong side of that before. I'm like, oh no, stop hitting me. I'm already dead.
But hey, the action doesn't end here. We have something amazing for you guys. Another spoiler from Super Slam.
Yeah, so if Wizards maybe not quite your thing, you enjoy playing the game at a slightly different pace.
Mm-hmm.
You know, if
Good old-fashioned melee combat.
yeah, some good old-fashioned melee combat. You know, if something golden related is your vibe at times,
Yeah.
maybe, then should we just jump? Let's
If
just
you
jump straight into
love
the spoiler.
stacking-
Yes, that's right. Blood follows Blade. And this is just absolutely everything you could want for a Kasai card. It's yellow pitch, 0 cost, 3 defense.
Gives your weapon go again.
Gives your weapon go again. And I mean, that's pretty good, right?
Yeah.
But what
that's
about
pretty sweet baseline.
what about on hit getting a Centauri Sellsword token? This just
Yeah.
opens up some absolutely incredible lines. In fact, I was playing Karol the other day. I got him with the Blood Follows Blade. He's like, what just happened?
Yeah, just another way for you to amass some Centauri Cell Swords. But more importantly, this isn't when this hits a hero. It's when it hits, works on allies.
yeah.
Pretty important in this current metagame.
Yeah, exactly. Attack into an ally, give your sword go again, make my own ally, kill your second ally. And I still have a sword swing to come in after that as well. I mean, this is just really, really cool, because previously the way to get those Centauri sellswords on the board, it's basically just raids an army, right? Like you got to play sometimes a bit more of a grindy game plan. Maybe you get a gold or so of riches, one off your hero ability, and then you're working to way towards getting these 2 or 3 sellswords. I think Raise an Army, still a fantastic card, still has very much its position in the Kasai deck. But if you want to get those sellswords quickly, if you want to put your foot on the gas, then follow the blade. Blood follows blade. I mean, I know there's going to be a lot of Kasai players out there very, very excited about this card. I mentioned the yellow pitch as well, going into the graveyard, helping fuel that engine of activating the Kasai hero ability. But like I mentioned, it just opens up some absolutely like insane lines. You know, you pitch a blue, attack, give your weapon, go again, attack with the sellsword, attack again. Like, it just all comes together.
And honestly, this is one of 31 expansion slot cards in Super Slam, and there's so many more that are just as impactful as this one. So yeah, stay tuned for some more spoilers later on in the upcoming weeks and months, and let's get a Super Slam hype train on the road.
That's the really cool thing. Like Super Slam, like we've mentioned so many times, that like Fantastic's in its own right? Some really cool support for like the existing Brutes and Guardians, some really cool tools in forms of the new revered and reviled heroes, but also 31 expansion slot cards for like basically all the heroes you know and love. We're big fans of Kasai, absolutely love playing this hero. When I saw this card, you know, it obviously went through development, and where the final spot we got into, I was absolutely stoked. I'm like, yes, we got this one through. This card's sick.
It's all Kieran's fault, guys.
You can blame me. Anyway, massive congratulations to Amelia. She's progressing on to the grand final, which is going to be coming up very, very shortly. We're just going to take a quick break. Then we've got some Dash.io and Kano action. I bet that's going to be a slow game. Coming up right after this. Stick around. Don't go anywhere.
Welcome back to World Tour Auckland. I believe I was just here and I went to take my break, and I guess I'm already back because that game was explosive.
Yeah, you walk away to have a drink of water, use the bathroom, and then you turn around and Oscilio's been blasted into the stratosphere.
Yeah, went to the bathroom, came back, and they were like, the game is done. And I'm like, what? All right, guess we're casting again. We're going to go essentially right into the finals, but before we get there, I mean, a Kano getting into the finals? And wasn't Kano just like on top of the Living Legend leaderboard as well?
Very, very close up there. The single survivor of Arcane Rising. And with the 1.5 times points in place, if Kano takes this home, it's going to boost him all the way into the 900s, which is going to leave him in a very close range of achieving Living Legend with the number of callings that we have coming up in the World Tour.
I mean, if Kano Living Legends, we may no longer be in a world of flesh and blood where every event you go, will there be a Kano there?
I mean, I imagine that'll be quite a holiday for you guys in the dev room as well, not having to test every single new wizard card around Kano. And I imagine it'll be a fantastic break for the rules and policy manager, Josh Scott, not having to test every single new card with Kano as well.
Yeah, Kano is a very frightening hero, a mainstay of flesh and blood so far, but even if Kano Living Legends, maybe Oscilio sort of takes that explosive wizard spot, so guess we'll just have to see and find out. But what I'm hearing is the grand finals of the calling is ready and about to go underway.
This
Kano,
is it, folks.
Piloted by Amelia, and Dash.io, piloted by CYK Lionel. These are two extremely explosive decks, as we have seen in that semifinals. So let's see who is going to take this game out. And as the game begins, it's already 36 to 30 life because those are the type of heroes that we're dealing with. And immediately pitching the Eye of Ophidia, opting to Kano's ability. Are we about to see another explosive turn here?
That's pretty good opening Eye of Ophidia in your opening hand. It's pretty nice.
And it's important to note, CYK Lionel only has access to 3 AB in total. So let's see what Amelia can string together on this turn 0. I am extremely frightened.
Gaze the Ages.
Gaze the Ages off the top. Thinking about what to play next.
We will need to play another wizard card before resolving this gaze if you want to put it back into your hand.
Yeah. CYK Lionel just sitting here, hoping Amelia doesn't do anything too crazy. Here comes Aether Spindle, possibly.
Still thinking about it. Three Arcane Barrier, pretty decent into Kano. There's another little neat trick that Dash has access to as well, which is Null Time Zone at instant speed. Can be extremely useful as a response to cards waiting in the Banish Zone to be played at instant speed.
That is definitely an interaction to look out for here. Here comes Aether Spindle on the stack. Here comes Kindle. 0 cards in hand. Will amp 1, will draw a card. I mean, we're already off to the races in this turn 0. Resolving Aether Spindle for 5 arcane damage. CYK Lionel, access to 3 arcane barrier.
Oh, pitching 2 Boom Grenades.
Yeah, pitching 2 boom grenades, unclunking that hand, which is going to be quite pivotal for Lionel to make sure he has the gas to push through damage. Leaks 2 arcane damage, opting to off the top.
Opt.
Yeah, Amelia getting access to a lot of ops here. 2 cards to the bottom, not finding what she wanted. Gaze the Ages, more opt. Yeah, opting to here. 2 more cards shipped to the bottom. Again, not finding what she wanted. Gets Gaze the Ages. Amelia pitches into Kano. Off the top. Here comes a Potion of Deja Vu. What a great setup.
Yeah, you want to see that one early.
But there is a bit of a sigh from Amelia. Yeah. Let's see what she's working with. Another, yeah. It's the Gaze the Ages. Immediately into Kano's ability. Open the floodgates. Not quite she wanted. It's just going to go to the Banish Zone, and she will pass the turn with no arsenal, but she does have that Potion of Deja Vu set up for a potentially lethal turn coming up. Now, CYK Lionel, first turn. He needs to push a lot of damage here. Here comes 4. Go again.
Boost.
Looks at the top card. Let's see how Amelia wants to block. I mean, another potion, another 2 potions of Deja Vu. 2 cards that do not block, and 2 3 blocks in hand. 1 being committed will leak the 1 damage. Amelia down to 29.
Activating Dash.
Yeah, off the top, pitching a red heist, not quite what he wants to be pitching, but there is
Null
a
time
null
zone.
time zone coming in.
What
Let's
is it
listen in.
No response.
So, whole party first. Just
So
double
you
check.
have to.
I have to name
choose
first, or can I
to-
check first? Just double checking.
You have to choose to crank first.
Oh, yeah. Do I name first or crank first? Like I. Oh, sorry. Yeah, judge. Yeah. Just confirming in case I didn't name. So it comes in.
Our
and
players just
do I crank first or name first?
figuring
Just
out
double
whether they
checking,
crank
in case I
or
didn't.
name first, because it's important. Because there's a lot of
If
responses
there's a
that happen
priority,
at
then I can
instant
still
speed.
look at top deck, like before cranking.
Yeah.
I just want to know the naming is when.
You have to crank before you look, right?
Name right? So
Yeah.
just double checking in case I do this.
Just confirming the timings because this matchup.
Everything
So
matters
is
here.
it crank? So it's crank and then name the card.
Everything matters in this like every single decision
So
matters.
Yep. And then no. Wait. So top deck, I hold priority. I want to check the top deck.
Okay.
Yeah.
Hold
We'll check
priority.
the top before
I'll
cranking.
crank it and say Kindle. I need a
Yeah.
paper.
Names Kindle, a very powerful card.
Paper. I need to write Kindle.
May be able to slow Kano down here.
Be very interesting to see if this Kindle will be relevant in the next couple of hands while Null Time Zone is in play.
Exactly. All right. Kindle
So
has
helpful
been
that
named.
CYK keeps writing these names down as well. What a lad.
Now, what is the follow-up? Here is a Fast and Furious 4-4. Because a card has been cranked, only 3 block left in Amelia's grip.
Pitching a red, though.
Yeah.
I don't know if you can go in on this.
Blocks 3, takes 1. And importantly, no go again, so we'll simply be ending the turn with that arsenal. A bit of a slight clunky hand, not getting the blue resources he needed. Passing back, Amelia with 2 potions of Deja Vu in her hand. What will she do?
Yeah, because you only need 1, really, to do a combo.
Yeah, for that 1 big pop-off turn. Activates the Kano, looks at the top.
Overflow.
Yeah, open the floodgates.
Oh, that one.
Yes. Thinking about what she wishes to do. Because this card will not be able to push enough damage past this 3 arcane barrier.
3 arcane.
Yeah. Comes in with the Crucible, coming in for 3 arcane damage.
CYK, happy to ship a yellow there.
Yeah. Preventing 2, taking 1.
Both these players just kind of trading a few cards, life totals sort of eking back and forth, but both are just looking for that one window to just go boom and just like smack them out of the water with 1 turn. It's just about who's going to see it first, who's going to be able to line it up.
Yeah, here is a Cerebellum Processor off the top, giving CYK Lionel an action point. One of the key power cards he wants to see in this matchup to give him that card advantage to end this game before Amelia finds any more of her combo pieces. Immediately activates Cerebellum Processor, draws a card.
Boosting.
1 action point, boosting T-Bone. 3, go again, will demand a piece of equipment to block.
Oops. Sorry.
Now, Dash IO's ability has been activated for the turn, so no more threats of a surprise boom grenade coming off the top. This is just going to be 3 damage here. Amelia will be able to comfortably give an equipment into this, and nothing will necessarily break.
You got to have a little bit of sympathy for the Kano because, like, as soon as your opponent takes any game action, you have to think about whether you're gonna have to go in. Oh, popping the Metacarpus nodes here.
No,
oh no,
no,
blocking with it.
Yeah.
Retract. Calm down. False alarm, everyone.
Yeah. And important to note, it does block 0, which is why it can be committed to that combat chain, and it won't be destroyed at the end.
I really like, if you look at the equipment there, Old Knocker is a really interesting choice because you can block with it and then instant speed, gain resource. Oh, Pulse
Yeah.
Wave. This
And
is
here
going
is
to
a-
look at the hand.
Yeah, and this is the 3rd boost of the turn, so he should be able to grab whichever card he wants, and it is so important to disrupt Kano in this manner. He cannot leave those key pivotal combo pieces in her hand. Otherwise, we're going to see a repeat of the semifinals. He needs to make sure Kano cannot keep the cards they want.
Yeah, I think Amelia does have some life to play with. She can probably live out a couple more turns. You're just trying to maybe chip the dash IO down to a little bit longer and find those key critical combo pieces.
Yeah. Takes 1, closes the chain. 1 card remaining.
That Lessons in Lava would have probably fetched an Ether Wildfire that you could draw into, put into Arsenal.
Yeah.
Oof.
The Goliath Gauntlet immediately into
maximum velocity for 12. Okay, this is going to completely put Amelia on the clock. Like she had she had a little bit more time to be able to take some time and set up and chip some things. Not anymore. This is a massive swing, and it has greatly reduced Amelia's windows to be able to set up her Kano combo.
Exactly. Block 6, takes 6. CYK Lionel doing a very good sequence of turns to make sure this clock is as short as possible, to give Kano as little time as possible to find the pieces she needs. With 0 cards left in her hand, she is forced to simply pass. 4 cards in the grip again. What does Kano have here? An amulet? And we'll hide that hand from us. All right. I guess we'll just wait in suspense.
All right, then. Keep your secrets.
Yep. Cranked out a red backup protocol off the top. Dash IO's ability used for the turn, but it will give him access to any boost card he wants from his graveyard. Here is a Fast and Furious boosted for 4 go again because he has cranked.
There's an amulet.
Yeah.
Oh, she's hiding it again.
Here comes 4 boost. So we're about to find out. Let's see if she likes the cards in her hand and determines that this is the time to keep it.
Man, these players really don't want to show us their hands.
I mean, you know, keeping us in the dark just adds to the suspense here. 4 boost. Does Amelia like her hand? Does she think it's going to give her the shot she needs to push the damage? All right, no blocks. She must like her hand quite a bit, possibly. Let's see what else is coming next.
That maximum velocity has been taking names all day.
Yeah.
And God forbid we see it come back into the hand with the backup protocol.
And here is another 4 boost. Amelia on 14 life. This will take another big chunk out of it. Amelia, do you like your hand? Is your hand the one that you think can pop off to win the game?
This is the damage you want to be seeing as Dash.io.
Exactly. Just these efficient numbers. Amelia quickly checking the grave. And she says, yes, I like my hand. No blocks. Takes 4. Goes down to 10. CYK Lionel still has access to that red backup protocol. 1 card in the grip. 2 floating. What does he want to do? He is probably feeling the heat right now. Amelia saying no blocks to everything.
I'm telling you right now, Uhyoung, Pulse Wave Harpoon would be devastating here.
It would do so much to get a peek at that hand and rip whatever he wants out of it. Is that the card he's going to go for? He still does have 2 action points. He could activate that cerebellum process.
And it's Pulse Wave Harpoon!
It is Pulse Wave Harpoon!
It's Pulse Wave Harpoon!
Oh my god, 4 boost. He will get to look at her hand.
Finally, we get to
more.
see Amelia's hand, so she's been hiding it from us, but now it's face up for the world to see.
And he takes the Sonic Boom that was so devastating in that semifinals match. He does reducing the range that she is able to present and just obliterating a potential combo that she had.
Wow.
Big Swan damage. Amelia down to 9. What a clutch Pulse Wave Harpoon, disrupting Kano when he needed to. Draws a card. Activates Foundry Heart. 2 cards. Goes up on a resource. 2 floating. Activates red backup protocol using the 2 resources.
Oh no. Oh no.
And here comes maximum velocity once more. Here is 10.
Oh my god.
And that is lethal. Amelia willing to have to give up more cards.
Amelia is going to have to pull a win out of nowhere here. And the thing is, she hasn't any time to set up. She doesn't have any energy potions on the field. She hasn't been able to develop that amulet. She doesn't have the resources. She doesn't have that wildfire in Arsenal.
Amelia blocking 3, taking 7, going down to 2. What an explosive turn from CYK Lionel. I mean, this dash is just fully on the gas and just not slowing down.
CYK being patient, doesn't pop the boots to swing in that pistol shot because he knows if he does, his chances of getting blown out by a Kano combo increase.
Yeah.
But can he close it out here?
CYK Lionel passes, Amelia with 2 cards and just sets up that Ruby Amulet. So there is now 2 key combo pieces on the board and a card in arsenal for Amelia. Will this be enough setup? She is on 2 life. CYK is not giving her any time to do almost anything. Activates Dash.io for another red backup protocol. 2
Cranking
floating.
it.
Goes to 2 action points. CYK Lionel can get any attack he wants from his grave again. And here is another 0 to 60 for boost. Go again. Threatening lethal once more.
She probably has to go in here, right?
She may be running out of time. That may be.
She does have 3 blues.
Yep. And an Aether Spindle in hand. A Potion of Deja Vu on the board. 2 additional resources off that Ruby Amulet as well. And that Arsenal.
And full equipment.
If she thinks she can't block out this turn, she may just have to go for it. Is she going to get a better opportunity than this?
She probably, yeah, because she can't just block here if she thinks that the follow-up is going to kill her.
Yep.
And obviously, she has to block it to not die, or she has to go in. So, like, this is the moment. Do you go in on this, or do you block and try and hope that you're going to live through the rest of this turn? At 2 life, with the amount of break points, it's such a risk to probably block. So you're probably thinking, okay, I've got to go in here. How do I make this work? Especially when you don't know what's on top of your deck.
Exactly. She needs to make this decision right now. 4 damage coming through. If she is to sequence together a magical string of cards to obliterate 33 life on CYK Lionel, She needs to do it now. She needs as many cards in the grip as possible.
You can see her going through the lines in her head.
Yep.
What is the line that gets through Arcane Barrier 3 and 33 life?
Yep. And CYK Lionel with still 2 cards in the grip and 2 floating. She's going to need to make a miracle happen here.
She's going to have to do the Kano thing where they just, oh look, I found Wildfire, I found Lethal.
Yeah. Let's see if she can find the line for Lethal. She is not liking her odds. Deep breath and a lot of calculations going through her mind right now. CYK Lionel sitting relatively comfortably. Let's see what Amelia can do. This is the grand finals of the CC calling.
She's going in.
She lets out a deep sigh. She's about to pitch 3 into Kano. She's going to go for it. Let's see if she finds the card she needs.
Here we go. This is it. This is the turn that will decide our winner of calling Auckland.
She's saying there is no more time. Kano into Kano. 2 Kanos on the stack.
2 Kanos.
Cracks, activates the Crucible.
Puts it down
She
to
has
1 card
2
so that she's
floating.
able to use Ragamuffin's hat if need be.
Yeah. Once again, thinking.
Oh, it's so hard not knowing what's on the top of your deck.
Everything comes down to this. Cracks the Ragamuffins. Draws a card. And then puts a card back on top of her deck. Crucible resolves. First Kano resolves. And an Aether Spindle red.
That's the one she had in hand, probably.
Yep. This might do something here. This might be the start of something. Here is Storm Striders activated.
So she's probably really hoping to opt into something good with the Spindle. Oh, and there's
And here
Wildfire
comes
from
Aether.
Arsenal. She could have the combo.
Yep. If this...
And she found a blue off that Ragamuffin's hat?
Yep. And she's also going to commit the Metacarpus node here. Aether Wildfire coming in for 6.
CYK has 1 mission now, survive.
Yep. Prevent 2.
Don't worry
Takes
about any of your
3.
follow-up attacks because this 0 to 60 will kill Amelia if her combo doesn't kill CYK. So you just sit there and you hope, you pray.
Yeah. So the next arcane damage she deals will deal 3 additional. Here comes Aether Spindle
4 plus 3 is 7.
7.
for 7.
Up 2 take 5.
How many resources does she have available?
Lionel prevents 2. And Lionel is now also out of cards. But that is okay. There is 4 damage still coming through on his side. There is lethal on the stack.
Does she have enough to Kano? Oh, she's got 1 Kano resolving.
Yeah. Yeah.
She's got 2 resources that she can play into the spell that she finds off the top, and she's got 1 Kano resolving. So if she's able to find Blazing Ether here, I don't think that's lethal. Is it? Oh, come on. Don't make me do maths. Don't make me do maths.
We will just have to find out. She is opting 5. She's open for something like open the floodgates possibly here. She does see the blazing aether. She sees lessons in lava and 3 blues.
And no resource falling.
Can she make the calculations? Is this what she needs? Or will all 5 cards go to the bottom in the hopes for something better?
Sorry?
You have nothing.
No.
Yeah, CYK Lionel is currently tapped out. She is thinking here.
Only 2 players for the next Welcome to Ray Alpha draft. 2 players. I mean, start this draft right
I mean,
away.
what a decision to be made here. So difficult to calculate the line that she needs to win.
You also have to consider, like, some of it can rely on how much pitch CYK has had available to him during this turn as well.
Exactly. She is going through the maths, and every time she finds a line that is not lethal, she takes a sigh and she will need to find something even crazier to try win this game.
Taking her time to think through every branch. There's no pressure to play quickly. You don't want to misplay yourself out of the calling championship.
Indeed. Trying to figure out how to sequence these cards.
Oh, the tension is... Ooh,
Tension is killing me as well.
it's so thick.
I'm trying to do the maths here as well, and it is difficult.
Yeah, I've already done the maths, mate. I already know how it's going to shake up. But I'm not going to tell you.
I'm finding a lot of lines right now that does not win her the game. But the thing is, can she find the one?
Looks like she's thinking about committing to this as her stack.
She is about to lock in a stack here, and then we will see fireworks explode, and we will find out if that stack is enough to make her the calling champion.
Look, you can see her trembling.
Sure. All bottom.
There she goes.
And all to the bottom.
She put them all to the bottom?
It was not enough, and here
Oh,
it is.
there's a
And
kiddo up
and,
top! And CYK is your calling Auckland champion.
and just like that, the game ends. What a finals -IO. CYK Lionel putting on a stellar performance throughout this top 8. His plays have been exceptional. Nothing but explosive turns from -IO and ending games out of nowhere. I mean, what a well-deserved finals. CYK Lionel punching his ticket and winning the Calling Classic Constructed Tournament here in Auckland.
At maximum velocity speed.
Absolutely blazing speed. I mean,
Most of those games were just like so quick.
yeah, I honestly thought I might be here for quite some time, but those top 4 games in the finals, explosive. I mean, when everything turns on a dime, just sort of watch and you go, can they do it? Can they do the math to find lethal? And what a puzzle that was. And she just couldn't quite get there because CYK Lionel put it through so much damage, gave her so little time to find that opening to win. I mean, Kano, what a performance, but not quite enough.
Yeah, CYK. He's pretty good, eh?
CYK, pretty
Not-
good.
not
Pretty
bad.
good.
Not
Putting
bad,
-IO,
as we would say in New Zealand.
yeah, putting -IO back on the map. I mean, that was such a stellar performance, and I have had so much fun on this weekend. But that is our finals, and that is the conclusion of all our games. So thank you for tuning in. I believe we have an interview lined up right after this, so don't go anywhere. Thank you for joining us. An interview is coming up right after this.
Welcome back, everyone. And I am here with my good friend, CYK Lionel, calling champion. What does that mean to you?
Finally, for playing so many years, I finally broke through. Finally, I get a champion once.
Walk me through a bit of your Fab background. Like, how'd you get into the game? How long have you been playing for?
Well, I started back at Monarch first edition, like the pre-release. I was like, man, I need a new card game. And I was like, wait, Prism's fun. Wait, this card game's so fun. I was like, oh, I just went all in after that. I never played other card games.
Yeah, because I remember I met you a long time ago, maybe 4-ish years ago now, way back at one of the Calling Aucklands. And I remember chatting to you. I'm like, hey Lionel, you reckon you're going to take this one down? You're like, no, I'm not good enough. I'm not going to do it. And while I was watching this weekend, and I saw you just slowly climbing up the standings, sitting there at X and 0, then X and 1, winning that quarterfinal, we're going through to the semis. And right before I saw the emotion on your face. So, how does it feel to break through after all this time?
Like, everything I'll say I'm like struggling right now, but like when I finally broke through, I feel like, man, I'm not washed, to be honest. I'm not washed. I'm like, am I washed by kind of top events after like my first calling top was like the 2022 with Viserai. I was like, am I washed? I never top 4 after that. Yeah,
because Fab is such a tough game, right? Like sometimes the margins between making the top 8 winning these events versus coming 9th or whatever, it's so small.
Like sometimes like the plays you make, it affects the whole game on the spot, really. Yep. It's like Fab is a super hard game, but I really like playing Fab.
So do I, mate, and so do I. So you were telling me as well that Dash.io, that you were getting a little bit of training from maybe...
it was before Pro Tour. So like after week 1 nets, I was like, wait, Verdant's not the best deck. Verdant has to be gravy. I was like, I need a best deck or a good deck. So I knew Slippy was around. And like I started playing Dash, I was like, oh wait, that's strong. Like it's good in Gravy, it's good in Syndra. And then Slippy, to be honest, I feel like if I roll high a bit, it's a 50-50 of above. And like when I went to the Pro Tour, like I was like win round 1 against Mike Hayden, the GOAT. And then after that, I lost 2 rounds. I was like, wait, did I pick the wrong deck? I was like thinking for a while, and then I played Calling. And I lost my win in against Shoma. So I was like at 12, but at least I cashed. But after the calling, I feel like, man, Dash.io is good. Like, it's good in a way, like, every matchup, if I roll high a little bit and I see my auto top deck, it's like 50-50 mostly everyone, even the Guardians, to be honest.
Now, I know you're a bit of a popular community figure, and I feel like you might have a few shout-outs, including something you maybe want to say to a couple members of Team Bluefish.
Okay. First, I need to shout out Blue Pitch member, Sheng Allen Pudding. Sheng Allen is got a LL technically. Our band. And also, got to shout out the town players, all those top players that I always fight against and crush me in armories. And also, shout out to Harpreet, like him, like giving me the Techno Foundry heart for free and like pulled me into Mac at the beginning. I was like, man, this deck is like quite good. Like Mac is good. Like I played Mac for a while, but I feel like okay. But once I play Dash.io, man, Mac is good. Like really, like without Alan, the master, and also shout out to Dihimono, Ho Xing-chen, in Taiwan, like good Dash player, and also one of the recently top at Pro Tour. Shout out to them, and also back in Malaysia, my friends.
Got to shout out to the friends.
Of course, a lot.
I just want to ask you as well, you mentioned, like, what sort of prompted the decision to fly over and play at the Calling Auckland? Is it something you were planning for a long time, or?
No, to be honest, like, after calling Singapore, I was like, maybe I can fly. The flight's so expensive. But then after that, student price ticket. I'm like, sure, I'm in. I'm flying in.
Play the game, see the world, am I right?
Of course. I haven't come out for so long. And finally, I get to come back here again and meet you again.
I'm so stoked for you, my friend, because I've seen you at a number of these events. You're always such a positive presence in the Fab community. You've always got a big smile on your face, no matter what's going on. And I feel it's an absolute honor for me to be able to hand you this trophy, showing the entire world that you are a calling champion, my friend. You did it. You broke through. You've got that aura of a calling champion. When you go back home, walk into the armories, I'm going to be like, okay.
Yes, this is a calling champion Dash.io player.
People are going to say, oh no, I got matched up with Lionel round 1. And of course, to go with that, of course. The beautiful prize card.
Finally.
Hold that up for the camera, my friend.
Yes.
The gold Stonewall Gauntlet.
I'm sure Pengjun wants it, but I'll keep it first.
Yeah. Okay, my friend. Are there any last words you wanna have before we end up the show on a high note?
Well, it was good meeting you again, and also to everyone who's like playing Fab. Like, if you didn't break through, just keep on playing, just testing, believe yourself, and try your best.
It's a game that rewards the work you put in, right?
Yes, exactly.
Okay, I want to shake your hand one more time.
Yeah.
Congratulations, my
Thanks.
friend. I'm so happy for you.
Thanks.
And also, just want to give a big shout out. You know, if you enjoyed all the action this weekend, we got so much more Flesh and Blood coming up on. We've got a stream next weekend for another calling. I mean, it's just a great time to be a Flesh and Blood player.
Yeah. Like, you get so many events to travel around the world. Play the game, see the world.
Play the game, see the world.
Yes.
You heard it from the champ himself. And with that, that's us for this weekend. Thank you so much to everyone who tuned in, watched all the action from the double header calling this weekend. That's it from us. See you next time.
Yeah, it's amazing to be here at World Tour Auckland. I think it's super special. Obviously, Flesh and Blood is a homegrown game, designed, developed right here in Auckland, and it's really special to be able to bring an event like this. We got cold foils literally being cracked over here, CC calling behind me, and even more with First Ed battle hardened. And I think it's amazing to be able to deliver an event like this to the New Zealand community that helped us. Before there was Pro Tours Worlds, there were 10K events held down at the local store, and this is really the origin point for Flesh and Blood, New Zealand. This is home base, and it's amazing to see not just the local community come out, but also international travelers, America, Japan, absolutely flooring. And this isn't just a once-off. We will be back here again and delivering amazing events right here in our own backyard.
Hi, I'm Darren Ying, and welcome to the Auckland Calling, Day 2. It's our return to Wraith here. I have been lucky enough to go X2 on Day 1, so I am in the draft for Day 2, where we get to draft first edition Welcome to the Wraith, which is simply incredible. It's a once-in-a-lifetime chance, so I'm really stoked about that, really excited. But yeah, it feels really special being able to come back to Auckland and start, I guess, where it all began. So Welcome to Wraith, very nostalgic for a lot of us that were here in the beginning. And it's really great to see over the 5-6 years that Fab's been going, how far it's come as well. The fact that it's a double calling here, we've been very envious of our friends overseas that have been lucky enough to get back-to-back callings, and so it's awesome to have one here. It doesn't feel like it's just a calling, it feels more like a celebration as well. So yeah, a lot of people really excited about this one. Some very big heavy hitters, some very big names from the fresh off the Pro Tour being able to make it out here, so it's been good to celebrate alongside with them, have some good battles and share some good times. So yeah, really excited to get into Day 2, and if things go well, it's a slim chance of top 8, but yeah, we'll see how we go.
My name is Dennis, and I have just finished my top 4 game at the Auckland WTR Sealed calling. Unfortunately, couldn't quite get there against my boy Logan from Australia. Hope he wins this. Sorry, Jacob. Anyway, been such an awesome weekend. Like, as someone who's quite relatively new to the game, and never got to enjoy, you know, the joys of WTR Sealed and draft and all of that, being able to swing hammer for 6 over and over this weekend, man, it was such good fun. And also just seeing like the local players down here in Auckland. We had 4 Kiwis in the top 8 this time, and including some people who would usually not get the opportunity to travel overseas and play, you know, the Pro Tours and worlds like that. Just being able to showcase their skill in this game, and they're like, we're just as good as everyone else, but bring the events here.
Thanks for